Oh, my God.
What's going on?
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony.
It's stupid. Something ridiculously loud and obnoxious.
Sound like the best of Down syndrome records.
We're never going to make everybody happy. So why do we have to now make more people not happy?
Oh, no.
It's stupid.
It's audio vomit.
If I may use the word, duty.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony.
All right. Now, come right in. We don't care about noise.
Brian Johnson live in studio.
There he is.
What's up, Brian?
Hello, sir.
Are you all right?
Oh, great. Much better now.
I don't talk in this accent normally.
No?
I talk like this.
Of course you do.
How are you doing?
Sit down, buddy.
Hey, what's up, Brian Opie? Nice to meet you finally.
Man, a fucking rock legend right here.
No.
Oh, yeah, no matter what you say, you are, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Amazing.
This morning.
No?
Well, I met a couple of the old boys last night, and
Oh, yeah.
Tip a few back, did you?
we did. We knocked a few sherbets back in. It was just lots of fun. Yeah, we're just telling lies and stuff that guys do.
You ever get sick of the rock star life? You ever get bored with it?
Well, not really, because I don't do it. I just I usually at home I go racing, a lot with a team, and you're just one of the guys when you go racing, and I just enjoy the being the excitement of the racing and all that. And then every now and again I got to come out and do stuff like this, and it just takes us all by surprise.
Yeah.
And when people are going, hey man, try this, man, hey man, you, and I'm sitting, I'm going, yeah. I get quite embarrassed by the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm just...
You're just a regular guy, right?
Wait, you forget you're the lead singer of AC/DC?
And well, no, it's not. It's just all the boys are the same in this band.
Yeah.
It's the celebrity we kind of stand. It's lovely for people to enjoy your music and think that you're the best at what you do. That's fantastic. That's what you aim for in life. But what you're never prepared for is the kids outside the hotel, and you're going, oh shit, I can't go out for a burger. But we're getting followed by everything. And it's all great, but it becomes, well, at my age, I just am going to...
But we were watching some clips from live from River Plate. And when you look at the crowd, it is astounding.
Yes.
The amount of people, and it looks like liquid. They are just undulating.
I was seasick.
Yeah, right? I don't doubt it. But when you see that from the stage, you have to know, holy shit, I guess we're pretty damn popular, so you're going to be signing some shit when you go out.
Yeah, I tell you, that was, the audiences around the world for us have been just totally spectacular. And,
amazing.
And I know every act turns on and says, I want to thank my fans, are the best in the world. Well, that's a generic answer. These guys, the AC/DC fans, the things they do to get there. If you look at the outtakes, some of these 1,200 kilometers with his son hitching, but that's not just with them. They really are the most fascinating fans in the world. I cannot believe them. You'll see them, the same guys in Japan, and you go, what the hell are you doing here? I took 2 weeks off from work, and my grandmother lent us the money.
You know what's unique about it? If you look at a lot of bands that have been around as long as you guys have been around, right. You'll notice their audience has gotten older, less energetic. Sometimes you go to a show and see a band that's been around for a while, and it's like, oh, great, you fucking grandmas out in the audience. Your audience is moshing. They're fucking going insane.
No, I got to jump in with that thought because they're making new fans.
That's
all the
what
time.
I mean. Yeah,
a lot of bands, their fan base stops.
Yep,
and the crowd gets old with the band. But something with AC/DC, there's still very young fans.
We are fascinated looking in the audience. We see 3 generations.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things is because we'll keep bringing out new albums. A lot of these older bands don't bring out any more new albums, and they're great bands, but I think if you bring out fresh material all the time, it gives them something to say, well, I bought this, I got this, I didn't get it off my dad.
Yeah.
This isn't my dad's music, this is my music. And it's a fascinating thing, and boy, oh boy, we appreciate it, because we have so much fun, you know, seeing these little 5-year-olds with it, you know, jumping up and down and checking out the titties next door. And only 5 kids, leave it.
It's
expensive.
Giving you a very lucrative, good life, too, which is nice, right? You can kind of do what you want to do in life and never have to worry again.
Well, we can, and it's, you know, that's the very lucky bit. You know, you can do what you want, and my indulgence is just motor cars. And
you love the cars, man.
I do.
You are a car guy.
I just since I was a kid, though, you know. But now I'm lucky enough to get a chance to race cars, which is it's an expensive hobby, and I realise that. And but that's all I do. I mean, you can never see me on the end of a fishing pool.
Yeah.
I don't have a boat. I don't play golf. Well, not really.
Do the other guys in the band go like, "Hey, motherfucker, get out of these fucking race cars"? We're getting a little nervous.
There was a little worry, but they know that I'm competent. You know, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna have a couple of little scrapes now and again. Where
well, Jimmy gets mad at me because I like cars, love them.
Yeah,
I like driving fast.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me. Are you also an alcoholic? Because we have to tie in all the fucking.
I don't drive drunk. As a matter of fact, please, come on now.
Oh boy.
Show
he got to
Anthony
go to
has a souped-up Saturn.
Oh, this is my, I got a GT 500, a Super Snake, Shelby, and this was at Pocono Raceway the other day. This was just this past weekend. I come off turn 3, down the stretch, you could hear the supercharger kicking in, and this is a lot of fun, man. But Jimmy doesn't like when I do this. Right? That's another car starting up. But that's a lot of fun, right?
I've never been to Pocono.
Pocono's great. It's a long straightaway on
Watkins
Glen.
I've done Watkins Glen up in New York, and that's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
What a super track.
So you like road courses, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't.
He wasn't impressed by the video.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, he probably
wasn't impressed.
I couldn't hear anything.
He couldn't hear it.
He didn't have his headphones on.
Okay.
And a car was going in a straight line. You see, you've got
see,
you like to turn.
He likes,
you got to get in the turn.
He likes a man's race. That was pussy racing. That's it. It's okay. It was pussy racing.
Brian was being polite there.
Well, your granny can drive in a straight line.
See, that's why I had to stop it.
Your granny can drive in a straight line.
You were hoping for a big reaction, and you didn't really get much there.
No, I came out of turn 3, though. I was making turns. I turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. That was a straight line.
That was straight. That was cute, though, right? He went by and vroom, vroom.
Jesus.
Oops.
See, Brian likes turning.
Yeah, you got to see them in the corners and all that, and especially those. That's a 500 GT. You said.
Yeah, GT 500. It's been Super Snake and worked. I had a Ken Bell kit put into it, so it's about 800 horsepower.
Yeah, that's got a lot of torques in that car, and you've really got to treat them gentle. I just got a Lola T70 Mark 1, which is a 1965 Can-Am car, and that's like, when you drive that, it's like fucking an alligator with a headache. That you really got to take care.
That can come out from under you real easy.
Yeah, it really can, man.
Yeah.
Dude, can I say something about this book? I have no interest in cars. So when I first saw this book, I drive them, but I don't care about cars.
It's going to turn into a compliment.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's like I looked at it, I'm like, it's a book about cars, all right.
Jimmy's a poofta.
I started, I opened the book, and the fucking first thing is about when he's a kid, and you talk about how the first time you jerked off was like in an army truck, and I was fucking hooked. This book is fucking hilarious. This book is fucking... It's so good, man. I blew through 100 pages the first day.
Oh, thanks, me. So, well, it wasn't supposed to be anything else, but just a bit of fun.
But it's not just about cars, though. It's about your life with cars. It's really great, man.
But it's just, we're doing a Black Ice album. There was nothing to do the first few days for the singer, because the musicians are in getting the sound with a producer. They're getting cool in them. And so one of my friends said, Brian, you tell great after dinner stories. Why don't you write them down? And I said, well, I can't remember anything. I mean, memories. Except when I think of cars. If I think of a car going, when I had the Hillman Hunter. Oh, jeez. And I could remember going out in it, going, seeing the lads, which pub it was, and it was the strangest feeling.
Holy shit.
So I just got writing about cars, which brought the memories back to us. And with other boys in the band and, you know, different things, it's like, you know, Phil, when he's a car fanatic, and when he had his first Ferrari, and you know, and he's as mad as a March hare, Phil, when he's driving. As I say in the book, when he's driving, he treats the other road users as his entertainment.
Wait, is he the one that nobody wants to drive with?
Absolutely. Terrifying.
The lines.
Terrifying.
I wrote the line down. It was fucking made me so happy. You said people make excuses to avoid getting in the car. Like yours was, sorry, I got to stay home and rearrange my fridge magnets. and Angus's was that he'd forgotten the riff to Highway to Heaven and had to practice it. This fucking book is really funny, man.
Thanks, man. That's nice of you.
That's really good, man.
See, it's true though. You do remember things based on like the cars that you've had in your life.
Sure,
so
I do.
it's a great way to put down like your memories of your past and growing up and everything.
You remember how much money you had, even. You're sitting there going, oh, I remember I was really broke.
Yeah, I couldn't put gas in the thing.
Yeah, I couldn't put gas in it, and you know, and I was next door neighbour's car with a tube because I didn't like him.
Siphoning.
You know, getting a bit, not enough to get us to work the next day.
Yeah.
But it was like that, you know, at times, how many guys have gone into gas stations and say, half a gallon, please.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's what we had to do. Half a gallon.
Yeah, give me $1 worth or something. And crawling underneath the car with a hammer because your starter motor's stuck. You have to bang on the starter motor.
Right. You had to do that.
Just broke. You couldn't get a new starter.
No,
couldn't afford that.
Exhaust pipes, you know, with old cans and some
wire hanger
and anything, just anything to keep that bugger on the road.
Just keep it running.
But it's everybody had to do it. We weren't all born with a silver spoon in our mouth. You know. We didn't, you know. In America, I find it quite amazing when I see a 16-year-old girl in a 500 Boss Mustang with a iPhone things in, good. And she's texting, and you're going, Jesus Christ, do you know what's under the hood of that motor?
And she's probably texting him, ironically enough.
And then you see them, you know, obituaries. Corey Thompson, who was the bright light of such and such school, had an accident the other day. What happened? Well, she, once again, with American cars, she tried to turn a corner. Well, no, American cars aren't good at that. You know, especially these big powered ones, unless you get
you gotta watch her.
Unless you get it roused up. You get an aftermarket. But
you gotta. Yeah.
You know, Vipers when. You know, you had to be really careful in those things. I mean, I drove one at Mid-Ohio racetrack just to test it. That thing just snapped out.
The ass end will come right out on you.
It was
and forget it.
But it looked fabulous. I mean, it just
looks great. But
looked like it was going fast.
On a humid day, there's too much moisture on the road. You just slide out. God forbid it starts raining when you're driving one of those things. You got to just
Oh, a great chapter, too, is when you start attacking people who pimp their cars. I fucking love that you attack those stupid rappers and their dumb gold teeth. Oh, he gave him a fucking beating. It was great. It was nice to read.
Well, thank you very much, and I stand by that.
Yeah.
Like they're going to outthink the people at Mercedes or some other car.
Yeah, I mean, it's just mindless.
Do you need
mindless
TVs?
Violence is what it is.
Do you need TVs in the doors?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
You know, what, 4 feet, or something, a 4-foot bass speaker? I said,
nothing's more annoying than that.
Basically, all it is look at me, look at me.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, look at me.
Yep.
Come on, you in a corner. Look at me. And I just the coolest dude on, and now you're not.
How often do you race a year?
Usually about, try to get to about 10 race meets a year, you know, from the West Coast to here to Silverstone and in London and Donington, Monte Carlo.
And what kind of racing do you do?
Well, this is called vintage racing, which really isn't vintage, but it's, you know, anything over 5 years old now is vintage because you can't race it professionally anymore because it's just not quick enough.
Yeah. Wow.
So you do drive some very fast cars out and very modern and I just love it. It's competitive. It keeps your edge. You know, you have to keep fit to do it because of the G-forces pulling you left and right. And And it's just a competition, you know, that I like, and I like to win as well. So that's always good.
How often you win?
Last year, well, I was just after I finished there. I had about 3 wins last year.
Nice.
I think 2 seconds. Or was it 2 wins in 3 seconds? But anyway, it was good. I like to win, and I like to come in the top 10 if I don't win. And I've had a good race. Makes no difference to me as long as I've had a good race.
How about the other drivers? Are they like, hey, you know, I love the band. Could you sign this?
As I say, I started. I didn't want to come floating in there with the big rig and the big car, and the big team. I wanted to earn the respect of the other guys by starting with a small car. And, you know, learning me trade and getting up on through the different classes until I reached the top.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. If you came in looking all like a pro,
you know, that's not a cool way.
You don't have respect of the guys.
That's what we did, and now they're just great friends, and I love to be the track with these guys. It's the camaraderie is great. It's not like professional racing where everybody's sniping and fighting. You know, people loan people parts. You know, they go, shit me.
Wow, they'd never do that.
My suspension arm's going, I've got one. Do you want to borrow it? Give us it back at the end of the race.
Right.
Fantastic. It's called HSR. The racing. It's historic sports car racing, and it's entertaining. We get the crowds in to see it. Because you see things like 66 vets, about 10 of them coming around the corner.
That's pretty cool.
And listening to that noise, because now race cars don't have any noise. It's like,
like that fucking car, like his car. Just say it, Brian. Like his fucking girly machine that he fucking
Shut up, you prick.
well, he had a big wreck with this car too.
Machine. No, it wasn't a big wreck.
Why don't you tell Brian about your big wreck?
That is true. Talk about taking corners.
Yeah, he took a corner, Brian. Why don't you share with Brian Johnson your experience?
The tires were a little cold. It was very cold out. The road had sand on it because they had sanded because it was snowing. And the ass end came out a little bit, and I might have kissed the guardrail.
You didn't listen to your crew, did you? You got to listen to the crew again.
Brian,
2 laps.
I was on my way to the bank.
Brian,
he was going to the bank in Long Island.
Ask him how fast he was going, Brian Johnson.
I wasn't going fast. I was just believe me, I was just shifting.
Come on.
I was probably doing like 25 miles an hour.
25?
Nothing. I was on the service road of the expressway.
You won't get hurt if you run that fast into something.
I know. That's why they're making it sound like
I blew a sneaker once running at 25 miles an hour. Jesus Christ, that's not quick.
Making me out to be asshole.
Oh, you're relating a little too much with Brian Johnson.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying it a little bit.
Next time we're up at Watkins Glen, me son, I'm going to get in touch with you, and you got to come up and see, and we'll try to get you in one of the team cars.
Oh, that would be nice.
And we've got a couple of 2-seaters there, and I'll take you around first of all. We'll tighten you in, show you the lane, and then get in with you, and we'll let you try a couple of laps.
Take a couple of laps. I would love that. Watkins Glen, man.
Yeah, it's a scary one.
Yeah,
but it's fun.
Sounds it, man. You really. I didn't know you were this much into racing.
Oh, yes.
Do you own these cars? Do you own a lot of there's photos in the middle of the book of a bunch of beautiful cars. You own all of them?
No, I don't own all of them. That's just car pornography to me.
Oh, yeah. That's just car porno.
I love it. It gets my nipples hard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, son?
I certainly do.
What do you, have you had to do anything over the years for your voice? Because obviously AC/DC is known, you are known for having that voice. Yeah. And it seems like a very tough voice to maintain.
No. I don't do a bloody thing.
That's great.
I know that, I've been to see other bands and the backstage and I'll hear the singer and he'll be up in some room going, now listen, the fuck, what's he doing?
You can curse.
You got a flu? Have you got a flu or something? He's going, no, that's John warming up, Bang from special speech therapist, so it's different. And I got in, and we go on. I remember, I still do it, and the guys will be getting ready, and I just walk into the shower and go, eeeew! Right, I'm ready. That's it.
That's all you do.
That's all I do. Is if I can hit that note, or that clarity.
You're right.
That's my voice is good. Jeez, I hope I didn't definitely. But
no, that's great.
We want you to do more of that.
Yeah. Basically, that's all you do, and that's all I need to do. And then I know it's there, and on we go. It just balls out.
And then you have a little crackling. Like it might be a tough night. Yeah, have you had those nights where it's like, oh,
well, you know, if you've done a lot of gigs in a row and, you know, and you're tired, you know, you just got to pull out that extra 10%.
Right.
You just got to get over it and get it on. But you do it. You know, you do it because it's AC/DC, and the AC/DC go 100%, if not more. And if you don't do it, you just look like a wimp.
Yeah.
You know, you're left behind. You know, it's like in the snow. You know, you just go with the boys, and it's easier, really. You know, they just pull you along with them. It's just got this energy on stage that I can't ever describe.
That's obvious, yeah.
What it is. But it's like I said the other day to somebody, said we talking about the voice, and I just said, well, even when I'm not with AC/DC, and I've done a couple of charity gigs with other, you know, great musicians, my voice never sounds the same. I mean, it's all right and it's up there, but once I get together with the boys again, something, you know, say rehearsing for an album or something, and they start playing, this thing comes out that didn't belong to me, but I'll use it while it's there. You know what I mean?
Wow, that's something. Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
It's just a strange thing, the way these guys play and the energy. Even when they're just sitting down and rehearsing, it's quite phenomenal.
So that's right in your comfort zone too.
Yeah,
where
it
you're
is.
Just
I love it.
Yeah, you feel comfortable.
When after Bond died, and you replace a guy who's, you know, pretty legendary and loved singer, is there a feeling when you go into a band like, I'm not going to be able to live up to this, or the fans are never going to, like, when did you realize the fans were going to accept you as the lead singer?
Well, you know, obviously the first time I went out, you know, I was obviously worried because he was a very loved man, and quite rightly so. He was a genius, the kid, and it was the boys that were great. They just come up and just said, "Now listen, John, that's our first gig. We're playing in Belgium." He says, "Our first gig. We're just going to do it's a small one. There's only 2,000 kids here, so we'll let you get bedded in, you know." It's And I was going, okay, there, and then they came back and they said, by the way, there's an extra 2,000 kids here. It was one of them exposition centers, and they just moved the walls, and it was fun. In the end, it was 10,000 people.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
And I was sitting going, and of course, there was delays, and I'm going, and I was getting a bit nervous, and on we went, and I went out, and of course, it was the first time the boys had played since Bond's death, and the placards for Bond
Oh, wow.
were just everywhere. But right in the middle, there was one big one from the fan club. Just said, "Good luck, Brian."
Oh, wow.
It was all it took.
Wow.
So
was Back in Black out at this point, or was before?
Yes,
Okay.
it had just come out, and so when we sang Back in Black, the first reaction it was like, they didn't know what it was.
Just very polite.
And but the first two songs we did, I'll never forget as long as I live. We did Bad Boy Boogie and Hell Ain't a Bad Place to Be, one after the other, and I sang the words to Bad Boy Boogie in both songs. I was so nervous.
Oh, shit.
I was going, this is not right, this is not right. But my brain was full. I was going, this is, because we didn't have machines then for the words. It was just, I just had this all, I'd learned all these words. And
man,
just
yeah.
The occasion was just so big, you know.
What did the guys do?
They just laughed and played. They just played on.
But what did they yeah, I know they're that type of band, but what did they say to you afterwards? Did they just
They
bust
didn't
your
say
balls?
anything.
They didn't bust your balls?
No, they didn't bust me balls at all. They just said, "Nice one, Jonah," because they knew what I was going through. And,
I bet, yeah.
But it was.
They call you John. It's Jonna, because that's in the book a lot. Is that a
Jonah?
For Johnson.
For Johnson, that's.
I just figured out as I was asking him why they call him that, and then I realized what an asshole question that was.
Jonah is for Johnson. It's everybody gets called. If you're called Gary, you're called Gaza. You know, that's just just what they do in England. You know, that's it.
So this is a kind of an off the subject question, but it's the second question. Fourth question I wrote. What is the best car you've gotten a blowjob in?
He writes it down.
I did write that down.
Yes,
because Brian, he's open. He talked about like fucking banging chicks and their feet hanging out of the fucking. It's really.
Jeez, I can't remember. I know. And I've just told you that when you mention cars, I remember everything. And
all right, just say Saturn. Anything come to mind if we say Saturn?
It had to be a Jag. It had to be a Jaguar. Well, I was driving.
Oh shit! Yeah.
In France,
Those are
really.
It's coming to him.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. No, but your legs get twitching sometimes.
He's been blown in so many great cars. That's the beauty of being a rock star. Is like, well, how many great cars have I been blown in? Like, for me, the list is very short. Fucking a Saturn and my BMW truck, and that's about it. I saw McCartney.
Saturn.
I drove a Saturn for a long time. The Nortons are Saturn people. We had Saturns, and that we were just, very.
Thank God they're extinct now, aren't they?
Are they?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I got a lot of fucking hookers in that car.
Right.
Jimmy got a lot of hookers in the Saturn.
A lot of prostitutes in the Saturn. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's really, you'd be surprised because it's not a great car, so you don't care a fucking
nice
hooker
to know you're
fee.
sharing your wealth.
A few daddies, too, Brian.
No. They're just
a few dads.
I'm not going to tell Brian about trannies. Come on. He doesn't want to hear about that, do you? No, me neither. No.
Stop. No.
Yeah. We all make mistakes.
Nurse, the curtains. Screams nurse, quickly.
Hey, where's the band at these days? What's the schedule?
We met up a couple of weeks ago in London, and for the premiere of the River Plate thing, we had a big premiere. That was lots of fun, and we just sat and we're having a talk about what we're going to do and all of this, and it was fun to be with the lads again, after a few months, and and we decided on absolutely nothing. Like we just sit there and have a good talk, but never decide on anything.
Do you guys get?
But knowing that talk is the step,
right? Do you get itching to get back out there?
Yeah, sometimes.
Start getting the itch?
Sometimes the only thing you don't want to do is all that travelling again. Think that the bit on the stage, that's a doddle, that's brilliant, that's 2 hours of hard work, but fantastic reward, And then the other 22 hours is just a pain in the ass. It's just every day, of the gig, rice and chicken at 2 o'clock to get us through till 9 o'clock. Water all day long, bottles and bottles of water, and then on the stage, and then that's great. And then the next day, exactly the same. Get on a plane, fly somewhere, get there, and it just goes there. And that's the thing that kills you is the travel. And that sounds glamorous to some people,
but it's just a grind, huh?
Oh, it is just a grind, but. Thankfully, it's the bit on the stage that makes it all worthwhile. It's fun. Yeah. That's the fun bit.
Yeah. Why would you go through all the other crap if it wasn't so much fun, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any? There's a line in the book too where you say it's almost as something as Gene Simmons' next career move. Do you and Gene not get along, or do you like him, or do you are you not too crazy for him?
I don't know the lad. I don't know the boy.
We do. He seems a bit of a jackass.
Well, 2 out of 3 of us think
that. I just read the line in the book, so I was wondering if you guys ever had any, or if you just think
it's just the lad does a lot of different things.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I said it's...
Not fond of all of them, though.
Well, that's why I said what I said. It's funny. It's funny.
Because it's funny, damn it. Yeah,
by the way, I learned that Chuck Berry was a cunt. I never knew that was the most important lesson I learned in the book. These guys, what, you guys opened for him or something? Or you did a gig with him?
I was in a band called Geordie, and Chuck Berry's my hero. He was just the greatest, one of the greatest rock and roll writers and singers in the world. And we went in Germany on a tour with my little band Geordie, and he used all our equipment for a week, free. We let him have it because we were such awe, And at the end of the week, he was sitting in his car, and I said, "Could I have an autograph, Mister?"
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he went, "I don't want autograph a day, and I've already signed it." I went, "Well, it's me, Brian. I was singing the other band. He'd been using our equipment." He went, "I don't care."
Oh man, what a prick!
Mean twat. So it was just one of them things. But it's like the old saying, never meet your heroes.
Yeah.
Really,
you'll always be disappointed.
Well, he wasn't the nicest man. I think.
A little bitter. A little bitter.
I think he hated everybody.
Yeah, that seems to be what it is.
I didn't take it personal.
We actually have to wrap up. You got to go to I guess Brewer, right?
Yeah, Brewer real
Jimmy.
well.
Over there, Jimmy.
I like old Jimmy.
Yeah,
and then you got me again on the Boneyard. I'm doing you again.
Hoorah!
By the way, the book is called. I am being very honest when I tell you the book is hilarious. And I said I have no interest in cars because you don't have to have an interest in cars to like this. It's like the way you tie it in, it's fucking. It's a truly funny book, and it's interesting.
Please, you liked it.
I loved it. I say so. I'm on page right now. Not that you give a shit. I'm on page 122. I fucking blew through 100 pages.
Wow, you're halfway through.
Yeah. So
there
you go, lads.
Thank you, Brian.
So much, man.
Hey, lads, thank you very much.
Can't wait to have you back, Brian. This was great.
Swear so professionally.
Oh, yeah.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on the Virus, Sirius XM.
Like, I was watching that George Harrison documentary, which is amazing. Scorsese put together that George Harrison documentary.
Where's that
fucking
on?
amazing.
It's on HBO.
I gotta watch
it.
It
Is
I love
fucking
documentaries.
great. You don't
like
even
6 hours or something.
Yeah, it's
What?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
I haven't seen. No, dude,
I'll invest 3.
it's fucking amazing.
6
No,
hours.
3. That's a Ringo documentary.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, Jim Jefferies in studio, of course.
They have pictures and video. You didn't realize, even very early on in the Beatles' career, there were people just taking fucking so many pictures of these guys.
Yeah.
There's like pictures of George at 17 years old. And with the band and stuff, and
Right.
just at these clubs, and it's weird because it was a long fucking time ago, and people didn't have camera phones, so you needed a photographer there with a good camera, and they always had these chicks around that seemed to be very good at photography, and there's a lot of really artistic photos of all the Beatles.
The couple in Germany.
Yes,
that
yes.
Stu Sutcliffe ran off with the bird and then he ended up hemorrhage. You watch that movie with the Backbeat or whatever.
Oh, with
Yeah,
Jason
That's-
Statham. Oh.
Yeah, right.
Stephen Dorff in it.
Do you think
Yeah.
Lennon was attracted to the Sutcliffe?
To the well, so there's a lot of rumours about Lennon and the cock, isn't there? Because of Brian Epstein.
Yeah, Brian Epstein was
There were a few rumors with the Lennon there.
definitely.
Yeah, but Sutcliffe, he was a good-looking lad. He had a bit of the James Dean about him.
Yeah.
Sutcliffe.
Yeah, and then like look at all these pictures. So like, yeah, we would dress like Teddy boys.
Yeah.
And
So he joined a skiffle band.
Skiffle band, stupid dressed like Teddy boys. And, we didn't get into the leather until.
Well, Brian.
And then
later.
Brian Epstein came along and put us into suits. And we thought, all right, let's get into the suits then. If we're going to do this, let's do it properly.
But Lennon hated the fucking suits.
Yeah.
He wanted to be a Teddy boy.
I tell you what, when you go
Weren't
visit
they real
Lennon's...
tough guys, Jim? They were like, people say that their image is weird, but they were tough guys for real, right?
Well, see, Lemmy always said that. Lemmy said that in his biography, that he said they played the Stones as being the working class, but the boys,
Right.
and the Beatles being the posh boys. That couldn't be further from the truth.
They were the Liverpool guys.
They
that
were from
fucking,
Liverpool.
Yeah.
They were hard as fucking nuts.
Yep.
And the Stones were the London fags, man. They came from the private schools and all that type of stuff.
They were telling a story about how at some wedding, some woman gets up and just starts playing the piano very nicely and everything, and John just walked over and dumped a beer over her head, dumped a pint right over her fucking head. Because he just didn't like what she was doing. Said something nasty and walked away. And the woman was just kind of sat there, got up, and dried herself off. But
every single ex-girlfriend of John Lennon has a story about, then he beat me up in the corridor. and I thought enough is enough. But he had a charm about him because they just want to get on the documentaries.
Yeah.
And you can't just go, he was abusive and a bit of a cunt.
Yeah. But the documentary shows that side of them early on where they really were just punks and shit. And then they put him in the suits. Love me do. You know I love you. And they do all that shit. And then their real personalities came out later on when they started taking acid and shit and decided, we don't want to do this fucking lovey-dovey, stupid 12-year-old girl shit
Did you ever
anymore.
see that movie Nowhere Boy?
Nah.
It was good.
Yeah?
It was good, yeah.
Which one was that now?
That was the one that just came out last year. It was like, it got nominated and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
it was a very popular film, and it's just about John Lennon's childhood up until about 17.
Oh, but someone's playing
Oh,
Lennon?
wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'd rather see the documentaries.
No, it's a really good film, though. Really
The
good film.
documentary's great. Now, as I was watching
I'll have
it,
to check out Nowhere Boy.
I didn't know Scorsese did this, a documentary on George Harrison. And I'm watching it and just thinking, how the fuck? I go, this is so well made and so well put together, and you could tell so much work went into it.
Yeah.
And then it's like Martin Scorsese, I'm like, oh, fucking.
I haven't
wonder.
seen the documentary yet, and I'm a big Beatles fan. Does at any stage does Clapton just go, yeah, I fucked him over?
No, but I only saw the first half so far. I still have to see the second half. But Clapton's in a lot of the first half, talking about how he kind of was always in awe of them. And whenever he'd be in like a restaurant or a bar or something, people would be like, fuck, that's Eric Clapton, Eric Clapton. And then like one of the Beatles would walk in, and Eric Clapton was just a piece of shit now, sitting in the corner. No one wanted to talk to him.
How about he finds another place
Clapton,
to hang out?
But you could see Clapton had like this, and still does have this thing about the Beatles, that they were the shit, and he was like a notch below them.
Well, that woman that was both of their wives, they reckon there's no one who's ever had more top 10 hits written about her than her, because Clapton wrote all of his, and she was just an extra on A Hard Day's Night. She was just like some model.
What songs were written about her? What's the list? Something's
like the big one from George Harrison. The big one from Clapton is
that cunt left me.
That was a good one. Is The Way You Look Tonight. Is the two big songs, but then there's a plethora of other songs underneath.
No how does something go? That's
I love something.
Something in the way
you move. Yeah, okay.
Kevin from Connecticut. Ringo killed 7 people while on tour in Canada. Is that true? You're a big Beatles fan.
I killed 6 people. Not 7. I don't like these slanderous remarks coming my way.
That's funny.
Wow, that's good, man.
Well, do you want to know how we know how to do that? Is because I think you guys had George Carling doing Thomas the Tank Engine. Was that correct? He did the narration on a couple of seasons.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, the narrator for Thomas the Tank Engine in the rest of the world is Ringo Starr.
Oh, right, yes.
So here we go. Then the fat controller came and said, "Come on, Thomas, time to leave the station." So everyone knows that one.
Yeah.
And then you have your George.
Yeah, George.
George.
Yeah, and
all right there, John, enough of that. I love that documentary where he goes, where Ringo's talking about then John came in with his photo of him and Yoko with his fucking cock out. And I said, "Come on, John, this is a bother." And then John said, "You just have to answer the phone ring." And I thought, all right then. All of his interviews are just every time they go, then Paul was being a bit of a cunt, and then George was unhappy with the situation because he wasn't getting to write enough songs, and John was on LSD laying in the ground, and then Ringo was like, "I just wasn't paying attention for him. I was just happy to be working."
It's great because that's exactly what he does in the documentary, man. Paul actually at one point also, and it was kind of weird and very candid to hear, because you never really hear Paul say anything like curse or anything during his career, and he's been like the clean, squeaky clean kind of Beatle guy. But he sits there and was talking about George's hair and how he had this giant coiffed hair when he was 17, when he first met him. And to hear Paul go, he's like, and I looked at him as, it's like you're wearing a fucking turban. He's got a fucking turban on his head. To get that kind of candor out of Paul, it was, and he's just sitting down. And you know what? To have a documentary where you got Paul McCartney sitting in a chair, just talking about the Beatles, and like Scorsese's fucking doing a camera move slowly around Paul, and the lighting is impeccable. It looked amazing.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, when I found out it was Scorsese, it's like, oh, yeah, wow, silly. Like, yeah, Scorsese wasn't making a shitty-looking film. Wow.
It wasn't some students with a flip camera.
Right, yeah. It's a great documentary.
I have a Paul McCartney story if you want to hear it, but it's pretty.
I love that.
It's anyway. When I first gave up drinking for the first time ever, and this was the first weekend of my adult life I hadn't drunk. I was presenting at the Q Awards in Britain, which is a music magazine in the UK, and I presented the Lifetime Achievement Award to Madness. You know Madness?
Madness, sure.
Heavy
monster sound.
Right, so
very good.
I presented the award, and then I come off the stage, and I walk into the stage, and I see, like, Robbie Williams sitting there with Take That, and I go, oh, that's interesting, they're getting back together. And then I went, oh, and Paul McCartney, and I went, Paul McCartney. And I stood there and just froze up like a fucking spack, right? I didn't move, and he gave me this sort of wink and a point that was like, move on, like he must do this all day, like, Like,
don't bother.
I get it.
I know you're
go.
stunned.
So I go back to my table with my girlfriend's there, and I hadn't been drinking. I said, fucking Paul McCartney's here, right? She's fucking leathered. This thing's sponsored by vodka or whatever. She's drinking these martinis. She goes, Paul McCartney. I go, shut up. There's still awards going. later on in the day, after the events were over, my publicist came up to me and they said, and she goes, do you want to go to the goodies room, like the gift room? And I've heard about these in movies where celebrities just walk. You guys have probably had this happen, but I've never.
No.
Where you walk in and they just give you free shit,
like
right?
thousands of dollars worth of free shit.
Jewelry and shit,
jewelry,
right?
watches, like Rolex sponsors it.
Well,
shit.
that wasn't as big as that, but it was some good stuff, right? So I go in there. First thing I say to my drunk girlfriend is, all right, first of all, we're meant to be here, all right? Let's not get too excited. And anytime someone gives something to you, go, thank you, but don't go, fucking hell, is this free? Right? So I go, we're meant to be here. And she goes, right. We go in, and then, like, the first thing, she's like, look, that's the type of jeans. I shut up.
Like
right?
a scene.
So we go in, we're wandering around. I've left her to her own devices, right? I'm getting in this queue, and I'm waiting to get a pen. It's like £100 pen, right? This thing, and I just got to sign a book. I've got to be photographed with the pen, and there's all these other celebrities waiting for the pen. And I'm standing by Neil Finn. I don't know if you know who Neil Finn is. Neil Finn was the lead singer from Crowded House. Hey now, the dream is over. Now in Australia, that's a huge band. They're actually from New Zealand, but in Australia, they're as big as you get. And I was standing behind him, and I was like, "Fucking hell, man, that's Neil Finn." And he turned around and said something innocuous like, "Long wait for a pen," and I went, "Oh yeah." I don't know what to say. And then I said, "Oh look, Neil, I've been a big fan of yours for years, man." I said, and he goes, "Really?" I go, "I've actually seen you 9 times live when I was a teenager. I would have seen you 10." But that time I was meant to see you the last time, there was an earthquake in Newcastle and the venue smashed down 2 hours before the show.
Ow.
And he said, oh, yeah, all of our roadies and manager died in that. And I was like,
no fucking way.
That would be the gig. Yes, that I've just reminded you from 1992 about when all your friends died. So I'm standing there going, oh, fantastic. And then he sort of turns around and I'm like,
of course he would.
Sake. My 4'11" girlfriend rocks up. She's now wearing a top hat like fucking Slash. She's got all these bottles of perfume under her arm and pairs of jeans. And she's off her tits. And I'm stone sober for the first time ever. And she's like, look at all this shit I've got. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, will you? And Neil Finn turns around and rolls his eyes like, new celebrity, new money. You know,
yeah.
He gives me that douchebag look,
Look
right?
what he's got to deal with.
So I'm just standing there with this little drunk. She's going, I'm sorry. She's still holding all of his stuff. Anyway, 5 minutes pass. Neil Finn's 21-year-old son walks up wearing a fucking top hat, holding jeans and perfume on his arm. And he's like, look at all this shit I've got, Dad. And I roll my eyes at Neil Finn like,
At least I get to fuck her.
Yeah. So I'm standing there, and then, like, Neil Finn's son turns to Neil Finn and goes, hey, Jim, that's Dad. He goes, hey, Dad, that's Jim Jefferies. And I'm like, I'm back in.
And now you're in.
I'm back in with the Finns.
Remind him of the death of all of his loved ones.
They can't fuck with me anymore. I'm back in. And so I said, hello, mate. He goes, can I have a photo with you? I said, only if I can have a photo with your dad. And he went, yeah, go on. Right? Because I would never ask for a photo in that situation because it was that celebrity room.
But now it's a trick.
And so I go to my girlfriend, I go, well, you got that camera I told you to bring, right? She pulls the camera out. She gets the camera out. She gives me this vacant look, and she sort of does the clicking motion. And then she drunkenly walks up and goes, oh, I didn't put batteries in this. And I went, oh, that's a fucking shame, isn't it? That's a real, I'm shattered, right? I'm like, what are you going to do? So I turn to Neil Finn, I'm like, maybe next time. And then I walk up to my girlfriend and do what every girlfriend and boyfriend, husband and wife have done since the dawn of time. I walk right up close to her face, and just so she can hear, I go, all you had to do was bring the fucking camera. Right? She bursts into tears throws all of her shit on the ground, and goes, next time bring your own fucking camera. She storms out of the room. Every celebrity's looking at me.
Oh, now it's a scene, yeah.
Neil Finn shaking his head. I chase after her. On the way out, Paul McCartney stops me and goes, not cool.
Oh, shit, really?
Not cool from Paul McCartney. You got not cool.
My two biggest heroes in music simultaneously thought I was a douchebag within minutes. On the first weekend, I didn't get drunk.
That's funny. Wow, that's great.
You got fucked.
Tell that story at the Stress Factory tonight.
Jesus Christ.
That's fucking funny,
I've never told that on stage because I feel it's a bit name-droppy to tell on stage.
No, that's great.
No, how you tell it? No, fucking way.
So
by the way,
anti-name dropping.
Yeah.
What you could have done is you could have had the son take the picture of you and him, and then traded emails and had him email you the picture. That's what you do with digital.
Yeah, I know. I'm an idiot. I should have just gone.
You should have got McCartney too.
Yeah.
And you know what's fucked up? You know how much shit Paul McCartney has seen over the years?
Yeah.
That he probably never said that's not cool?
Yeah, yeah.
He just saw it and accepted it.
But the thing
what you were doing wasn't cool. He has seen shit that has been so uncool.
He has seen John Lennon beat Cynthia Lennon up.
And never said not cool.
And then reject his child and not visit it for fucking 7 years. And all you can write is, hey Jude in response. Fuck off, McCartney.
That's funny.
Speaking of Hey Jude, there's a good part in the documentary, too, where he talks about kind of how they would be in the studio and getting these little tiffs about the music.
Yeah.
And when he came up with Hey Jude...
that was Paul McCartney came up with that.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
When he came up with it, George wanted to put this little riff in between every line. So he'd go like, hey, Jude, don't be afraid.
Jeez, I'm glad George is dead now.
Exactly. Apparently his fucking head was sloshing around even then.
I hear bad ideas like that can give you cancer.
Old fucking beer stein head.
Worst idea ever.
He said, and you listen to Hey Jude and realize those rests between the vocals are great. It makes it a dynamic song. And it's so distracting to put this little blues riff in between everything. And Paul had to tell him. And at that point, they were so, like, snippy with each other that George just kind of was like, all right, whatever. Like, fuck you,
all
pretty
pissed
much.
off.
Yeah.
Pissed off. And then it turns out to be fucking Hey Jude, so shut up.
Yeah. I was playing the Glastonbury Music Festival, which is the biggest one in Europe. And I was headlining the comedy tent, which is like, you're going on the last act, which is normally a real good spot. Except when I was doing it, the main stage is being headlined by Paul McCartnney, so I was only getting those those people who are like, I hate the Beatles. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
They're overrated.
So, like, everyone else had thousands of people come to the comedy tent, and I had, like, fucking 20 cunts. If they just left, right, and all I can hear over the valley, over these fields is, no. 200,000 people. I'm like, can you fucking leave? I don't want to be here. I'm trying to do as worst a gig as I can.
Like you're competing with that over the hill. That's fucking
yeah, that fucking gets people going. Man. Fuck.
Shit.
I love McCartney. We saw him at the Apollo. He was amazing.
It was amazing.
Best concert I've ever seen.
No fucking... There was not one song that you're like, oh, he can't do that anymore.
He does 22 Beatles songs and like fucking 10 Wings songs, and then you walk away going, oh, fuck, he didn't do that song.
Yeah, and there's still songs that you're like, oh, I wish I would have heard him do that. And
it's all killer, man.
I love his drummer, too. His drummer's like really weird looking and animated, but the guy he has on drums is fucking great. His band is great.
He got a great band behind him, and just to hear him sing those songs and have it sound just like it did. I mean, the guy's voice is amazing.
Well, it was interesting that the tour that he did, I think we're talking about the same tour, but he mentions on stage that it's like some of the songs had never been sung live. Like, because the Beatles stopped touring in '66.
Yeah, they weren't a live band.
And then so everything else was just recorded from Sgt. Pepper's on. It was all just albums,
studio.
never done live.
Wow, man.
And so he had songs that he was like, yeah, I'll give this song a go live.
Let me give it a
Never tried it before.
How
weird is that?
Cover bands were doing songs that they had never done. That's fucked up.
I was watching old McCartney clips recently on YouTube. I was looking up I've Just Seen a Face to see it live. I just like that song. And he was doing it with Wings in like '75.
Wow.
And I'm like, even in '75, this was like one of the good old. This was like a classic in '75. This was a 10 or 15-year-old song in '75. That's how fucking long his career is.
When you watch the documentary and see some of those early pictures from Liverpool, you realize how fucking long ago they started that band, and how long they're still being played, relevant. Everyone knows their songs.
Paul's still performing the songs.
That's
what was so fucked up when we saw him. It started with the Beatles, and here's the guy doing his thing.
Yeah, doing it.
Wasn't it great that he did them too? Like, he didn't avoid the Beatles songs and just do shit off his new album. Like, he knows what people want.
That's the amazing thing about seeing somebody like that, and not even somebody like that, him, because there's really nobody else like that from a band that was that legendary. That's still doing it, because you remember being a kid listening to these songs, and now you're watching the guy actually do it. It wasn't just like you were going to a show and watching a band that you liked. It was there was something extra to seeing him do that.
Did he do that bit where he's saying something on a ukulele?
No, if he would brought the ukulele, I'd have rushed the stage and punched him in the fucking face.
He did the one song. But you should know, because George Harrison was a huge fan of the ukulele.
Yes.
And was like a little fan.
How could you ever be a huge fan?
As a little montage.
Rabbi Shanker taught me the sitar.
As a little thing to George, that year that George died, he played the ukulele to something. That was the only time he ever covered a George Harrison song. It was very sweet.
And what did he close with? He closed with a Lennon song, too. What was the...
He sometimes does Give Peace a Chance at the end.
That might have
because
been
everyone keeps singing. They did it at Liverpool, and then there was just like, can you stop singing that lyric over and over again? It's past our curfew, and like Paul had driven home, and all Liverpool still going. We are saying. They never wrapped that song up, did they?
Yeah, no. They just sang it until the fucking lights went off.
It's a great way to get the guys out of the venue to avoid the traffic.
But if you've ever been to Liverpool, you give Peace a chance while you're being fucking pickpocketed the whole time.
So he closed with that?
Yeah,
that's a nice tribute to Lennon.
He did.
I think he did that for us.
Pretty cool.
I believe. I think it was the Lennon song that he closed the Apollo.
We saw Paul McCartney in, where was it again? The fucking Apollo.
The Apollo Theater.
With just the whole place was filled with celebrities and us.
Yeah, it was great. Man.
Couple stones in the audience.
Dude,
and Paul McCartney could care. I couldn't care less.
This story isn't my story. This is a friend. So I won't say who this happened to, but a friend of mine. He got booked to do Ronnie Wood's daughter's wedding.
Oh shit!
Right, and just like some
comedian,
comic, a British comic got booked to do it, and he goes along to the wedding, and he'd been telling me, he's like, fucking Ronnie Woods wants me to do his daughter's wedding. It's like the daughter seemed to like him. He's off the TV a little bit, this guy. Anyway, so he goes along to do the gig, and then they go, well, do you want to go on before the meal? He goes, no, I'll go on before the speeches. He goes, no, I'll go on after the speeches. Right, I'm not going to be a comic before the speeches, at the end of everything, right?
Yeah.
And they go, all right, whatever. So he gets up there, and Ronnie Wood goes, yeah, just to my daughter, the Stones want to play a little song. So the fucking Stones come up, they play a little song during the speeches. And then fucking Bowie comes up and goes, yeah, I'd like to play a song for everyone. And Clapton starts accompanying Bowie, right? And my mate's sitting there going, oh, for fuck's sake.
How do you follow that shit?
I'm going to follow this shit, right? And he reckons they all kept on drinking, and he kept on getting himself bumped back further and further and further. Later on in the night, he goes up, he sees Ronnie Woods, and he's shitting himself, and he goes up to say, look, Ronnie, when do you want me to do this, right? And then Ronnie's all wasted and goes, you were great, mate. Yeah, you were great.
Holy shit.
He reckons he just fucking hightailed out of there.
You might as well at that point.
Like, the thing is, he saw a Stones, fucking Bowie, and Clapton concert.
Supergroup.
Couldn't enjoy himself because he was just shitting himself the whole time.
So he should have went on before the speeches.
Yeah,
that's very funny. The fucking Stones.
That's an asshole. What is that picture? I see Ringo and fucking Paul.
This was for the David Lynch Foundation, apparently. It was back in 2009.
Wow.
But yeah, Paul and Ringo playing a song together.
They did a very funny sketch for Comic Relief in Britain last year where they were talking about what celebrity to send out to Africa. They always go, you got to send someone out to Africa. And they were like, you can't cry. You're too fat. But so they went to these celebrities. And in the end, the big kicker for the joke was Paul McCartney going, I should go. I'm the, a knight of the realm, a thing. I'm the last living Beatle. And they just cut to Ringo's face going, what?
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Hey, Bert. What's up, brother?
How you guys doing?
There he is.
Hey, man.
The fuck is this?
Take a seat there, Bert.
Oh, Juice? Thanks, Roland. Oh, obviously
Hey,
you're...
Roland. Why does your voice sound all gravelly?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Jets. You wore that shirt just the other day.
Well, I did a nagel. I woke up at 7.
Oh, shit. A nagel.
Yeah.
Did your alarm screw up, or did you lose power, or both?
I did exercise for the first time in 20 years, and this fat ass passed out.
What'd you do?
Wow.
The bike.
You know people die from that, right?
No.
Like not working it up 20 years.
Yeah.
And then you just start working out. It's like,
you gotta
That's
start
always how the heart
slow.
attack happens at the gym.
I don't remember.
Because it knocks some of that plaque off your arteries and then
for an
clogs some
hour,
shit up.
Went home, passed out, then I woke up at 7:10, 7:15.
Wow. You beat the shit out of yourself.
You literally passed out and then woke back up like like your body did a snooze alarm on you?
Yeah, and I just woke up and then...
Which means you're not working out anytime soon, huh? You're going to have to take a couple of days off now.
I don't feel sore. I feel like more refreshed because I slept in. That's fantastic. But
Oh, because of the sleep part, not the workout part. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Roland tweeted me last night. I was with, you guys know Cowhead, right?
Yes.
I was with Cowhead drinking. And
Is he here in New York?
yeah, he just left this morning.
What was he doing up here?
He came up to see me do Letterman.
What, you guys are old friends?
Yeah, I've known Cal since
He's a good guy, man.
for
I
a
like
long,
him.
really long time.
He should have came by and said hi to him.
He was going to change his flight, and then he was like, he's got to go back and do radio this afternoon.
How was Letterman?
It's awesome, dude. It was so surreal. It's so bizarre when you get him to laugh and do a Daveism. Like when he does that, like smirk to camera, like or one of those, and you're sitting there. Like when I sat down on the thing, I started giggling because I was like, "Holy shit, this is really fucking happening!"
Yeah,
like it's such a benchmark in your career.
The first time, that is a fucked up thing.
And he does one of his bits, and you get him to do one of his bits.
Yeah,
he's like, you're one of these guys, huh? And you're like, "Fuck, holy shit!"
He's doing that to me. What the fuck is going on?
It's like fucking a porn star, and then being like, "Oh my god, I'm really gonna blow a load on her chest." Like, that's probably a bad analogy that Travel Channel would hate, but that's exactly what it feels like.
What the hell?
When you stand in the back there, and he's like, ladies and gentlemen, our next guest, and
so
you're
all
like,
the guys that you've seen as characters on the show, the black guy and the guy with the red hair, and you're like, holy shit, they're real. They really have jobs.
I know, that's fucked up, man.
It's so
And then you walk out and you think, how am I going to walk? Should I look at the audience and wave?
Yeah, should I like, exactly. It's like Jim is the perfect body of this moment. Is that you're very real in those like I'm not famous, but I should wave to the people.
Yeah.
You embody that because you're very honest about that moment. But a lot of guys are like bullshit. Like a lot of guys would go out and be like, hey, like paparazzi was waiting outside.
Yeah.
And I got out of my car in a white T-shirt that I was sweating in and jeans. And they're like, hey, turn here. And I was like, you don't want to fucking see me. You're waiting for Shia LaBeouf. So I walked out. I just walked out like a fucking serial killer right to the chair and sat down.
Nice. And then you sit down, and for some reason, I was compelled when I sat down to just go, hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Like it's like, hey, Dave.
Did you want to look at Paul and go, hey, Paul?
You just
want to say that shit.
All you realize you're doing is an imitation of everyone you've seen. Dude, it's hilarious.
You're just like the A-listers that do the show.
Exactly.
It's like, I earned this, motherfucker. I earned this.
When inside, you're like, you don't want me to be on that couch.
And then it wraps, and you're done, and you want to lean over and have the moment where
have that talk where it's like,
the
music's playing, they're going to commercial. I think I did that just to make it look like that. Because the people at home, they don't know. So you lean over and you're like, hey, so you're going to commercial, huh? Just to make it look that way. And I did realize all I was doing was an imitation of everyone I've seen on Carson, on Letterman.
Just
on
mimic it.
Mimicking from when I was a kid.
We had to walk out and there were tennis balls all over the fucking stage.
I saw you got y'all's
We had
appearance.
to walk.
Oh, yeah.
And we dressed up in suits.
Oh, it was
like
great.
we're going
That
to
was the one
church.
thing. They're like, what are you going to wear? And Cowhead called me. He's like, do not wear a fucking suit.
Don't wear a fucking
You've never
suit.
worn a suit in your life. He's like, go like you're on stage, wear a t-shirt, jeans, and your boots. And I was like, yeah. So I packed it. My wife's like, who the fuck do you think you are, Johnny Depp? She was like, get a collared fucking shirt and pack a colored fucking shirt.
Slob.
So
what
then
are you
I
doing?
showed up with 4 colored shirts because I was like, I don't know which one will look good.
Yeah.
Oh, I was such an amateur. Oh, it was
Know who
ridiculous.
loves you over there
we
is
don't like the
Justin loves you.
Oh, Justin's
emailing me. He's like, you have to have Bert on the show. I'm like, we're going to have Bert on the show. Relax.
Justin was amazing.
This is a good fit for us, Bert.
I met him through Cal, and
he's very cool.
Oh, one of the fucking greatest guys. Him and his brother.
Yeah,
and it was like
solid dude.
They told me they're like, so these are the talking points that you're gonna do. Bizarre. Like Travel Channel's very
I can say whatever I want on this show.
Yes, you can.
On this show,
They're very micromanaging me because I'm a little bit of a media nightmare. Like I have a horrible digital footprint. Like my first meeting with the president, she was like, "I typed in your name and I saw you get your asshole waxed," and I was like, "Yeah, that's my funniest thing I've ever done." And she was like, "Yeah, well, that's not us.
We don't do that."
Wait, why did you get your asshole waxed?
It was a long time ago. I had a show called Hurt Bert, and I take dangerous man's jobs, and that was like what got the show. I got a full Brazilian wax. It's maybe the funniest thing I've ever done, and it's before Jackass. It's before all of that.
You did ball bag?
Yeah, I did the whole thing.
Wow.
I'm telling you when I say this, it's the funniest thing I've ever done, but it's also when segments were 7 minutes on TV, so it's like a 5-minute segment, which, you know. So, I get there, and the producer, Mike's like, doing a conference call in the morning, and he's like, so we want you to tell about the time you robbed a train in Russia. We want you to tell you about the time that you fought a bear. We want to tell you about the time that you went to Disneyland and took acid. And then maybe we'll talk about the show. And I can see the PR people going, what the fuck? Just talk about the show.
Just the show.
And so I get there, and I'm like, man, there's a lot of material. And they're like, it's going to be 9 minutes. And I was like, holy shit. And then Shia LaBeouf goes long, and they're like, well, it depends. It's however long Dave wants.
Shit.
But I was so nervous I had to tell all these stories that I've never, like, on national television, and then Dave just fucking so comfortable. He's like,
he must have been loving it.
Hey,
can you tell us one of those stories? Because we didn't get to watch Letterman last night.
I didn't tell any of them. I just told.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I didn't. I ended up not. We just ended up talking about the show.
Why did you jump, Bert? I read that you jumped out of the. My ex-girlfriend did that, where you jump off the thing in Vegas.
I was the first person to do it.
Were you?
Yeah, I was the very first person to do it.
Before we go there, I want to hear.
Guinea pig.
Hold on, before we go there, though, I want to hear about you robbing a train in Russia. That's crazy. Because then we'll get into the show and all this crazy shit you've done as Bert the Conqueror. I want to know more about Bert.
I'll tell you. It's so fucking bizarre because I've heard this show so many times, and you always think like, what will it be like with the first time I'm there? And then you're like, oh fuck, I guess I'm telling this Russian mob story. So I studied Russian in college. Just on a fluke. I thought it was a Spanish class, and showed up at noon, and they were introduced a different alphabet, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
You come across as a party animal. How the fuck did you take?
I was the number one party animal in the country.
Russia.
Rolling Stone magazine wrote an article about me, calling me the number one party animal in the country. So yeah, I'm not fucking by any stretch of the means wanted to learn the language. I just wanted to see. And the lady said, I need 14 people to take the class. If you stick around and just show up, I'll let you fucking get a C. I was like, done.
C,
fucking done.
Yeah, man.
It's Florida State. Fucking phone that shit in. So I ended up I had to take 4 seasons of Russian because all the kids that took it with me were with Russian 1, then needed Russian 2 and 3 and 4. And then they go to Russia and they're like, fuck. So this is back when the mob ran Russia, okay? And so they told me on the flight over there, like, listen, we had to pay off the mob to chaperone us so that we don't get patted down everywhere we go. So we got 2 young gangsters that we'll meet. They're like, don't make eye contact with them. Don't engage them. Don't fucking... And nothing. Leave them alone. They're just to make sure we don't get robbed everywhere we go. And all I'm hearing is fucking, let's get to know these guys.
These are the interesting
these are who I
guys.
want to party with. So the very first night, and I don't speak any Russian, the very first night I got a bottle of vodka, a 6-pack of Baltica, and I knock on their door, and this guy Igor answers the door.
Igor, yeah.
With just a wife beater and a cigarette and fucking track pants. Total gangster. And he's like, "Shto." And I'm like, all the sentences I had practiced in my head just disappeared, and all I said with a bottle of vodka and a 6-pack of Baltica was, I am the machine. That's all that came out of my mouth. And he fucking starts laughing. He's like, what did you say? And I was like, I don't know, I'm the machine. And he's like, he's the machine! And then I ended up partying with him and all his friends for like an entire, 2 months, and they called me the machine. And so I mean, we partied like crazy. We went to a, I really shouldn't tell this part, but we went to like a mob boss's party, and the mob boss was like, I mean, I don't know if he was a real boss, but he was a big guy on the thing, and he was like, so this is the machine, and Igor's like, yeah, this is the guy I tell you about. And I was with one of my teachers who was a girl, and he goes, tonight I say we exchange women, and I was like, women? She's just my okay, all right, sure, yeah,
whatever you need, man.
And he totally ended up fucking
whatever you need.
He totally ended up. So then. We have to go to Moscow. Now, a different mob runs the trains, and a different mob runs Moscow. And Igor said, I can't go with you to Moscow. I can't even get on the train with you. But I've talked to the people that are going to be chaperoning you, and they're cool. They're going to party with you. They'll take care of you. And sure enough, man, we get to the train, and then 2 other gangsters, Igor and Igor, there are not a lot of names there, I guess, but these are their real names, are there. And he's like, this is the machine. If you give the machine vodka, you'll have a blast. And they're like, machine does not sit and coach with his class. The machine sits first class. I'm like, this is what I'm fucking talking about.
The machine.
And I mean, literally before we took off, the conductor of the train comes into our cabin, rips off the lapel to his shirt, hands it to me and goes, this is a present for the machine. It would be an honor to do a shot with you. I was like, these stories have gotten out of control. So within 20 minutes, we drank all the booze. And Igor and Igor are like, let's go to the bar cart and get more vodka. I was like, sure. So we go into the bar cart, and Big Igor's like, machine, go behind the bar and grab bread. And I was at Kleb, and I'm like, oh shit, I understood what he said. He's like, grab sear. And I was like, that's cheese. He's like, grab vodka. I'm like, I know that one.
I'm learning.
And then he's like, grab all the money. And I'm like, what?
Oh, shit.
He's
Wait
like,
a minute.
Grab the money. And I look, and no one's fucking moving, and it's just him patting down people, and I'm behind the bar with a fucking loaf of bread, a bottle of vodka, and I'm like, holy shit, we're robbing the fucking train. So we take the money, and we go back to first class, and the energy has changed in these guys' eyes. You can see it's like they're real gangsters.
Now it's business.
Like, Igor was a pity pat gangster. These guys, I mean, our teacher came back to yell at me, this lady Val. She came back, and she was like, you, sir, this is exactly, that was inappropriate. Big Igor takes a sip of vodka, spits it in her face, and goes, no one talks to the machine like that. She's like, I'm like, she does. It's okay if she does. He shuts the door. I swear to you, he then lifts up a thing of keys, and he goes, tonight when it gets dark, we're going to have some real fun. I was like, what? And he's like, we're robbing the whole fucking train. I'm like, motherfucker. Like, this has gotten way out of control. And sure enough, man, gets dark, and we start fucking breaking into cabins.
It's like a Bond movie.
It's the most insane fucking event in my life where you're just sitting watching a crime happen, and you're like, I wish I could stop it, but you're just part of it now. So we get done, we drink the whole night on the train, we pull into Moscow, and that same teacher comes up, and she's like, the police have been alerted. We've told the authorities, we told you not to hang out with these people. It was your choice. I don't know what to tell you. And I was like, motherfucker. And Igor are like, fuck her. This is Russia. No one tells us in Russia. Mafia runs Russia. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm going to go to the gulag. I'm going to be a punching bag in the gulag. Yeah. And we pull up, and sure enough, man, the cops are sitting on the platform with my whole class who we robbed is sitting in their pajamas with their bags open, crying. Because if anyone ever woke up, like this one Hungarian girl woke up, and Igor just spit vodka in her face. So the cops are out there taking thing, and Igor goes, fuck this, I take care of this. And I'm like, oh man. He goes out, and mind you, half of this is in Russian. He goes out and starts talking to the cop and yelling at the cop, like, I don't know what he's saying, but he's not, like, they're not exchanging recipes. It wasn't
bread and cheese.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm sitting in the fucking train car with little Igor just thinking, oh, I'm fucked. And then the cop starts yelling back, and they start pointing at me like, and I'm like, oh, motherfucker. And then the cop looks at me and points at me and says, yes, like, get over here now. And I'm like, motherfucker. So I walk out of the train, walk across the thing, and it's that moment, that, like, Midnight Express moment.
Yeah.
This is the end of freedom.
Fucked, yeah.
This is that cold where they find the pound of hash on your body.
Yeah.
And I walk up to the cop, and he looks at me and takes a beat, and he gets right in my face, and he's like, so I understand you're the machine. He's like, tonight you party with us. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And we went out and partied with these fucking cops.
Russia.
It was Russia. It was the Wild West. It was.
Oh, by the way, machine, we need for you to kill someone tonight.
They were bizarre, man.
Yeah, that's like, wait a minute.
We went to a strip club, and he's like, he goes, you drive cop car. And I'm like, I'm not going to fucking drive a cop car. He's like, it was bizarre. There was a magazine out at the time, like a periodical that used to talk about these two guys. I remember reading it when I got back. They would, I'm sure I'm gonna exaggerate the story only because it's been in my head for so long, but they would get a head from a cadaver and they'd write an article about it, and they'd put it in the middle of the car and see how much it would cost to get out of having a head in the middle of the car. I swear to you, I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called, but these guys would write these articles. It was fucking insane.
How much you'd have to pay?
Yeah, I don't know.
To be like, okay.
Yeah, it's a head. We get rid of the head. And Russia was insane back then. Like, insane.
What years?
This is 90, probably, I was 22, so probably 95, 94.
Yeah, so that's okay. Yeah. Communism gone. Yeah. They're just trying to figure shit out.
It was the Wild West, man.
Yeah.
Like, the most insane life experiences you could ever have. Stealing boats, like, just... we went over their study.
You're a weird fit for the Travel Channel now that I've talked to you for a few minutes.
We did a meet and greet at the network, like, right after the new regime took over. Yeah. And they're like... I told that Russian mob story when I was on the X show, like, 10 years ago. And we're doing, like, Fred Graver's the head of the Travel Channel, and they're doing, like, so tell us, how do you interview kids? Like, kids love my show. Like, I don't know why. Kids are obsessed with Bert the Conqueror. Like, if you've got a child that's, like, 4, show him Bert the Conqueror, and he's fucking glued. Like, and so he's like, how do you interview kids? Like, what's your, And then one of the young kids is like, "Can you tell about the time you robbed the train in Russia?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then someone's like,
I got it.
"Tell about the time you thought Will Smith was going to rape you." And I was like, "Oh, all right, sure." So, yeah, I'm an odd fit. I'm not like the other guys. But I think all those guys are like that kind of. You party with them.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, Adam Richman's funny as shit. He's...
Damn, man. Yeah, the Travel Channel. Well, the Travel Channel's changed a bit over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it used to.
I mean, Bourdain was a heroin addict. So...
Who?
Oh, is that not?
No, I don't know.
No, Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, Anthony Bourdain. I think it's pretty well documented.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was a heroin addict. I feel like I fucking just said down.
No, I didn't know
Outing people, yeah, let me tell you about this gay guy.
Wait, I get them all confused though. Bourdain did what show now?
He's the older.
Oh, No Reservations.
Yeah, No Reservations, and then it's Zimmern, me, and Adam Richman.
Right. Okay.
I think
Gotcha.
are the hosts, and then Zach and those guys who goes to Adventures.
Man. Wow. So yeah, absolutely is.
Yeah, and so they wanted me to tell that
Wait,
story.
you were voted the #1 partier at Florida State?
Yeah.
And Florida State was named the top party school.
Wow. Yeah. So then if you're the #1 partier in the party school,
what makes you the #1 partier?
Crazy.
I don't know. It was kind of like one of those just, you know how media...
Is it just alcohol or is it drugs too back then?
I mean, yeah, I was in college.
Yeah. Not even an answer, just yeah.
Yeah, like so I partied a lot. But then I just had outrageous stories. Like I was kind of I was the guy that like when I got to New York, everyone's like, "You'll never be a comic because you're the party guy." Like that guy's never funny on stage. Like it's just everyone always says, if you're funny in a room, you're usually not funny on stage. It's the quiet guy who's in the side of the room thinking who's funny on stage.
That's what alternative guys think.
Yeah,
they think that because a lot of them are not funny in real life, well, that's what makes me special.
Yeah.
No,
right.
Colin's funny in person. Keith is funny in person.
Yeah. That's what was so
most
confusing.
good comedians are funny in person.
All the guys I gravitated when I moved here was like Jim, Bobby Kelly, Ben Bailey, like DC, and then all the black comics like Tony Woods, Donnell Rollins, because I worked at the door at the Boston Comedy Club, and they were all funny to be around. And I was like, well, fuck that. Like, I don't need to go to the East Village. I'll just do stand-up over here.
Be cool.
Yeah, but I took a shit on a pizza box to win an election, and that kind of got their attention. And I just had, like, bizarre stories. So then they were trying to write an article about Florida State originally, and it was too broad a subject, so then they just narrowed it down and just wrote an article about me.
Damn. Rolling Stone, right?
Yeah, Rolling Stone, and then Oliver Stone optioned the rights to my life. I got offered like a book deal, and then I did stand up for the first time in Tallahassee, and it went really well. Like now, I'd never do it now because I followed 4 national like touring comics from Florida who each did 20 minutes. What a bad fucking in a bar. What a bad setup, right? and they're like, you just close the show. They wanted me to fail. Because they were like, fuck this guy.
Right.
And then I went up and I just didn't have any material. I'd never done stand up. And I just kind of talked for 20 minutes about whatever came to my mind. And I did really well. And they offered me my own morning show in Tallahassee. And I was like, are you serious? And the guy's like, yeah. He's like, you come work with me and be my sidekick. And then in like 2 months, I'm leaving. I'm going to New York. I go, why aren't you staying in Tallahassee? He's like, fuck, who wants to live in Tallahassee? I was like, way to sell it to me. I was like, I'm fucking moving to New York too. And then moved to New York and started doing stand up. But yeah, like I guess I was just always loud. Like, just one of those. Yeah, and I end up getting into weird fucking scenarios. So
that's the party.
How many years since you lived in New York?
It's got to be like 10 now.
I remember Bert. You know, every night I would see him, or 3 or 4 times a week. I can't believe it's been that many years since I saw you every night.
Yeah, I used to work the door. Boston Comedy is dead now. I guess
it's not a club anymore. It's a restaurant.
Yeah, those are fucking. That seems like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, Red Johnny and the Round Guy and Chappelle.
I see him all the time.
You see Johnny, right?
I see Johnny all the fucking time. And Chappelle would come by. I remember that was like when Chappelle was like getting fucked by the industry, but he hadn't lost his mind yet. That's fucking wrong to say. But you know, everyone knows.
No,
I'm sure he does.
True. Yeah.
But I remember him telling me like I just got a development deal with Will Smith, and I was like really excited.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, I remember. Those are like the most defining moments. So I remember Patrice O'Neill said the most brilliant thing to me. We were in Scotland together, and I had gotten this deal, and I'd gotten a TV show. It was me, Voss, and Patrice living in like a fucking flat. And fucking Patrice is just genius.
Yeah.
Sitting across from me, eating blood pudding with 5 eggs and just fucking sausage and meat. And just, you know
what brilliant thing did he say? Bert, I'm going to die before my time.
He was like, you know why I feel bad for you, Bert? And I was like, I don't know. And he was like, just slopping it into his mouth. He's like, you got no foundation. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, when all this goes away, you go back to zero. But until you're a comic and you can fall back on a career of comedy, you got nothing. And I was like, in my head, I was like, who gives a shit? I'm getting on a TV show. And then sure enough, all those TV shows went away, and I was like, I got fucking nothing.
Now I got nothing.
Nothing. And literally, like Jay Moore just fucking saved my life. I opened for him one night. I'd never met him. I've met him like a couple times, but not like didn't know him. Met him, opened up for him in Ontario. KP Anderson was featuring, I was hosting, and after the first show Thursday, we did 2 shows Thursday, Jay said to me, so do you want to be like a real comic? And I was like, fuck yes. And he was like, okay. And he's like, KP, we're going to switch it up. Bert's going to feature. And then he's like, if you can do this, and you'll be my guy forever. And I was like, fuck. I went up, featured, killed it, and Jay was like, check my schedule, you'll just tour with me from now on. I was like,
damn.
Oh, like fucking.
That was easy.
Yeah, that was
great. Yeah. Great.
I'll take a movie.
That's great. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, so, but yeah, it's bizarre coming back to New York. I don't like it. I don't like it as much as I used to.
Where do you live?
I live in L.A.
Oh, okay. L.A. guy.
Yeah, 2 kids.
Oh, LA's
wow,
great
really?
when you're working, though. It's like every New York comic thinks you're supposed to hate LA, but then you go out there and you got a gig. It's actually fucking nice when you're doing a gig.
Fucking great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I love living in LA now. I've had like a month off. Because we wrapped Birth Conqueror in this other show, and I'm not going on the road again until like the 2nd week, 3rd week of July, and it's been fucking awesome. Just getting.
Yeah.
I got a man cave. Do you guys know the show Man Caves on DIY?
Yeah, we make fun of man caves on the show.
I fucking got one, and they're the fucking best thing ever. It's like shaving your pubes for the first time. You're like, oh, that does look gay, but it's fucking awesome. It's the best. I just get weird as fuck in that thing. Kegerator, wine refrigerator. Are you shitting me? I'm obsessed. I'm fucking all the gay shit I made fun of when I was younger. I'm like, fuck, I'll take it.
I'm gonna do it. Yeah, fucking.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you're not working right now?
No, I'm off.
See, this is what we were just talking about.
I know, right?
Why the fuck are we working every day?
Just taking
Sorry,
some
Bert.
time.
Anyway, that's something
Not having to deal with it.
When was the last? But you guys take vacations.
Yeah, we get vacations.
Yes.
Like, and you know
5
you
days
have
a week.
time off. Yeah.
To know you're going back.
We're pretty much slaves to this place right now.
You know when you're going back.
We got some shit to figure out down the road.
Why did you jump I don't know if it's for
sorry.
a show. No.
I just wanted to get to know him a little bit before we started talking about
I actually didn't know that.
the show.
I didn't know if it was for the show or not. Or
Yeah, it was for the show. It was they had just opened it, and we had it was like the first season, and they called and they were like, they got this new ride in Vegas it's called the Sky Jump, where you jump off the side of the stratosphere and you land on the ground. It's not bungee. And I was like, in my head I was like, oh, it can't be that bad. But I had no frame of reference for how big the stratosphere was. I mean, it's as tall as the Sears Tower. So I get there, and I see it, and I'm start fucking flipping out. And then the night before, I had a full-blown anxiety attack, like throwing up in a bathtub, like
shit.
soaking wet with sweat. Called my wife, and I was like, I'm fucking running away. I'm going to drive to the middle of the desert and not show up. And she was like, you can't do that because they're going to sue us for the production cost. And she was like, call the producer and tell him you just can't do it. So I called Dan Adler, the head of one of the heads of our shows. I was like, I can't do it. And he was like, that's fine. He's like, I get it. There's going to be things you can't do, but I need you not to do it at the top. Like, I need you to be dressed on the edge.
Oh, ready to go.
And then not do it. Like, and if you do that, then I can make a show out of that. But if you just say at the bottom, oh, I can't fucking do it. He's like, we don't have a show. So I was like, oh, okay. And in my head, I'm like, oh, fucking easy. I can do that.
Oh, he worked you so bad.
Oh, man, yeah.
I have to say, he
Brilliant.
got you bad.
I get dressed in
Just
the
put the head in. That's what that was.
Right.
He's singing. He's slipping with a moccasin.
bad.
1 finger, 2 finger, cock. It's so
That's a smart guy right there.
So I get dressed in the outfit, and I'm like doing interviews, and I'm like, oh.
Knowing the whole time, I'm not doing
I'm
this.
not fucking doing this. And I was like, throw me from your building. And everyone's like, yeah. And everyone's chanting, Bert, Bert, Bert. And I get on the edge, and my camera guy, who's obsessed with your show, by the way, Scott Sands, he's literally from day one, he's like, what are you doing O&A? So he listens to every fucking episode.
Awesome.
So he's on the side of the building, harnessed in. This guy's fucking a gangster, not afraid of anything. And harnessed into the side of the building, leaning off with the camera, like this fucking big 900 camera. And I'm on the edge, and I'm doing my reads, and I'm like, and in my head, I'm going to back out any second now. And he's like, starts giggling. I was like, what? And he lowers the camera and he's like, there's like fucking 400 people here. I go, what? He's like, the mayor's down there with a shot of tequila. Like, he goes, it would be easier for you to jump than spend the next hour and a half explaining why you didn't jump. And I looked around and there's like little kids around the glass enclosure like, Bert, Bert, Bert. And I look down, there's fucking people waiting for me. I'm like, holy shit. And he goes, dude, it's 16 seconds and you'll never have to fucking explain why you didn't jump. And I was like, and then I just started fucking losing it. And I was like, fucking, I'm jumping. I'm on the phone fucking jumping. And they're like, and everyone's like, no, we're not ready. We're not ready. Hold on. Don't jump. And I was like, fuck you.
I gotta do it now, yeah.
And I just jumped. And it was the best feeling in the world. Like, I said it on the show, but it's better than the birth of my second child. Like, wow. It was like the first one you really remember. And then your second one, you're like, oh, I remember that kind of. I think I took a Xanax. We watched Uncle Buck. But I got on the ground and I was like, I was alive. There's a moment when you do these crazy fucking events, like where you like bungee jumping in LA, where off a bridge, and that moment where the ride works, where the thing works, and you don't fucking die, where you've never felt more alive in your life. Like shovel racing in New Mexico, you just sit on a shovel and go down a mountain at 70 miles an hour, like in snow. The first part of shovel racing, you're like scared, and you're like, and then all of a sudden you get to like 40 miles an hour, and you're going good, and you're going straight, and you're like, oh, I'm fucking halfway down, and you're like, fucking charge it. You're like, those moments, I get chills thinking about it, but the sky jump was like
When did it happen for the sky jump? The minute you left, or the minute, because you don't slow down until you hit the fucking bottom.
The minute you feel the pulley system starting to work. Like the second you leap, you're like, motherfucker, and then all of a sudden you feel your body go parallel, and you're like, okay, this is working.
Do you feel like you're being lowered or falling? I heard it's like a controlled descent.
It's not as intense as like say like I did an unattached free fall, which they don't do anymore. It's illegal now, but they take you up in like a fucking tower, like it's a 15-story tower, and then draw you up, and there's a net underneath, and then they lower you below the cage in this harness, and they just pull a pin and you fall into a net like 12 stories. Wow. There's no fucking feeling like that. I mean, I've skydove. I went skydiving with Rachel Ray, and that was like cool and crazy, but it's like that feeling of free fall. You don't get that on sky jump. It's beautiful, it's crazy, it's insane, and you definitely feel like you're free falling for like probably 12 seconds, 16 seconds, but it's not as intense. Like bungee jumps is more intense, in my opinion.
When you fall into a net, they have to tell you how to land so you don't fucking drive your chin into your fucking knee?
They don't tell you that's why it's illegal now.
Oh.
Fucking thing. They literally, I mean, they didn't check. That thing was so, let me tell you something. This fucking ride, it's called, I forget what it's called. They won't even show it on my show anymore. Like, they don't show that episode that I did it in.
Why? You did it.
Because a girl got hurt. And so, this ride, when the guy made this ride, he was like, this is going to take over fucking theme parks. This is going to be the biggest fucking ride ever, right? So he goes to Vegas to the big coaster convention and puts it in the parking lot, and he gets his time to speak, and he goes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to revolutionize theme parks. Bungee jumps will be obsolete when you see what I have to offer. And if you'd like, I have a demonstration waiting for you outside. The fucking whole place stands up, walks outside, and they see this 15-story tower, and the guy goes, all we do is we put a guy in that, and they start doing it, and we draw him up, and we take him up there, and we drop him, and they drop him, and they forgot to raise the net, and they kill a guy.
No.
First fucking time when they showed the fucking ride. Talk about fucking like,
How do you forget to raise the net? How did he go, or there's no net? That's fine.
It's happened a bunch of times. Like, it's happened more times than is legal, so that's why they shut the ride down. But yeah, that's insane. One of the craziest moments.
Fuck.
Bungee jumping.
That's great. I can only do it once.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm not into heights. I can't do. How was skydiving? Was that really horrifying?
Yeah, because I'm a micromanager and like anxiety. So like I can totally get myself into a panic attack easy. And the night before, I'm in New York. We did it in New York, and I'm sitting in my hotel room, and I start Googling deaths. Skydiving.
Oh no! Why?
Well, that's not going to help.
Why?
So uncomfortably high. Like you'd think. What would you think the number would be? Like 5 a year? I mean, like you'd think you'd hear about them
for the whole country.
Fucking 40. Like they die all the time.
Man.
The mayor of Pennsylvania, some town in Pennsylvania, died like the week after I went. Like it happens constantly, and so my whole fear is like, what if the chute doesn't open?
Yeah.
Like,
That's the biggest.
That's your thing.
And that's pretty much it.
That's it. That's the only thing you give a shit about. And so Rachel was sitting next to me. I haven't flown sober in 20 years. And I'm flying sober backwards in some dude's lap, and I'm grabbing Rachel's leg like fucking panicked. And she's like, she's freaking out, like, calm down. And then she says, whatever you do, don't watch me go out of the plane. I was like, why? She was like, just don't. And of course, I'm like, I'm fucking watching.
Now you're going to watch.
You get sucked out of the plane, just like in a movie. And I see that and I start losing it. And then the guy's like, we're next. And I'm like, and I'm doing all the nervous hand things to stop. And the first drop, you feel that it's an awesome feeling. But then there is a moment when you're screaming at the earth, 3 miles above the earth at 120 miles an hour, where your brain says, what if the chute doesn't open? And then the only rational thought is, fuck it. Like, there's nothing I can do about this moment.
Done.
When you're falling, how do you not flail and kick? Isn't that your instinct?
You hold on to, they tell you just hold on to your straps and we'll do everything. The guy said to me, he's like, you can't kill us. Like, that's what he said. He's like, you can't. And in my head, I'm like, I could totally fucking kill us.
I bet I could kill us.
I guarantee you I could fucking kill us.
Oh, he was a tandem jump?
Yeah, it was tandem.
Okay,
he was holding on.
What if you punched him and knocked him out?
Exactly. Yeah. I was like, in my head, I was like, I could think of 10 ways. I bet I could come up with the most original way to kill us that you never fucking saw coming.
You're not going to do it on purpose, but all of a sudden you'll lose it because you're freaked out and knock him out.
Well, he said, he's like, if at like 6,000 feet or 3,000 feet, an emergency chute will open.
Yeah, so I can set on an altimeter. Yeah.
So,
is that how they do that? So you don't have to pull it?
It's an emergency thing.
You have to pull it.
But there are chutes that will open when you hit a certain altitude if you get knocked out or
How do you know what the fucking height is?
You have a watch that has it's an altimeter, like, so it's,
what if it falls off?
It's not going to fall off, Jimmy.
But these are all the thoughts I was having.
Jimmy's innocent questions are adorable.
But it's true. What if your watch fucking breaks?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. What if you hit a fucking bird and you I always think of that shit.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
you
right.
hit a bird and
that hurt?
You get knocked at 120 miles an hour.
Knock the fuck out.
It would be like catching a foot to the face out of a car window. Oh, that would fucking. I thought
like
of all
Fabio
this.
on the roller coaster when the bird hit him in the face.
Yep. That was talking about luck.
I know.
Hey, can we take a break?
Yeah, we can do that.
Could you stay, Bert?
Yeah, of course.
We got Linda Hogan at 9.
Shut up.
You want to stay for that? You can.
We're going to ask her about
I grew up in Florida.
We're going to ask her some shit.
The Ultimate Warrior was saying some really bad things about
basically
like Hulk
she was passed around to all the wrestlers, and we have to ask her about it.
And it's not a wrestling work; it's like real.
Yeah,
this guy.
I have some very good questions,
and Jimmy's got.
We'll let you ask some good questions.
Yes, Jimmy prepares.
Yeah, Jimmy prepares.
He types out his questions.
But we only got the book yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to read it. So I just perused.
Just read the end. I think it ends with a divorce.
Yeah, you just read the end.
Yes.
I want to find out if Hulk fucked. Beautiful Elizabeth.
All right.
I don't know if she knows that. Well, I bet you can ask her that.
Wait, you know that?
Yeah. That's Randy Macho Man Savage's big beef as he went down, and Elizabeth was there, and Hulk was like naked. And he was like, oh, Elizabeth's in the other room, brother. Yeah. I was a big wrestling. I grew up in Florida, man. Wrestling was like
huge,
and they all lived there. Like you'd go to the matches.
It's like he grew up in Florida and he loves wrestling.
No, I didn't.
He rocks from Florida,
dude.
He rocks a Florida guy.
What?
Listen, Bert the Conqueror, Wednesdays 10 p.m. on the Travel Channel. We're going to take a quick break, continue with Bert, and then Linda Hogan at 9. All right?
I'm going to go out and meet Fonzie.
Oh, yeah. Henry Winkler's here?
Yes.
I just met him last night.
He said, yeah.
He's funny as shit.
Did he do Letterman?
Yeah, he did Letterman. He did like their Is This Anything game.
Oh. I saw him on a reverse mortgage commercial though last night. It was kind of freaky. Like,
what is Fonzie not going to have a place to live? Of course he is.
Doing a reverse mortgage.
That Happy Days money, I guess, huh?
I was waiting. I had to tweet it. Like I was like, "What's next, Pinky Tuscadero?" in one of those vaginal prolapse commercials. How's your vaginal mesh?
Did you like Pinky or Leather?
I liked Leather.
I hated the way she did this though. The fucking.
How could you not?
And the point?
That's fucking awful.
That was her thing.
Yeah, look at that. Leather Tuscadero.
The fucking mullet. It was really awful.
All
and
what were
the twins?
The Malachi Crunch.
The Malachi Crunch.
Right.
The twins were the
twins that Fonzie never fucked, but always made it seem like he was gonna.
Who were
Fonzie
they?
never had sex with anybody, never fought anybody. He's just a fucking talker.
I wonder why he didn't want to do the show. Believe me, we would have brought this all up.
No, but that's not Henry Winkler. It's Fonzie.
Exactly.
Talk about Pat Morita had the fucking worst gig. Guy could speak perfect English. And
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
fucking, can you dumb
it down?
Chink it up for us, if you don't mind.
There you go.
Chink it up for us.
I was watching The Karate Kid the other day, and I thought to myself, do you think at any point Daniel's mom was like, I think this janitor's trying to fuck my son? They spend a lot of time together.
You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
It's like the
let's
Gordon's
go.
and Gloucester fisherman with a fucking cowboy hat on.
What is that?
I don't know.
Dick Tracy.
Yellow is very slimming. Is it a good move?
Is it a long
it.
coat or is it a long suit jacket without a collar? What is that? Wow,
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then he's wearing the "Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego" hat.
My mother bought that computer game when I was like younger. She thought I was younger. I was in my 20s. She thought it'd be fun. I was like, this game fucking eats my ass, Bob. I don't want to play this. Fuck Carmen. Cares where she is. Yeah, exactly. I hope she's dead in Uzbekistan.
That's not a bad game.
It is a bad game.
What's wrong with you, Jonathan?
Dane, I
It
hear
is.
you were playing Modern Warfare.
I'm on it, yeah.
Yeah,
You like it?
Yeah, I haven't. I wasn't in.
Yeah.
I wasn't on that night. You were playing with Bobby, and apparently Keith the cop took your care package that came down.
Oh, and I was pissed.
It's like,
I was really mad about the whole Patrice thing more, but I think it just came out over a care package in Call of Duty, and I let into him.
it's like you were dead though. You were fucking.
No, he was being a selfish little bitch, and I wanted my UAV.
Now you have such a notorious reputation for knifings
I do.
in that game. You really do. Do you get more kills with knives or with the
Not on the
guns?
new one. The new one, it's impossible. It's
hard.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the way they
It's tougher.
made spawn points and all that crazy, whatever they updated on the AI,
Yeah.
you can't really knife anymore. So now I'm back to like just semi-automatic.
It just
The
hurts.
only time you can get
You
knifed,
like making it hurt.
I get knifed all the time is when I come around a corner and I'm face to face with somebody.
Yeah.
And I don't have that reflex to hit the knife right away. I always go for the gun and wind up. I get knifed and I'm like,
Why can't you have a mirror in that game?
a mirror? It would be
Yes,
nice.
you would in
Rear
real
view mirror,
life.
so I'm constantly getting shot in the back in that guy.
But it's, the technology of the soldiers have like little whatever
see
the
behind
heads
you.
up
behind
display.
you.
Fuck that.
Would be
But
nice.
you're probably dealing with somebody using one of those Mad Catz controllers that has the extra buttons on the bottom.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
they have them?
Yeah. There's and it's not a modded controller. It's just one with a couple extra buttons that if you just squeeze,
You
it's
just
going to
tense
knife
up.
instead of having to push down. So you get a 14-year-old kid who obviously is faster than any of us anyway, and he's just
Yeah.
squeezing. And,
Do you have one of those controllers?
No.
Did you get one?
Yeah.
You ever
Yeah,
try to draw your gun up real quick and hit the knife when you're trying to shoot?
Oh, yeah.
I've done that so many times. You walk up to someone in a room and you're like, cool, man, I'm going to nail this guy. And you go to pick your gun up and whoosh, you hit the knife and then he turns around and just rakes you.
I hate to say this, I'm getting too old to play multiplayer because I finally am like really like a platoon sergeant. Like I'm really mad at a 14-year-old nobody. I hate this. You're playing, you get killed, and then the kid next to you is literally just facing the sky doing spins, and I'm like, you're just fucking spinning. Cover my six.
What are you doing? Thanks for the help, asshole. It's a kid. Yeah, he
I'm
doesn't know what
really
he's
mad.
doing.
That's funny.
Spending 5 minutes trying to get up a ladder.
And then they'll start talking to their friend but leave their mic on. So like, I don't know, what are you going to do? Are you going to go tomorrow? Because I think turn off your mic. I'm at war.
It is terrible. You just hear.
I don't know, my mom's she's not getting home for another 15 minutes or so. I could play for a little longer, but I don't know. Becky, get it yourself. Yeah, I don't know.
Like I'm trying to, you're really taking me out of the game here.
A million times. Are you going to prestige? Are you going to prestige? Why don't you prestige? You don't prestige, you're fag. Prestige.
What does that mean?
If like you unlock everything and you hit a level 80, and then you have the option of starting over, and you get a special badge symbol that says, I gave up everything to start over.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And if you don't do that, you're not considered to be
You're not cool.
you're not legitimate.
Wait, have you done that?
I did. This is I finally just so people would shut up. And then I hated myself for it.
They don't like when you're level 80 and you're walking around and playing the game. It's like, hey, what are you doing? You're supposed to fucking give it all away now.
Yeah, it's like,
wait,
if I had served, in Afghanistan and Iraq and came home, it's not going to wipe my memory clear and then give me a musket and send me back. Start over.
Yeah,
you're going to start over out there.
You catch up to me.
Yeah, they don't take your stripes and medals and send you back as a private.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what they do.
You get better. Fuck that.
Prestige.
I play those games, but then I just try to talk everybody into getting along.
He's at a peace summit.
Yeah, guys, please, this is not necessary.
Nice. Right.
The brand new Where in the World is Carmen San Diego is very good, Jimmy. You and your mom should
pick it up.
My mom loved it.
Pause it, prestige, play 10 rounds of knife a 14-year-old.
It is nice to be able to pause, go to fucking get a beer, take a piss, whatever the fuck, and then just start back up again.
Twitter it, share the moment.
Yeah.
What's the highest you can get to? Level 80?
Level 80 10 times. You can prestige 10 times.
And then what happens?
Then after that, you realize that you're nothing.
And then it's like, this was a waste of time.
They better have
you should have worked on a trade.
Yeah. Exactly.
You should have gone to a vocational tech school.
I needed a backup.
I could have been a painter or something.
You have to go through a gender transformation. That'd be great.
Yeah.
What's your favorite weapon in the game?
I like because I'll do the hardcore. Hardcore team. So
I love that. Yeah,
I'm using the MC. What is it? No, the ACR, and I'll throw a grip and a silencer on there. It's literally one shot.
Yeah, that's why I like playing hardcore mode. If you're not playing hardcore mode, you could shoot someone like 5 times in the chest. Nothing happens. They shoot you once and you're dead. Hardcore, you pretty much hit someone once in a good spot. They're dead.
Yeah, and they die in real life.
Yeah.
The butterfly effect takes place.
So it's most important. You don't need the automatic fire and shit like that. So you can trade in that for maybe not being as obvious to other people on the map, shit like that, like a silencer, or I like using some of the perks that make me a little more invisible to people's radar and shit like that.
I like to be off the grid, is what you're saying.
Off the grid, Dane, yes. But, I only play hardcore now, because the other shit, it's just like, really?
Yeah.
I sit, and that's what you hear from me on there.
Really? I fucking hit him 5 times, once in the fucking face! Really?
Dude, play hardcore.
Dude, what are you doing, dude?
Play hardcore, dude.
Yeah.
Why don't you play hardcore, you faggot?
All right, I'm a faggot. Yes, great. Kid just called me a faggot.
I never played that game.
Oh, you should, Jimmy.
It's my only vice. When I have nothing else. I've never alcohol, no addictive personality, but my one thing was video games. And what was so weird is I didn't play for a year. I actually have not played in a full year
since the last game, the last version, I think. Right?
Basically, but I think it's this weird thing from my childhood. I was talking with my therapist about it. I could only play video games when I was younger. When my mom would come home and be like, you get to pound the pavement, Dane, if you don't, earn your stripes and yada yada. And so I never felt good about playing something unless I worked and earned it. And because I took pretty much a year off, of comedy and everything else, I didn't play a game because I really didn't feel like I had done something to warrant it.
Wow.
So once
still in you.
Yeah, once I got back on doing the junket and all that, I was like, I'm going to get the new one. And
treat yourself.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
I'm a lazy slob. I play all the time.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
I watched a great show last night. That whole thing of the history of the planet Earth in like 2 hours. From the time it was just nothingness till now. Fucking cool shit.
Yeah.
They're just showing everything bubbling, and when Earth was just uninhabitable by anything, just lava and fucking shit. And then everything just kind of worked.
Everything just kind of calmed down.
Yeah, and then like it cooled, and then like some kind of the sun, the big yellow one, is like hitting the Earth, and the oxygen in the atmosphere at the time started to make ozone. Get back. Started to make ozone, and then after millions of years, it built the atmosphere, and then plants were able to grow because the ozone kept the radiation from the sun out, and they're showing the course of like millions of years. Then a ticker would go off, and it's like it would start counting, and then 40 million years later, we have this, and you think 40 million years, we haven't been here for shit.
Our lives are not even a blink of an eye.
Nothing.
Not even close to a blink of an eye.
What is considered modern man? Not some kind of primate,
Well, considering the Earth's only 2,000 years old.
Yeah, yeah. You watch shit like that, and you want to tell these religious people, you go, just shut up, you sound stupid. Just don't say it. You know what? God works in mysterious ways. Just say, I don't know. It's very mysterious.
There's a lot of mystery out there.
A lot of mystery, so I'm not sure. But
I believe we're spacemen.
Spacemen? Yeah. A specimen?
All you have to do is look at some of these videos online where you see how enormous the universe is, and then you start thinking that we were put on Earth.
You think like we were dropped off by some aliens?
And maybe that's what the God thing is.
Yeah.
The people that put us here. Well, it doesn't make sense that I keep saying this. There's man, and then there's a drastic drop off
to the next thing.
Yeah. Why doesn't anyone acknowledge that doesn't make sense? Because then after the drop off between man and everything else, then the drop off between each individual species is within range of each other.
Yeah, kind of there. But we're
like the old gag. You don't see like a giraffe waiting at the bus stop with you.
Or getting it. We're never getting into arguments with other animals about where we want to build things.
Right.
It's, people take up the cause of the animals, but it's not like, hey, I was going to build something here.
Right.
This rhinoceros wants to build something,
right,
and he's pissed off. Now we got to go to court with a rhinoceros.
Are they even starting to try to build a city somewhere?
Nothing. That lack of thumbs is a bitch. And you can't hold a hammer.
And we're fast forwarding quickly as man, and squirrels aren't. They're doing the same shit.
Same shit they've always done, dumb squirrels.
They're collecting nuts. They're licking nuts. That's all they do.
All on instinct. They just run on instinct.
Why aren't they developing iPads and fucking smartphones? They're doing nothing.
Really? Where is, like, a deer standing online waiting to buy the new deer electronic device?
Thank you.
It ain't happening.
But then people will explain, well, that's because of God and what do they say?
I don't. It is. We have kind of a divine spark in us.
Spark and all that.
Yeah, we were touched by God himself, and that's why we rule.
I like to think spacemen.
Spacemen.
Put us here.
Modern man's been around for about 80,000 years. About 80,000 years. Do you know the
Not according to Earl.
The reign of the dinosaur? 40 million years.
Wow, really?
Dinosaurs were walking around on the Earth in some capacity for 40 million years.
Okay, and
we've been here 80,000.
So the spacemen put us here 80,000 years ago to fuck everything up.
But it kind of worked. Like, time-wise, it works because you look and go, man couldn't have survived before that, really.
Right.
And with evolution, if you look at evolution, it really does make sense.
Yeah.
Things evolve. They just fucking take their surroundings and realize what you need to adapt. And if you don't, you're extinct. If you do, you evolve.
Right.
But religious people, they hear evolution. They put their hands over their ears, their eyes, and their mouth. That's it.
But why can't God be part of the whole evolution thing in some weird way?
Because evolution dictates that we were made from primates. And that's crazy. Now, you could argue the point, if you're religious, that, you don't have to take the Bible as God's word completely with that whole, because they say, the earth was made in a week. Give them a week. They'll make a world.
I want to know, as far as the Bible goes, what they left out of there. Because I'm sure they had a nice
editing.
They had an editor.
You think they had somebody there that was just scratching stuff off? It kind of gets a little wordy here.
Yes.
Let's take this
out.
out.
I know about that stuff.
We got to punch up this story.
One person decided, or somebody decided, we got to edit this book down a little bit. Well, I want to know what they left out and if that matters in our day-to-day existence.
And before God made the earth, why would there be days that were 24 hours long?
Of course not.
Because the Earth is spinning. When the Earth makes one rotation, it's a day.
Yeah.
So before he made it, it's like on the first day. It's like, well, how do you do that when there isn't a day yet?
I'm thinking the first day could be thousands of years.
It could be. God's day is probably a long day.
There are some really serious plot holes in the Bible.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too, Dan. Some serious plot holes.
Well, that's because they had a bad editor.
Yeah. Took out some very important parts of the movie.
They should have got Judith Regan.
It's It's like when you watch a movie on regular TV and they cut a bunch of stuff out and you're like, this sucks.
Yeah.
This doesn't make sense now.
Oh, my God.
But things like this will happen, tsunamis and earthquakes. I mean, they've been happening. They showed how the Himalayas are made and Everest. 2 continental plates
have to crash
just
together.
Smashing into each other.
But they're not smashing into each other.
But they're not. It's a slow, but they are in like Earth time and size and scope.
Right.
That is considered a smashing into each other.
Right.
But it's like they hit, and then over millennia, and then mountains
and then
grow.
push upwards.
One plate goes under the other, and the other one goes above it and pushes up Mount fucking Everest.
But it's not smashing like we know smashing.
No, but it's in a universe type time scheme.
Mm-hmm.
It's smashing. Yeah. It's smashing. Yeah, it's just we were so self-centered on our own time frame and our own self-importance.
You're right.
That we think everything revolves around a 24-hour day and how long we've been on Earth and stuff. We are the most insignificant pieces of shit that have ever been on this planet. I love how we think, oh, we're affecting it. Global warming, this, that. Fuck you. Do you know what happened? Like I said, dinosaurs, 40 million fucking years, and then just gone in the blink of an eye, and then other things pop up. Same thing that would happen to us.
We're not that special.
We are so not special. We stink.
I think about my own life, and I think, wow, what's special about this?
Nothing.
And we all have lives where we do just mundane stuff day after day. What makes us special?
It's like, oh, great, we'll be on the internet for quite a while, even after we're gone. We're talking about, with our careers and things we've done and the news we've been. Yeah, and what happens when there's no internet and everything's gone and every trace of humanity has been wiped from the planet? That'll happen someday.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'll happen. Every fucking thing that's been on this planet has been eliminated.
Yeah, but life will be somewhere else.
Yeah, well, who knows, but
I don't understand the people that really don't think there's life out there.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I mean, you just look at the numbers.
Yeah.
It has to be.
It's infinite. So, there's got to be.
It has to be. When we were growing up and they told us that there's like one little solar system and then there's like, 3 planets or something when we were growing up. I don't know.
We think there's other planets out there.
But that's crazy talk. Remember? They would be like, oh, come on now.
It's like planets. Well, of course there's planets. Well, and now it's like, oh, there are planets that pretty much look like they could support some kind of life.
Yeah. In our lifetime, I mean, what we've learned about space is just mind-boggling.
Space.
Right?
Yes.
You weren't getting
amazing
pictures of all these distant planets and
stuff.
stuff.
No, they were blurry blobs that they said, look, Jupiter, I think there's a spot on it. Yeah, and now you can see like fucking
faces
right into it. Right. There's people waving.
Right.
There's like fucking Jupiter people waving back, and you could see them.
Let's go to Howlin. How do you say your name there in Ohio?
Kayla. I called before. I just want to call and say,
dumb name.
Not so much Anthony. Sorry, man.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Not so much Anthony, but Opie. After Kaku yesterday, you're like the biggest radio douche in the world. You could do more. I thought you were kidding about the tsunami, man. I thought you were joking.
Oh, shit.
Oh, really?
No, we don't pull that stuff anymore.
Yeah, we can't really pull that stuff anymore, unfortunately. I used to love pulling that old gag, but we can't do it.
I thought you did it again. And Anthony, I am special. My mom told me so. So I will be out here forever. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, brother.
All right, you self-important ass.
All right,
sir. There he goes, Mr. Important.
Yeah, let me go to Bill in Ohio.
Hello, Bill.
Bill.
Good morning, gentlemen.
We're officially doing Pod Talk, yes. We'd like to do this from time to time. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, I want to say I'm not a Bible thumper, but Opie, you are correct. If you believe the Bible and the story of Genesis, God created man in his image and placed upon the earth. So if you believe, that you believe that aliens put humans on the earth, and according to the Bible, you're correct.
God is an alien, then?
I'm not even really joking. I really think we were put here from somewhere else because we're a bunch of humans are a bunch of uptight douchebags in general. But if you spend any time in nature, everyone just kind of gets along. Sure, you got the predators and all that crap going on, but but in general, everyone just kind of gets along. There's a harmony that happens in
balance.
nature. And then you look at humans, and we're all like 1 second away from killing each other over the dumbest shit.
They're all here to do our bidding, all those animals.
When nature kills, it's for a real reason to survive. We'll just kill because you were an asshole on the line at Starbucks.
That's true.
Yeah, you're right. And there is, again, you're right again, Opie, there is a huge drop-off just even between humans and our supposed closest relatives.
That has always creeped me out, because let's say there is a God and all that, and all right, the divine spark and stuff, but he decided the animals don't need any of this divine spark.
No divine spark.
Why not?
Or thumbs.
How do they explain that?
Well, I don't know, but you're kind of making it sound like humans were dropped here like we are now, just blunk. But if you look at evolution, we were kind of very animalistic and lived in kind of,
why did we
balance with the rest of the world? But we evolved to the point we are now.
Why isn't anything else really evolving at the rate we are? That's what
I know. Well,
what drives me nuts.
Our bigger brains, we had larger brains for our body size than any other animal on the planet.
All right.
The way we're set up with the opposable thumb, we're able to build things. The necessity, we're using our brains to build things out of necessity. There were people that lived in colder climates and needed to build some kind of shelter. So they figured it out, and then that led to the next step and the next step, and then you just kind of start figuring things out and evolving.
Fair enough. But why not? All right, then we'll slow down their progress.
All right.
Why hasn't a porcupine figured out the wheel yet, at least?
Yeah.
Or starting its own little fire. All right, we'll slow down. I'm not talking about fucking iPad technology.
I think because they're retarded. like their brain size for the size of their body, the percentage of brain size to the body size is really bad.
Really? They're retarded?
The porcupine's got a little head and its little dumb brain, a giant big fat body.
Then how is it that birds can fly to Florida to the exact same spot and come right back to the exact same spot in New York?
There's that instinct part of a brain.
So why can't they figure more shit out with that?
I don't know, because they got a bird brain. A little bird brain. They don't know shit.
Their capacity is not like humans.
And you look at chimpanzees and gorillas and the great apes, as they call them. Their brains are smaller percentage-wise than humans. So they kind of walk around a little retarded. But they figure enough shit out to, you could tell that, there's something going on there.
Well,
not that divine spark thing, but there's something going on. They can use simple tools. They communicate.
Fair enough. I do hear what you're saying. So there's people out there that have studied, let's say, the apes for the last 200 years. There's material that they could go through.
Yeah.
Okay? Have they seen any improvement in the apes and them doing anything different in the last 200 years? Because you look at our 200 years, it's pretty fucking amazing.
Yeah, but our intelligence hasn't gone up in 200 years, but our knowledge has gone up.
But has theirs, even if it's minuscule? Is there a study on that?
Good question. I have no idea.
Because I'm sure they've been studying certain species for a very long time, and they got documentation. So has anything changed?
But that's
even
like
the
an
slightest
offshoot. See, we're an offshoot of the primates from many, many years ago. And I guess their offshoot...
So they're just set in their ways forever?
That's pretty much it.
They're going to be set in their ways forever.
See, even when we had... Here's the deal. Even when we had the same brain size as we do now, but in Cro-Magnon era... When we weren't building things, we weren't making things out of steel at the time, but our brains had the same capacity that they do right now. But it just took us so much time to figure shit out because we had to encounter problems and solve them. I think they're as far as they can go with whatever they have. We always had the potential, but we didn't have the knowledge yet. And I don't think we're done figuring shit out and using our brain powers to get more intelligence, more knowledge.
It doesn't make sense that they're just done.
They're done.
All these other animals, they're done developing.
They're done. I think they're completely done with their brain power.
Wouldn't you think it would be infinite?
No. I think there is a limit on what any animal's brain can do, even ours. I think there is. I think there is.
Fascinating.
We'll probably hit a wall at some point, and then, some other thing will look at us and go, look, it's retarded. It can't do anything else.
Right.
It's gone as far as it can go.
I mean, with everyone just like preoccupied with their smartphones, you'd think another animal would take over the world.
You think at least they'd have a rotary phone,
something,
right?
Right.
You think the chimps would have a rotary phone by now?
Something.
At least they would have tied two things together with a string or
Right,
something.
anything.
Anything. That's all I'm asking.
Being able to communicate with each other with different things than just, you know? How about smoke signals from, how about make fire? Anything.
You want a creepy tweet?
Yeah.
Mongo the trucker.
Uh-huh.
Ope, the moon is escaping Earth's orbit at 6 inches a year.
Oh, yeah?
Without the moon, the Earth will be dead in 1 million years or so.
Oh, well. Ain't that a bitch?
But I don't
won't be.
I don't worry about that shit as far as humans go, because I'm thinking if we survive 1 million years and this Earth is like gonna get uninhabitable,
yeah,
we'll be somewhere else by then.
Yeah, probably.
We'll go destroy another planet, because that's all is going on. That's why we were put here, because we destroyed the planet we were on before that.
There's no way of traveling to another planet within any foreseeable future of what we have.
But fast forward another couple hundred years, we'll be
hundred years.
We'll be further out there.
I don't even think so.
I think so.
It's like, do you know how far away the next star is? Well, it's like you can't even. And any planet in our solar system is uninhabitable. We can't go to any of those planets.
You sure?
Yeah. Where are we gonna go?
What if we warm them up?
Yeah.
Ourselves.
Really?
Why not? Start by kind of just...
We need Weyland Yutani to build some fucking...
we just orbit.
Some shake and bake colonies.
We just keep orbiting.
Shake and bake planet.
And then slowly but surely warm up the planet somehow.
Yeah.
Which one should we go to?
Yeah, what planet would be good? Mars is dead. See, I think Mars is dead and Venus isn't cooked yet. That's what I think.
And anything else has too much mass, and we would just be crushed.
Gravity would fuck you up severe.
Do you think it's possible that we're just skipping from one planet to the next?
That's what I'm thinking. Like Mercury maybe used to be like the cool planet, and now it's just a burnt up Hulk.
Why not? If they were more advanced than us, and like, all right, it's time to leave this fucking thing. But we're gonna have to start over.
But then,
because you have to start over if you skip to another planet, and that's the problem with what's going on with us.
But Venus is closer to.
Just imagine eventually.
The sun.
We have to jump to the next planet.
Maybe it's pulling back because Venus is closer to the sun than Earth or Mars. So maybe the sun's going to contract and make Venus inhabitable.
Maybe we're just skipping from planet to planet every whatever million years.
Oh no,
I don't fucking know.
Such a we have such a lack of even the capacity to discuss this shit. Even people like Michio Kaku, it's all theoretical shit. We'll never figure this shit out.
You don't think?
No. It's too infinite. It's too big for us. We can't wrap our fucking minds around it.
I don't know.
It's like Charlie Sheen. We can't wrap our minds around it.
I think that brilliant guy that was in about technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, made some great points in his documentary.
Yeah, but it was
a snooze fest, but in between naps, man, there were some good things in his documentary about technology and where we're going. And how it's going to start improving really quickly.
Yeah, but it still doesn't answer that where we came from, where we're going kind of a thing. There's no real solid answers to as people. Our technology is one thing. We're great. Look, I love the iPhone. I'm going to pick up the iPad. I love all that shit. And as they get better, are they going to introduce it into us physiologically? You know, all that shit. But where are we going, really? What the fuck are we doing?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because our lives aren't really that important.
No.
What would make our lives important?
If we really knew what the fuck we were doing. Not this theoretical fucking lottery. It's like fucking a crapshoot. All right. Are you willing to sacrifice a lot of fun right now for eternal happiness in the afterlife? Come on, people. What door are you choosing? Eternal damnation? Or right hand of God.
Why does it have to be damnation?
Well, because you're not supposed to have fun now. This is your test.
That's stupid.
If you knew, though, wouldn't you be good?
That's just dumb.
Like, why does it have to be this faith-based bullshit? Tell me, and I'll be a good guy.
And what did I do where I'm tested as soon as I pop out of a pussy? What did I do?
Problem?
What did I do?
What the fuck did I do that I got to be tested?
Now I got to be tested my entire life for what? What did I do before this?
Give me the handbook so I could read it and go, look, God put you on this earth. Here it is. And don't tell me the Bible's the handbook because there's too much mystery.
When you were growing up, everything was cool until you fucked up, maybe blew off a curfew, came home drunk, whatever it was in your fucking family, and then you had some shit to deal with. But
now you're contending.
But logically, we have shit to deal with as soon as we're born.
Second year out.
What the fuck did I do?
If you're not good, you will go to hell. H-E double hockey stinks.
That's some twisted shit.
And if you are good, then maybe
all this temptation. That's twisted shit right there.
And the thing is, there's no guarantee. So you do this, and you sacrifice what little time you might have to have a good time and enjoy yourself, and maybe take a few liberties. But
I think the easiest thing to do is get that sin out of the way real early in your life, and then you don't have to worry anymore.
And then you get born again?
Nah, then you don't have to worry. You already sinned.
Deathbed confession?
What about guys pushing 50 and they've never sinned? They're fucking chomping at the bit.
They want to sin so bad.
I mean, logically, everyone sins by the time their life is over. So why not get why not get it out of the way early and then enjoy your life?
Get the big one out of the way?
Anyone that
like thou shalt not kill or something
makes it that you're not going to be in heaven.
So you get the whole thing of being ever going to heaven out of the way early,
real early, and then it doesn't eat on your brain.
And then it's like, well, if I'm good, maybe you'll never get in. Oh, okay, then I could just hang out.
And now you can relax because you already know.
Fuck out of wedlock.
There's people out there
shit like
that live their lives and they think they've never sinned to this point in their lives.
Yeah,
they got to be very, very torn. They got to be very bothered.
Religious people, it's just weird.
Yeah,
I don't know. If it works for you, fine. But wow, when you think about it, with some sense to it, if you take faith out of the equation, there's nothing that would ever lead you to believe that that's what's going to go on in your life or afterlife. There's no proof of anything.
I know.
So it's all based on faith. So what you're doing. There are a lot of people that make fun of people that go to casinos and gamble and do things like that. You're gambling your entire life on faith. Look, I'm gambling a lot of time that maybe blackjack will come up. That's what I do. I go to the casino and I go, I'm hoping my hand is better than the dealer's. I have faith that my hand will be better, so I'm going to bet this. Oops, I was wrong. I lose some money. If oops, you're wrong in this whole religion thing, you just lost your life.
And you wasted a lot of good times.
You wasted a lot of
that
shit.
you could have had.
You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM.
Patch in Burbank writes, to answer Opie's question, what the fuck did I do? According to the Bible, we're all born with original sin. I know this, because even Adam bit from the fruit of knowledge.
Well, what the fuck is
that wasn't
their problem?
my fucking problem.
Exactly.
Take it out on them.
We're not individuals? Then how come I can't piggyback on someone that's been really good? How come they bash us with the sin part of Adam and Eve with their original sin, but I can't just piggyback on some religious zealot that's been really cool? Oh, put me with him, and then I could be a bad boy, but I'll take up his good shit.
Can we get the guy that was on the phone yesterday to build us a time machine so we could go find fucking Adam and punch him in the face for giving us all his guilt?
$5,000 each?
Can't punch a woman, so we'll let Eve, slide on this one.
Me and you, what are we splitting it? $5,000 each?
$5,000 each for the time machine.
He needs $10,000 to go for the time machine
to go find Adam and punch him.
Was it a time machine? I don't even know.
And where are we going with the time machine? Are we going back and saying don't fucking eat that apple?
I say,
where are we going? Where are we going?
Well, if we go back and change shit, we know what happens there. It's going to be an offshoot.
I'll take that chance.
An offshoot. We could end up where Biff Tannen is the head of a big casino hotel.
I'll take that chance. I don't know about you. I got a lot of guilt.
Yeah?
I was a Catholic.
I'm not. I'm not too sure. I want the Biffco in charge of everything.
I'm taking the chance. Let's go find fucking Adam right now.
Why don't we go ahead and see how bad things get? And if they don't get bad for a while, then we'll just hang out.
From right here?
Yeah.
But we still have the guilt because Adam and Eve.
Just go ahead. If Biff is Jesus, that would suck. You go back and, hey, butthead. What are you looking at?
What did Eve do, you think? was just bothersome?
Eve was, she tempted Adam. That temptress.
With what? Her,
with the,
her holiest of holes?
An apple with the forbidden fruit. You know what the fuck that was.
Oh, it's not an apple.
Come on with the symbolism.
Oh, it's not about an apple?
I think it was more like a peach, if you know what I mean.
Really?
I think that whole thing. But although they were supposed to be put on this earth to procreate, so the sex thing is kind of... But I think it was dirty sex.
In the hole?
Yeah, I think they were supposed to do something.
Knowledge?
I think they were supposed to do something. They weren't supposed to eat from the tree of knowledge. And I believe that knowledge is carnal knowledge of the most dirty kind. I think he put it in her pooper.
Oh, this has nothing to do with an apple?
I don't think it's an apple at all.
Really?
No.
So if he just had straight sex, no guilt for us?
Yeah, I think that was the deal.
Because he decided I got to taste that.
He's got to, yeah, he probably went down.
There's some tasting that went on.
Like oral sex, probably very frowned upon. So we have to go through this test.
By who?
Because Adam wanted to go down on Eve.
And where were the rules?
No rules. They were given one rule. Do not eat from the tree of knowledge.
So why not?
Because
when you want knowledge?
I think that's pussy. I think that's the knowledge of
no, pussy makes
sexual.
you dumb.
It does. Well,
you don't get knowledge in pussy.
No, you just get a stiff neck and your jaw hurts.
You sound and look like a retard.
And then your jaw hurts, your tongue, the roof of your mouth feels like you were eating Captain Crunch without any milk.
There's certainly no knowledge going on.
Shards of flesh hanging down. Your lips hurt. Chapped lips. Your teeth were pressing against your lips. Oh, God, girls, you don't know how how much work that is sucking on your clitoris.
The back of your tongue. Wow, I didn't know there was a muscle back there.
Oh, my God. What a workout.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wake up and go, why is my neck? Oh, that's right. I was fucking trying to make you come for 10 hours.
Yeah.
Imagine just, you know how silly you look laying down in bed eating some snatch? Just think of standing up and turning your head like that and walking around all day with your head in that position. You'd be aching.
Of course you would.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when you ride a bike.
Yeah?
Yeah. Early in the spring when I get back to riding my bike, I got a really sore neck.
You get a sore neck?
Yeah, because you're looking up.
Oh, because you're hunched over a little bit?
Nah, I don't do the fucking Lance Armstrong. I'm hunched over a little bit.
What do you have, fucking high handlebars and banana seats? Do you have a sissy bar?
If you need to know, I have a hybrid.
A hybrid?
So I don't have to go into the Lance Armstrong gay pose to ride my bike.
So how high are your handlebars?
You still got to bend over.
You got to lean over a little bit.
Not as much as the Lance Armstrong guys.
But you're not like hunched over. Yeah, like a jockey.
No, and I don't wear speed helmets or any of that shit.
You wear the pants?
No.
The bicycling pants?
I wear my sweaty fucking sweatpants.
So you could get off and stretch and have your cock bulge there in front of people in the park?
I never understood that.
Like, what are you doing?
You're so right. Exactly. What are you doing? That has to be for other guys.
Cock bulge.
There's no way to look at that.
No.
I don't think girls get into that.
I don't think they're
looking at tight cock bulges.
Really? Do they? Because we look at camel toe and fucking we're amazed and love it.
I would imagine it's more for other guys. It has to be.
Like gay guys?
Has to be.
So every guy that wears that cycling pants,
because I've seen girls laugh and giggle like, look at that asshole. There you go.
Travis is pulling up some stuff from his personal photo collection. You queer.
I don't know.
Oh,
Animals
man.
haven't evolved because we didn't let them.
Man!
So what? They were getting some things done, and we would just break it in front of them and say, "Don't do that."
Yes, stop building that, you.
So then, why do we, when we go deep in the jungle, we don't see some real good shit going on because humans aren't touching those animals?
Exactly. And how come nothing happened in sub-Saharan Africa? How come nothing, there's no... See, there's an example of people that haven't done anything as far as technology goes.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, that's not real.
It is
real. That shopped?
No, it's real.
There's 5 guys.
That's a famous photo.
5 bicyclists.
In their red Lance Armstrong outfits, and they all got cock bulges.
And all the cocks are pointing in different directions. Some go off to the right, some to the left.
That guy is...
Come on.
I got to tweet that picture. Is that a legal picture for Twitter?
Oh, yeah, that would be legal.
All
They're
right, keep that
covered
up there. I'm going to tweet that.
It looks like their pants are painted.
There's no need for that. Why do you have to dress like that to ride a bike?
Wear a cup. Or a jock. Or a jock strap.
Let me go to Ray in Westchester.
You doesn't have to call him Ray.
What's up, Ray?
Good morning, boys. No, it's a woman. I was
Oh.
calling because I think that we were put here by aliens because we're the only species that needs clothes.
Yeah, why? There you go.
We don't appear to be native to this planet.
Ant made a very good point with the technology and this and that, but okay, why isn't another animal going, you know what, I'd be a little warm in the winter with a pair of pants.
With some clothes.
Why not?
Well, they have all that hair. Okay. We were hairier back in the day, right?
Hi, can I get an oatmeal, please?
No.
No, you
can't.
You get
This isn't some kind of a drive-through. It's a radio show, Missy.
Anyway, Danny Gallagher, get back to work. I have to go to work now, boys.
You're making this into a personal phone call.
Enjoy your oatmeal.
Thank you.
Can I have an oatmeal?
Don't put sugar on it. Might as well eat Captain Crunch at that point.
See, I think we set off, as humans, we set off into all the four corners of the globe. Some climates very cold, some very warm. So I don't think a natural coat on us was suitable. So I think early on, wherever we originally came from, as humans, we were a little hairier. But then we kind of outgrew that because we knew how to, and we're resourceful.
We started moving indoors, right?
Enough to, start using clothing and animal pelts and things in cold climates, and then stripping down in the warmer climates. And not needing hair because it's kind of fucking warm.
Would you have gone down on a cave woman?
Am I a caveman at the time, or is it now? And I've been in a time machine. I've gone back to caveman times, and I'm having sex with a cave woman.
Well, obviously you wouldn't if you're you.
Let's go a little deeper in this. How long have I been there?
Where?
In caveman time. My time machine broke, right? I'm stuck there.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Now I have to.
Yeah.
Do I have a razor? I shave some of that there. Imagine how bad a cave woman's pussy must have smelled.
You ever been with an Indian woman?
No, I can't say I have been.
You have, right?
I can't say I have been. That's got to be pretty bad.
That's a rough sell. That's a rough sell right there. Oh.
Let me think. I would definitely have sex with a cave woman.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you got to get the poison out. Mm-hmm. I wonder how long you'd hold out before it's just like...
Who was the first?
Because she'd be all retarded. She'd be... She wouldn't know what you're doing because you're like not fucking her doggy style or from behind. So she'd freak out. You're like, come on, flip over. I want to fiddle those fucking flat tits around.
I tend to think they were all licking each other in caveman times.
Doing the dog kind of...
Oh, yeah. And then something happened where we went many years without the licking. And then it made a huge comeback. Somewhere around the Dark Ages.
The licking wasn't for pleasure. It was kind of like, let me see if she's in heat kind of a thing.
Yeah.
See if she's ovulating. They could taste ovulation like a fine wine. And then they'd shove it in and have a kid every single fucking time.
Joe DeRosa's here?
This planet.
He does religious material.
Oh, yeah.
He's a big fan of talking about religion.
Oh, yeah. And then it got to the point, I guess, where... where the for pleasure, the licking for pleasure.
Yeah, when did
probably
that start?
Started. I would think sometime in the 1400s.
Can we look at what people look like in the 1400s, please?
That was time of like the plague and shit. 1400s.
Oh, that was some smelly shit.
That's got to be bad.
It has to be after the big plague.
But they were big on perfumes back then and oils.
Why do you think?
To keep the stink off.
Why do you think?
They didn't wash very often back then.
To make it bearable.
Like now, if you don't shower for a couple of days, you're just like, oh, God, I stink. I'm terrible. And back then, like, they didn't bathe for months.
And they didn't invent toilet paper yet either.
No, what they wipe with.
A lot of cranky asses.
And that's where On the Rag came from, I think, because they actually just used kind of a rag. I would imagine. Boy, they looked silly back then. They all looked like the same chick, like Mona Lisa. They all had that face. It's like back in the 20s, every woman looked like Miss Crabtree from The Little Rascals.
Hey, they look Harry Potter-ish from that movie.
Oh, yeah, look.
A little bit.
They all look like they're teachers from... That looks like E-Rock. Does that look like Iraq?
That's Victorian Iraq. The Victorian period. This guy's really mad at us. Sir, this is just entertainment. But go ahead.
We're talking in an open and public forum about our ideology and other people's ideology. Why are you mad?
I am mad because, one, I'm a Christian. I'm listening to you guys. You guys are the best. But I got to say, think about this just a little bit.
All right.
If we came from another planet, why are we so stupid in the beginning to evolve all the way up to a BlackBerry and an iPhone right now?
Well, we could have been put here in a primitive state to then be able to adapt to the planet. Because if we were fucking like we are now, we'd be dropped off and go, holy shit, aliens just dropped us here.
Australia.
Would we really?
My answer is Australia. Australia. They didn't think much of Australia.
Yeah.
So they put convicts there.
Yeah.
Said, you guys, let's just put the convicts there, and whatever happens, happens. We don't really care. So maybe the people that put us on Earth actually were there where we're from originally is a pretty fucking awesome place, but they were smart enough to realize, oh fuck, our time is going to be up soon. So let's just put a bunch of people on this new planet and hope they evolve that for us.
Sir?
It was such an awesome planet. Then why was it dying in the first place if they had to go and find another planet?
We don't know why. We're not speculating as to why we were put here, if we were indeed put here by some type of alien being. What I'm saying is...
Maybe the planet that we did come from isn't even dying, but maybe it's overpopulated, or maybe they just threw us over here as an experiment.
Or it's an experiment or anything.
It could just be a dumb experiment, this Earth.
It could be a multitude of reasons, but here's my point that you're making. Why would they put us here so primitive? Because it's like a growing process. You can't put intelligent beings and transplant them somewhere. We would have had to have been put here at a point in our evolution where we couldn't remember being put here in pre-recorded history, and that way we can grow with the planet and not remember that we were dropped off by aliens and freaking out that we were dropped off by aliens. Get it?
Hey, I like that.
In other words, everybody on the planet is nothing more than a chimpanzee caught in a cage for a science experiment from somebody else from another planet.
It's an option. It's a viable, just as viable as any other option.
I love how he's outraged by that, but yeah, that could be a possibility.
You don't know.
Hate to tell you, but look at your own life. I say it all the time. Our lives aren't that special in the end. What's special about your life? You have to go to work. Look, there's people stuck in traffic right now, day after day after day, go to a job they hate. What makes their life so special?
Yeah.
And then you have kids, and that helps a little bit. But then they got the same destiny as you.
Right.
If you look at it in my point, like I said, I'm a Christian from the beginning. It's a lot more than just running the rat race every day. We were put on this earth for one reason and one reason only, and Adam screwed that up when he took the atom.
How did he screw it up? If God made Adam and God's infallible, how did he make something that was busted like Adam?
And yeah, why is God such a sick person that he gave all that temptation to a guy
free will
when it all was just starting? He could have
free will.
Why though? Why would you do that?
Why give us free will then?
He didn't give it to him. What he did was he made him in God's image in the beginning.
Right, the scientist did. Let's really piss him off. The scientist who you call God, yes.
Yeah, we were made in the scientist's image.
Right, the scientist put those guys down and said, you know what, to make this really fun for this experiment we're going to try with this thing that we'll eventually call Earth.
Yeah.
Let's really tempt the shit out of them.
And then there were...
I want to hear your why we're here for one reason and one reason only.
Oh, yeah,
Go.
sorry.
Okay, Anthony, you were right in the beginning by saying, yes, there were two trees. There's the tree of knowledge and there's the tree of life.
Right.
We ate from the tree of knowledge. God banished us from the garden so we wouldn't eat from the tree of life and live forever.
Uh-huh.
Now, we were put here on this planet for one reason only, and that is to worship God. And that was the only reason we were originally put on this planet.
By the scientist.
Now,
we were supposed to have everything handed to us. We were not supposed to live the way we are right now. We were supposed to live in a very relaxing, stressful-free environment.
I do.
So how about...
It's called the compound.
How about
great? There's
God
beer there.
just fucking turns the whole thing
Yeah,
around.
lighten up, God. Can God ever change his mind and just go, oh, you know what? I had you here. I did this. Here were the rules. But you know what? You guys screwed up a little bit. Fuck it. Have fun.
You know what? That's not a good idea after all I've decided as God.
He works in such mysterious ways.
I don't want people to worry about their death anymore. and that scary place.
Egomaniac, too.
Huh?
What an egomaniac God is. You're here to worship me.
And Death did not come in until Adam took the apple.
Right.
Once Adam took the apple, that's when death entered our life.
So now,
we're meant to live forever up until that point.
why do we have to pay the consequences for two people?
Yeah. What did we do?
Because when we ate from the apple,
We didn't do it.
I didn't do shit.
It's like paying reparations for slavery. I'm not for that because we didn't do that either. Come on. Why do we have to pay for their fucking mistake?
Because when he ate from the apple, sin entered the world. It didn't enter man, it entered the world. Everything changed at that moment. Up until that point, there was no killing. Lions didn't eat meat. Meat eaters didn't eat meat. There was no such thing as meat eaters.
Why did God put a tree there that we weren't supposed to eat from?
Yeah, that's kind of sick if you think about it.
It's a sick joke, isn't it?
That's a really sick joke.
Why would he do that?
Because at that point, there was no reason to do it.
No reason.
None. Nothing started yet.
If he wanted us to worship him, why would he put the tree there that we might screw up and make this awful world?
I will give you that one. I don't know the answer to that.
All right. Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, let me write your words up here for everyone to see. I don't know. Has anyone seen Jesus? Is he on campus?
I think God might be a little sick. Might need a little therapy.
Yeah.
Because, he goes, and then he decides, you know what? I'm going to just throw in every human's brain this thing where they wake up in the middle of the night and go, oh, my God, someday I'm going to be dead.
Yeah. It's not a nice thing to live with there, friend.
Right.
Thanks, God.
And you're not even awake enough to try to, get your head together and wrap around. It'll be okay. Yeah. You just wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. Oh, God, someday this just ends in this darkness.
Is the tree of life like fucking... Is the tree of life like broccoli and the tree of knowledge was like fucking pizza?
I have no idea. No, because
you don't know nothing.
Knowledge was an apple. I don't know what the tree of life was. It does not state.
Tree of life must have been fucking literally feces hanging from the tree. If this whole thing was screwed up by fucking produce, we're screwed up by produce.
And you know what? There's a possibility that could be because in the Bible it doesn't say anything about how you're supposed to get rid of your feces. It says everything else in life, but how to get rid of feces.
Well, the book editor decided, you know what? People don't want to read about shit.
People might be offended.
So we got to take that chapter out. Where are the other chapters?
So, dude, you live your life worshiping God because that's what you do. Do you think... At any time, do you have any shakiness in your faith that you might be wasting the little time you do have on this plane of existence for perhaps nothing after this?
Every day. It's not just a one-day thing. It's an everyday thing.
It's a lot of stress.
Yeah, it really is.
Making this phone call, it was the same thing.
Really? Wow.
Have you sinned yet?
Oh, I sin every day.
All right.
It's not even a question. The Bible says every man sins.
All right,
the only reason Jesus was put on the earth was to take away that sin.
Hey, I need.
Oh, wait. So if he took it away, then why do we still got to go through all this garbage? If we have the original sin, right? And then Jesus came and took our sins away, shouldn't we be wiped the slate clean and now we're all good again?
That's the difference between a Christian and a non-Christian.
What?
When we stand before God in the final judgment,
our
slates are wiped clean from Jesus. Everything that we've done in our life, Jesus takes and says, I bear the burden for that.
But that's as long as we play the game, right?
There is no game.
No. But if you're a sinner, if you sin, right? But you don't accept Jesus in your life and you die, you're not getting your sins wiped clean. You're going to Hades. Some people call it hell. I call it Hades. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Stop. Because now I'm going to add to this.
Okay.
You hear about these people. They're on their deathbed. They need a priest. And they accept Jesus in their life just before that machine goes.
Right.
They're saved for eternity. Right, sir?
If they accept Jesus the way that it's supposed to be. Now,
okay, hold on. Now, the second part of this. What if the priest is stuck in traffic?
Oh, boy.
Does God allow that?
God's will.
Because you're on your deathbed going, all right, I need to get Jesus in my life immediately. Where's the priest? Well, he's stuck in traffic.
Now, let me add on to top of that. you do not need a priest to accept Jesus.
Then why is he walking around the fucking hospitals, that creep?
Can you just say, like, you're on your deathbed, could you just say, like, oh, I accept Jesus in my life, and then you're fine?
As long as you mean it with 100% of your heart.
Oh, my God, but you're going to start thinking to yourself, like, oh, man, I'm going to say it.
Right.
And I do mean it because I know the end is right here, but there's like a little doubt.
You're gonna remember. You're gonna remember someone's ass and go, "Man, I know that was wrong, but God, that was a hell of an ass." Oh, I mean, wait, I can't think that way. I'm dying.
I was tonsil deep in a chick's asshole, and wait a minute, wait a minute, give me a second chance. It's so hard to keep those thoughts out of your head when you're trying to be good. Whenever I'm in church for a wedding or even a funeral and shit like that, you're sitting in church and I just start having horrid thoughts, and I can't look at my friends because we start laughing. You ever get the urge to just start cracking up at a funeral? It's horrible. You're sitting in the church and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to start laughing.
I got one more instant feedback that explains everything for everybody. It wraps up this hour.
Oh.
This is the answer, Opie. Our ancestors' planet was dying.
Your planet, it's dying.
Something we were thinking about, right?
Yeah.
But we hadn't figured out interstellar travel yet.
Right.
So they sent their DNA to this planet, knowing it's strong enough to take hold.
Oh, that's a good one. So the DNA goes out.
They're like, look, we're smart enough. We know the DNA will survive in this climate, which will eventually be called Earth.
So something will merge with that DNA. Cells will start dividing. Things are happening. And then it evolves into the creature that was on that original planet.
I fucking love that. That rules.
See, because the planet, Krypton.
Because we're probing right now. We're throwing probes into planets.
The Krypton sun destroyed the planet. And they sent DNA, or Superman, also known as Superman, to our planet.
Yeah. Look,
wow.
Man, to everyone, to the religious people, believe what you have to. I don't know what I believe.
Whatever gets you through your day.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know what I believe.
Let me tell you something there. What's this guy's name? Is he still on?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you something. It sounds to me like your life is very stressful just with this whole fucking ideology you have. Never mind having to work and raise a family or fucking whatever you got to do. It seems like just being is very difficult for you.
That's quite the opposite. I am a very calm, very low person.
Oh, I don't mean not calm or anything. You can be calm or anything, but the mental stress of trying to be worthy of your God seems very stressful.
It's not stressful because I don't worry about being faithful, or not faithful, but idealistic to my God. I know that I can't do it. That's why Jesus came.
So you know Jesus will take the burden off of you, so you could just do what you want, and then you go to confession and everything's fine.
Well, you can't just go to confession and do whatever you want, because.
No, let's take the big ones off the table. Let's take murder off the table. Let's take even adultery. You could confess to that, and you'll be fine. Murder, I think, is an autopilot to hell. Tell you the truth.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know how that is in the same fucking rule book as honor thy mother and father.
You got a lot of guys in jail that have that Bible, though, Ant.
Hey, dude, what about that?
And they did horrific things.
Yeah, I know, but that's just them thinking that they're going to go to heaven. They're still going to hell for murder.
You think?
Yeah. Hey, how come that's in the same rule book, the Ten Commandments? How come murder is in the same rule book as yelling at your mom because she fucking pissed you off?
Well, do you think it's right either way? Is it right either way to do either one?
Is it right? No, it's not either way, but I'll tell you what, yelling at your mom because she wouldn't give you the car and murdering somebody, there's a pretty big drop-off there, you know? And to put it in the same rule book...
It's not the fact of yelling at your mom because she didn't give you your car that he's saying. He's saying respect your parents. In other words, respect the fact that they said no to the car because for whatever reason they have...
Look, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying you could smash your mom in the face with your fist. It still ain't as bad as murder. But it's on the same tablet?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
See, I can't buy that.
How is unmarried sex on the same tablet?
I know, exactly. Can't you plea it down? Can you plea it down with God? Does he take a plea deal? Can I have my attorney contact him and go, look, it was only a little disrespect of thy mother and father. It ain't like it was murder.
I'm sure God's lawyers got involved, too.
All right, look, we know it was adultery. We're going to plea it down to coveting. We're going to plea it down to coveting.
We have the same lawyers as God, by the way.
Yeah.
No insertion policy.
You want to know the real screwed-up issues with the way that God thinks? I will tell you. Being a Christian, I
Will you shut up? I don't care.
I love this guy. What, being a Christian what?
What happens?
God looks at it as if, Anthony, you're driving down the road and screaming out the window at somebody telling them they should die. God sees that as murder.
That's just as bad as murder?
That's just as bad.
So in the scheme of things, I might as well have killed the person?
You might as well have.
What? That's crazy.
That's crazy talk.
That's like Minority Report.
That's the same.
And that's usually who I'm screaming out the window at, by the way.
Sir, are you...
Just a little tidbit.
Are you sinning right now by listening to our show?
Oh, very good.
Thank you, Ed.
Yes, I am actually driving down the road. I'm a truck driver.
Oh. What are you delivering? Some awful things people are going to sin with?
No, I got
a truck filled with dildos.
You're a harbinger of death and destruction and sin, my friend.
That's right.
What are you bringing?
What are you hauling right now?
Which horse are you, Pestilence?
Watch this. You tell us what you're hauling right now, and we'll show you how it's.
I could twist this into a sin.
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead. What do you got? What are you hauling?
You're gonna love it. I got chicken carcasses going to a pet feed.
Pet feed?
Chicken carcasses going to.
Wait a minute. So you're making dog food out of it or something?
Yeah, it's all.
Oh yeah, fuck the animals. Even God said that.
Yeah, God.
Fuck the animals.
He said, "Fucketh thine animals,
right?
For they do not have the sparketh
they wake
of thine God."
The animals wake up in the middle of the night going, "Oh my God, someday I'm going to be dead, and there's going to be nothingness." And guess what? It's real. Because God never cared about them.
Do you think they do? They don't think that.
Really?
Yeah, ignorance is bliss with the animal.
You ever kick a dog?
In the liver after he eats my fucking dinner that I was watching the basketball game to? No.
You'll see their soul.
You see the soul in their eyes. You know that there's something in there. It's not just complete stupidity when you kick a dog. Anytime that Sarah McLachlan song commercial comes on, you kind of wonder what's going on in that little pea brain on that kitten.
You do see sadness in their eyes, right?
Oh, when their eyes aren't crusted shut, yeah.
They know.
Yeah.
They know there's nothingness afterwards.
Yeah.
If God could just take that thought out of my head, my life would be a cakewalk.
Really?
Yes. Waking up in the middle of the night going, oh, my God. Yeah.
That's why you just got to live for the moment, as they say.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
You like the Occupy Wall Street thing, though, right?
I'm fascinated by the rebellion. I'm not. I don't think it's really focused.
We will crush your rebellion.
Most of the people that are involved in this, I think, are just there for the party.
Right.
You know, and they're happy. They're angry. Like, did you see? There's a great video of Peter Schiff. You know, he is that fucking Wall Street genius, and he's down there talking to these guys, and he's got a big sign that says "I am the 1%."
Right.
And he's in a fucking $15,000 suit.
Yeah.
And he's like, come on, ask me questions. And they come over, and he just tortures these poor fucks because they really have no business. There he is. They have no business talking to this fucking super genius financial wizard. And these idiots are like, why do you need to make $100 million? Well, couldn't you just live on $40 million? He's like, I employ 120 people. How many people do you employ? And they're like, it's because of us that you. You should really listen to it because it's really kind of hilarious. He's playing right now.
9%. Maybe see if we can find some common ground. It's not capitalism.
Look at a big
that has
sign
failed
on
them.
I'm the 1%. Let's talk.
It's corporatism.
Nice
it's
suit.
Crony capitalism. It's fascism. That is the problem. Capitalism is the solution if we can only fully embrace it. Anyway, we got a few
Meanwhile,
people
this guy's
around
been
here. And I'm
calling
wondering
out
who in
all these
particular would like
assholes in the
to
banks
address
for
any of their
years.
grievances.
Fucking genius. This guy's
Imagine compassionate capitalism. Is there such a thing? Could there be such a thing?
Well, it's the most compassionate system I know, by definition.
If you make $100 million,
This is my favorite.
Imagine how many jobs could be created if you just made 50 million.
But what you're forgetting is if I make 100 million, I had to create a lot of jobs to make that money. That's the point. When the capitalist is making money,
there's a thing called greed, and the problem with
we all greedy. Everybody.
No, we're not.
Well,
you cannot say that we're all greedy.
Yeah, the ambitious people are gready.
Don't you want things for yourself? You don't want more. You don't want better things for yourself.
We all do, and that's the problem. Some of us are simple people. We just want a place to live.
Yeah, we just want a place to live.
Food in our refrigerator.
And capitalism capitalism is the best way to get those things. I mean, you're standing here, you're not naked, you have clothes on. The people that made those clothes did it to make a profit. And to make a profit, they had to make clothes that you can afford.
Do you think that socialism is wrong?
It is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. But first, I employ 150 people. I employ 150 people, right? I've created those jobs. How many jobs did you create? How many people did you employ?
How much money have I given you?
But you haven't given me anything. But I've created 150 jobs. I'm writing paychecks every week.
I haven't given you anything?
What do you?
Everybody in this park has contributed to your fat ass bank account.
How do you figure?
In one way, shape, form.
How do you figure that?
You know something? You need to open up your mind.
Were the people in this park? Were the people in this park working 20-hour days, or when I started my company in my one-bedroom apartment? Were they there? No, they weren't.
I'm quite sure they have been. Where do you stand concerning our plight?
This guy's great.
I feel.
Where do you stand concerning our plight? What does it mean?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
I didn't want the government to bail them out. That's not capitalism. Capitalism would have let the banks fail. A lot of people on Wall Street would have lost their jobs if we had capitalism.
Do you see this as a left-wing movement, or do you see this more as a populist, apolitical movement?
Well, I think that people, especially young people, have a right to be pissed off. One of the problems people want is the forgiveness of the student loans. Why are there all these student loans? It's because the government guaranteed them. If the government minded its own business, then nobody could get a student loan.
Well, there's never been a monopoly without government involvement.
No, but my point is, if it wasn't for the government, college would be cheap. The tuitions would be low. It's only because the government subsidizes it and guarantees the loans. But who gets the shaft here? It's the kids. The colleges get all the money, and they stick the kids with a bill. They graduate with these worthless degrees with $100,000 or more in debt, and they can't get a job. And if they get a job, they're paying massive taxes. They're paying Social Security taxes to support a generation.
Yeah,
that
don't fuck with a financial genius when you're wearing hemp clothes.
It's so fucking good. He just
takes balls to go down there. I've been down there a bunch of times, and fucking.
What's it smell like?
Pretty bad. Like the old
pretty goddamn bad, Mikey.
like the old school Grateful Dead shows.
Really?
As opposed to good.
But you nailed it. I mean, the fringe people are all freaks. You want to you peel them away and see what this really is about.
That first guy was the classic attitude. This attitude that, why should you have this when all I want is a job and food on my table? It doesn't work that way, man. It doesn't work that way. You got to go get that job.
Get it.
Yeah, the system is absolutely fucked. Knowing that, go forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the game. Here's how the game works.
Right.
It's fucked up. It's rigged. There's a lot of holes in it. But you can get a pot of gold at the end. You just got to figure your way through the fucking funky maze.
When you're playing Monopoly, no one gives you the hotels.
Yeah, well, absolutely, though. He's right, though. I mean, and it would have been crazy if all the banks failed. It would really have been nuts. It would have been madness. But really, that's what is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is supposed to happen that way. I don't understand finances enough to comment on all that shit. But what I do know is that the guy like that first guy, that's a big part of this movement. This idealistic, hippie, socialist sort of attitude that is just fucking ridiculous. All we want is food on our table and... Man, who's going to provide that?
And by the way, no, they don't. Because once you have the food on your table and the shelter and the clothes,
then you want better
you'll look
food
at somebody else with a nice car and go, hey, I want a nice car. And I want this. And I want to take vacations. How come he gets to go on a boat and do this?
Well, that's human nature, of course.
Yeah, of course it is. And it doesn't work in socialism.
Right.
It doesn't work. In capitalism, it works, but it's not a guarantee. I don't know how these people are confusing your constitutional rights with the opportunity to make something of yourself in this country. It's not a guaranteed right.
What would happen if the banks did fail though? Like I don't know the answer to that.
It would be a huge change.
Yeah.
Like that would make big change. I don't know.
The thing is, you would lose your fucking money. That's what's really scary.
Yeah. Hell, I want FDIC.
Yeah.
We're not a bank, Jerry.
I'm here getting gold. That's all. I have all my money in gold. I have a buddy of mine who bought his son a fucking gold brick for his second birthday. Got the kid a gold brick. This is the start of his collection. Like, why don't you get him gasoline and bullets? Because that's what he's going to need.
A gold finger prop.
Who are you going to sell that to?
If it ever gets to the point where you need gold, that gold's going to be fucking worthless.
Yeah, worthless.
Someone will take it.
Someone with a gun.
It just won't mean anything.
Well, how the fuck did everybody agree on gold?
Right.
Out of all the weird shit to agree on worldwide, one fucking rare mineral.
Do you know the answer to
takes
that?
precedent.
And for quite a while. It's not even like
the off-shelf answer.
It's not even like they decided recently.
Yeah.
Like gold has been fucking gold
10,000 years.
For years. Like people just decided, and we still look at it like, yeah, that's the shit. It's
Well, do you know the craziest explanation for that? Is by Zechariah Sitchin, who's a biblical scholar and a linguist who studied the Sumerian text. And the Sumerian text is one of the oldest written languages. It's in cuneiform. It's from Mesopotamia, Babylon, where
the cradle of
Iraq
civilization.
is.
Where it all began.
We think that's actually moving further back now, but because like they just found a fishing line and hooks and tuna bones from 40,000 years ago, so they know that people were going hundreds of kilometers out into the ocean and catching fucking tuna 40,000 years ago.
There were probably some badass looking tuna.
Could you imagine? Yeah. Could you imagine what kind of line did they have? Where did they find that? They just recently have discovered this.
It was probably tuna that would walk up on the fucking shore and punch the people in the face. Raping their wife and their kids.
Come home, your baby's getting eaten by a tuna.
Where do you think that smell came from?
There's a tuna shitting in the yard. Can you go kill it?
So this guy, Zechariah Sitchin, wrote these books about the Sumerian text, and his deciphering of the Sumerian text is like very, very controversial, and a lot of people say he's crazy. But what he says is that the entire human race was created by aliens, and that what happened was there's a planet that's in an elliptical orbit that comes between Mars and Jupiter every 3,600 years. And these people, human beings, were created because they took their DNA and merged it with monkey DNA and created this advanced slave to mine for gold. Because they use gold they suspend gold in their atmosphere to protect their atmosphere, because they've lost their atmosphere, just like our atmosphere is slowly eroding because of modern machines and industrial society, and pollution. Their atmosphere is already eroded, so they suspend gold particles in their atmosphere, and it sounds completely retarded, but if you stop and think about, like, why the fuck do we like gold? Like, and why has it been that way for so long? Well, if we were, like, genetically engineered to mine for this shit by aliens, sounds stupid. But then you realize that this guy wrote this book in, like, the 1970s, and they didn't figure out, there's, like, a symposium on climate change in, like, the 2000s, where they were battering around ideas for how to combat, the erosion of the atmosphere. And one of them was suspension of reflective particles in the atmosphere. And this is like, no one knew this in 1970. We didn't even have that issue in the 1970s.
Right.
But this fucking guy wrote this book about this.
But let me ask you, wouldn't a civilization that had the ability to genetically create something that could think and mine have the ability to mock a particle?
Yeah.
Or to
we can do that, alchemy really exists. You can turn lead into gold. The problem is it requires fucking nuclear engines. I mean, it requires nuclear reactors type power, and you can only get a tiny amount of it from a large amount of gold or from a large amount of lead. It's it's not efficient at all, but it is physically possible.
Yeah.
You can develop small particles of gold from lead.
God, I just imagine an alchemist with his mortar and pestle sitting there with a wizard hat on.
Imagine a bunch of Jay-Z records in the sky. Go ahead, you talk. I don't know.
We don't know shit is what it comes down to.
Well, we don't know shit about human civilization.
We don't
that's
know
for sure.
shit.
We don't know shit about how long people have been around.
Right.
There's a new thing that they found recently called Göbekli Tepe. It's in Turkey, and it's at least 12,000 years old, which is when people were supposed to be wearing animal skins. We're supposed to be hunter-gatherers and nomadic people, and they found this huge stone structure with fucking 19-foot-high stone columns that are perfectly cut and animals that are carved into them and don't even exist in that country. They have no idea how these fucking people built this, who built this, why they built it, And on top of that, it was intentionally covered up. So someone 12,000 plus years ago covered this whole fucking thing up. They built this massive stone complex of huge circles, and they don't know what the fuck it is, why it was there. Some guy just found it. He was a goat herder. Yeah, I believe it was the 1990s that the guy discovered it. He was just herding goats.
I wonder why, though, it's always very mysterious and stuff, but it's made of stone all the time.
Yeah.
I would like to see something made out of some kind of really fucked up material.
Right.
And that would be like proof positive.
Yeah. Well,
because
the stone is the only thing that exists.
But it always leaves that element of, you're like, all right, people could have done that here.
Yes.
But if you see something like from Star Trek with a big monolithic fucking made out of some type of metal with symbols on it, you'd be like, all right, that's fucked up.
Or false teeth and a dinosaur mouth. Just something.
Well, have you seen those things they find in like Egyptian pyramids where they find like little model airplanes? Have you ever seen those?
Yeah, yeah. And then you think it could be a bird.
Yeah, but it has a rudder. No bird has a rudder. It has an upright rudder that doesn't exist in the animal kingdom.
I've seen that. That is pretty weird.
It's fucking amazing.
Or maybe they just understood flight to a certain degree, or understood what the aerodynamics would be.
Right.
I just say something really obvious.
Understanding flight is nothing compared to understanding how to build a fucking gigantic, perfect complex of 2,300,000 stones, all cut. Literally, I mean, the tolerance has to be like micro-millimeters in order to get it perfectly to meet at the top.
That is crazy.
Well, that's insane.
You ever see some failed pyramids that just they didn't quite, they started fucked up at the bottom and they get up top and it's like, we're flat. It's like a Frankenstein pyramid.
Well, the conventional wisdom is that those were the first pyramids, but there's a lot of people that believe that that's not the case, that in fact what happened was there was a great civilizations from 30, 40,000 years ago, and then massive ecological disasters, whether it's a meteor impact or something happened, killed a huge percent of the population, and then people lost all that information and tried to rebuild these pyramids, and that's what the shitty ones are.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, the shitty ones they believe are actually the newer ones.
Right.
There's a big rat in front of the new pyramids. They were non-union.
Big rat instead of a sphinx. It's a fucking rat. They can't even wrap their head around how those people built that shit 2,500 BC,
Haven't they reenacted it too? I've seen shows where they kind of think they can figure it out.
Guesswork. One professor will say this, another scholar will say that's not the way. There's some scholars that say it wasn't, that they were actually made out of concrete, and that they made a concrete a form of, that these were actually cast.
Right.
And then that there's a lot of evidence to support that too.
But it's amazing that
Italians there. Come on.
It's amazing we can't figure out how it was built still.
Well,
with all the shit we're doing.
A massive amount of evidence that people have been around a lot longer than we think they have.
I believe that.
But this tuna thing, finding these 42,000-year-old fucking tuna bones and hooks and line and shit, like, what?
Dude, match the hatch, dude. Caveman Bobby. Yeah, that's because I think as they find more stuff, you realize that people have been thinking and making tools a lot earlier than we thought.
Well, I had this guy on my podcast. His name is Graham Hancock, and he's written a bunch of books about this stuff. He spent his whole life studying it. He's got a book called Fingerprints of the Gods, and it's his assertion that somewhere around 10,500 BC, there was something happened, some massive ecological disaster, some massive, whether it was a flood or there's a bunch of different theories to whether it was melting glaciers. And it coincides with the end of the Ice Age as well. The end of the Ice Age happened really abruptly, and it killed a bunch of species almost instantly, like woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. They find them dead, like thousands of them all in a field, and they have no idea what killed them, no idea how quickly they died. Because if a bear dies in the woods, there's nothing left in a couple of weeks. All the bones get chewed up, the flesh gets eaten by other bears, they cannibalize it, and it happens with almost every animal. So when you get a place where there's thousands of bodies, something fucking happened, and they don't know what that something something was, but it coincides with the melting of the glaciers that covered North America. You know, North America 10,000 years ago was covered in over a mile-high fucking sheet of ice. Most of North America was under ice. And what people don't know is when that ice is moving, it's like a fucking eraser. It's grinding everything. It's moving a couple feet a year, and it's a mile high, and it's crushing everything in its path. So any buildings, any construction, any computer you leave behind, that shit is gone, man. There will be no evidence other than the stone.
That is amazing.
Pretty fucking crazy.
Fuck yeah, it is. I didn't realize it was only 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, 10,000 years ago, there were saber-toothed tigers in North America.
And it took so long to build up the ice to that point, and then relatively short period of time to pull back again. And the stuff it left, though, when you look like in Central Park, all those giant boulders, that's directly because of the ice.
The Great Lakes.
Dragging, the Great Lakes.
You ever fly over the Great Lakes? I've only flown over once recently. We did a UFC in Milwaukee, and we flew over Lake Michigan. I was like, holy fuck, that's an ocean.
Yeah.
It's a goddamn ocean of water.
We used to take boats across there when I lived in Western New York. It's giant. An ocean. Joe Rogan is right.
Used to be a giant fucking sheet of ice, and that's like a little puddle that's left.
Right. Yep. Wow. Long Island itself, if you look at the geography of Long Island, the North Shore being very rocky, very deep water, and the South Shore being very sandy and shallow into the ocean. It was directly because of the receding ice just pulling everything back. It's fucking
We can't even wrap our heads around that.
And the time frame is just insane. But it's like, what do we spend? 75, maybe hopefully 80, 85 years on this planet?
Yeah.
It's fucking nothing. You're not seeing shit.
Well, have you heard the black hole they just recently discovered that's 21 billion times the mass of our sun and 10 times larger than our solar system?
Could you give me an example I can understand?
Wrap your head around that. A black hole 10 times larger than our fucking solar system.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's nothing.
That's crazy.
And that's not, if that
that's
disappears, the universe won't even notice it. We didn't even find it until recently. Like, oh, look at that. Look at that little silly thing sitting there, eating up fucking galaxies, sucking galaxies down its maw.
Does this shit freak you out, Joe?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Because you really study this shit. You know
I got too much free time. When I have too much free time, that's when I start really going into this stuff. And
but it doesn't seem like this knowledge and pot would go together.
Really? Why is that?
I don't know.
It's perfectly
I think it would
in sync.
I think it would just freak you out.
That paranoia thing might
I think it would just freak you out.
If you start thinking too much about something. And
I think paranoia is a good thing.
of things. Yeah,
I do. I think a lot of people walk through life with blinders on, and I think one of the things that marijuana does is it makes you realize, like, oh my God, I'm like a fleshy little water balloon of fucking blood and tissue.
An amazing goop could work like a machine. Like, we're just goop.
Yeah.
Yet we work like a machine.
We're so fucking fleshy.
It's fucking amazing.
I've got this back injury that I've been dealing with. I pulled a muscle in my back a few weeks ago doing jiu-jitsu, and I can't train. I go back and I'll like work out a little bit, then I'll pull it again, and I'm trying to like figure. It's just you realize how goddamn feeble you are. Even MMA fighters. George St. Pierre just blew out his ACL. Done for like a year.
Is it really?
Yeah. They canceled the Diaz fight for Super Bowl weekend, and now Condit is going to fight Nick Diaz for a interim title. Yeah, we're tissue.
What was he doing when he did it?
Wrestling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've had both of mine done. It's common. Your knees just are stupid design.
You could drop a fucking ant from the top of a building, which would be equivalent to, skydiving from the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And they'll just hit the ground, walk away. And it's like, why do we have to be so fragile?
What the fuck are they made?
What the fuck do
Can
we
you
have to be so
imagine
fragile?
that?
I want an exoskeleton.
That would be cool.
Someone was describing
mass to gravity
LSD
ratio.
to me. Someone was describing LSD to me, that LSD, if you, on a molecular level, it's so potent that it's like an ant that destroys the Statue of Liberty in 30 minutes. That's how potent acid is on a molecular level. I don't know if this is true. I don't know what the real numbers are, but someone told me that you could take like a fucking milk gallon full of acid and throw it into a reservoir, and everyone in whatever fucking town you live in, everyone in whatever city, New York City, whatever, just be fucked. Just fucked. A milk gallon full of acid.
That's it.
Just chuck it in. I have a friend of mine who accidentally poured acid. You know Yoshi.
Yeah.
Yoshi.
We all know Yoshi.
Yoshi accidentally poured acid in his his eyes. He didn't know. He had a friend had an eyedropper, and it was acid in the eyedropper. And he was in the guy's bathroom, and he was searching around for shit. And he, opens up this thing. Goes, oh, he's got a little eyedropper. I got a red eye. I'm gonna put it in there. And he drops. He goes, I go, how much did you put in there? He goes, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 drops. Jesus Christ!
What
right
happened
into
to
his
him?
just fucking gone for who knows how long.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Insane. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Joe. Russell Peters, say hi.
Do you want some anal porn?
Yeah.
He works in the porn business.
We know. We've gotten some gifts.
We know Yosh.
Yeah.
He's always giving you those gaping videos.
Yeah, and then you accidentally get a few Joey Silveras in there, and you're like, I'll look at these later.
How did we go from...
we're
Yoshi.
we go all over
went
the
from
place.
Egypt to...
He's the link.
It's just just all that stuff. A lot of people call it pot talk and shit like that, but
it's not. It's thinking.
It's thinking. It's wondering, where you came from, what it's all about. I was thinking about how vulnerable we are as a being, but then how amazing we can be at times, just in something so silly as you ever get very proud of yourself when you drop something and move your foot out of the way at the last split second as to not crush your foot with something and go, I didn't even have to go like, all right, something's falling. I better move my foot out of the way. I'll move it to the right. I'll pivot it on my heel. And it's just automatic. You don't think about it. And it's like, what does that take to do that?
It's just
an amazing thing.
Yeah, it has to fire up without consciousness.
Yeah.
It has to...
in the time it takes for something to fall 3 feet.
Right.
That's not a lot of time.
I want to go back to that stone thing. Where was that, in Turkey, you said?
Göbekli Tepe. It's in
Because Anko's, if we found some kind of metals or something else, then he'd be impressed.
Well, this isn't the aliens. This is people that made it.
The fact is, a lot of that shit would not last 10,000 years. Only stone would last that long.
Yeah. That's one of the arguments about the ancient civilizations. Yeah. This guy named John Anthony West, he's an Egyptologist, and he's written a bunch of stuff, and he's got a great DVD series called Magical Egypt, where he goes really into depth about how amazing the Egyptian culture were. Right. The Egyptians were fucking aliens, man. Yeah. I mean, they weren't really aliens, they were people, but I'm saying, like, you compare them to all the other civilizations, all the other cultures on Earth, these motherfuckers were on not just another level, they were on several different levels above every other fucking, scratching, clawing human with a sharp rock on the end of their pointed stick.
And what's the theory there? Why were they like that? The theory is
that they existed a lot longer than we think they did. And what he points to, like, some solid geological evidence. There's a guy named Robert Schoch, who's a professor at Boston University. He's a geologist rather, and he did some work on the Sphinx. And they're saying that the enclosure of the Sphinx has water erosion on it, like deep fissures that could only be attributed to thousands of years of rainfall. And the problem with that is that the last time there was rainfall in the Nile Valley was like somewhere around 9,000 BC. And so it had to exist thousands of years before that. So this stuff was cut, and then thousands of years of rain, and then, somewhere along the line, if you look at the Sphinx, it's got a very different head than the rest of the body. The head is too small. So they think some pharaoh came along many thousands of years after it was initially built and then put his face on it.
Like, I don't like that, whatever it was up there.
Yeah.
Get that off of there. Put my face on that motherfucker.
But if you take that away, and if this guy's right, and geological evidence is about as fucking hard as you can get. The evidence that they have, archaeological evidence, a lot of it, they're piecing things together. There's a lot of theories. There's a lot of question marks. When they're doing carbon dating on stuff, what they're doing carbon dating on is, is basically stuff that's left behind, like whether it's food or something that's burnt, or they can't carbon date stone. So if they find something that's, carbon dated that's near the stone, and it's like 10,000 BC, that doesn't mean that the stone was created in 10,000 BC or cut in 10,000 BC. It's really just guesswork.
Right.
But the geological evidence of water erosion is pretty fucking solid. They've taken pictures of the Sphinx and put masking tape over the head and masking tape over the feet and brought it to all these different geologists and said, is this water erosion or is this sand and wind? 100% of them say it's sand. It's not sand and wind. 100% of them say they show this Sphinx enclosure and they say, well, this is water erosion. This is deep fissures. It's curved and smooth. It looks like water ran through it, like thousands of years of water cutting stone. So just that alone. But when you bring this up to the Egyptologists, they get all pissy. They're like, what evidence is this culture from 10,500 BC? Well, there is no evidence. That's the thing. There would be nothing left. There wouldn't really be anything. We're going back so far that stone is the only shit that would exist.
Is it possible that the stone they brought the stones from other places?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything because it's cut. See, it's an enclosure. And what is they built the Sphinx? Say like if it's a giant quarry, they cut the quarry. You know how they cut like walls out of the quarry? Well, those walls are where the deep fissure marks are.
So
it's the area where the Sphinx was built. They know that they cut these massive stones and they moved them from that area and constructed the temple of the Sphinx.
Once you make the cut, the clock starts ticking.
Yeah. Okay. So once they made that cut somewhere around 10,000 plus BC, which is fucking way earlier than we think people did that. We think people were building the Sphinx in 2,500 BC. And he also has a lot of other evidence, too, this John Anthony West guy, where there's massively different construction methods from the older civilizations to the newer ones, and he can show them. And the older ones, a lot of it is still underground. They've dug up a bunch of them, and the ones they've dug up, there's like temples on top of them. Jesus. So you're dealing with a civilization, a culture that existed thousands and thousands and thousands of years, potentially, before we thought. And it pushes back the inventions of things way earlier. The inventions of like amazing things.
Yeah.
Like mathematics and the ability to construct these perfect geometric patterns.
Being able to design some of these structures. I think when you get these pockets of communities, that's when shit started rolling.
Yeah.
When you just get a family or a clan or a fucking, a group of hunters, perhaps.
Yeah.
I think until you start really getting a community with a common language, some type of way to communicate with each other, then you're going to start rolling out invention and structures and make a kind of a community.
And they have to have weapons because they have to fight off those other fucks.
Those other fuckers that are still.
Well, that's when Egypt fell apart. Egypt fell apart when the Nubians conquered them. The Nubians, though, the blacker Africans. They're Sephardics, the original Egyptians. The southern fellows. Little southern fellows came up and caused a ruckus. And by the way, that's also the face of the Sphinx. The face of the Sphinx is a Nubian pharaoh.
Yeah.
It's not one of the Sephardic pharaohs.
After the
we were talking about that.
I was saying that.
There.
My face, biatch.
And I told you.
And that's why they shaved the nose off.
Shot it off. It was shot off.
Shot off the nose.
They say Napoleon did that. Nobody knows though. That could easily just fell off. No one really knows.
How humiliating if his nose just fell off. Shoddy workmanship.
Well, they built it over an old construction of a lion's head.
Yeah.
And the idea is that at 10,500 BC, that Sphinx actually points to the constellation Leo. So the thing called the precession of the equinoxes is one of the reasons why they can calculate all these things as far as like dates and times and astrological things, because the Earth doesn't spin evenly. It doesn't spin like perfectly. It wobbles, and when it wobbles, that wobbling is a 26,000 year cycle of coming back around. So they can go back in time and point to when this structure would have been facing the constellation Leo, which we know in Mesopotamia, in Iraq, and in Sumer, they knew about constellations. They had them all marked down, and they had already had Cancer and Leo, and they already had all those things. So they know that this is possible, that could be why this line was built. But there's two times it lines up. One is 10,500 BC, and the other one is 26,000 years before that. And this John Anthony West guy is convinced because of hieroglyphs, because of the hieroglyphs that depict the pharaohs that go back 30+ thousand years.
Yep.
But the Egyptologists don't want to accept that because it's too far outside of conventional wisdom as far as like how long people have been around. They can't accept that 36,000 plus years ago there were pharaohs and Egypt was in a modern, or at least an advanced state.
That's a lot of history that isn't accounted for.
Yeah.
If you can wrap it up in 2,000 years, then you look like a fucking genius.
Yeah, but even 2,000 years, man, when we stop to think about 2,000 years, I mean, fucking 200 years ago, man. I talk about this in my act, but if you want to picture something, you got to fucking draw it. Right. There was no, it wasn't like you had to go to Washington where they had all the photos. No, there were no fucking photos. It hadn't been invented.
You know how annoying that would be after a gig? Some fucking girl who can't even operate a cell phone.
She wants to draw a picture
of you and her dumb boyfriend.
And that's only
imagine what her Facebook page would look like.
And that's only 200 years ago, man. That's nothing.
Yeah, how about 50 years ago? How about 50 years ago, walk up to a phone and say, someday someone's going to watch people fuck on that.
Right.
Go, there's no way. How's that phone going to eventually have video? How's that phone going to... Internet. Even on Star Trek, they never figured out the internet.
How about only 10 years ago?
No, they never figured out that. They never figured out fucking,
They didn't even figure out something. They had walkie-talkies. Right? They would say, over, Kirk out.
This is only 10 years old, what we're doing with our phones, basically.
It's incredible.
You know? I love Star Wars, how the image of Leia, because when they zapped in that horrible image of her, they have to continue with that, the hologram.
The hologram.
They didn't figure out smartphones.
They thought that was awesome back then.
Yeah.
Totally awesome.
People are saying brain overload. This shit is fascinating, man. I love when
Hell yeah.
It is.
Love this shit.
The world is strange, man. JDS Dane said, not only is the world queerer than you suppose, it's queerer than you can suppose. And it really is. The deeper you go into this shit, the more you realize, like, God, like.
What do you think?
It's a blip.
Civilizations just over and over again. They come and go?
Get wiped out. The Earth is very volatile. The environment is. Look, we know for a fact that we've been hit at least. I think they said there's been 6 major extinction events on Earth in the course of Earth, and that's not counting super volcanoes, which they're just starting to comprehend. They're just starting to wrap their head around the fact that there's volcanoes that when they blow,
the one out west,
the fucking Yellowstone one, thousands of earthquakes a year. People don't know this. The Yellowstone, and this is something they didn't realize until satellite technology, Yellowstone is a caldera volcano that's, I believe it's 300 kilometers across. And what it is it's essentially a mountain that blows up, so the mountain doesn't exist anymore. The volcano is so big and so powerful that when it explodes, the whole mountain just shoots fucking lava straight up in the air and just kills everything. Kills everyone. It's a continent killer, and it happens every 600,000 to 800,000 years.
And we're overdue.
600,000 years ago was the last time it happened. Wow. So,
are we safe on the East Coast here?
No, I don't think so. I think it's
we're pretty far over.
People are going to be eating people when this happens. Whatever people that are left,
the sun will be blocked out. The fucking plants will die. Everything. It's just
nuclear winter. It'll be a disaster.
And as humans, there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, you remember that little baby one that happened in Iceland, and they had to cancel all the flights. You know, and you see how thick that shit was. It was coming down on people while they were driving. It was like it was heavy snowfall. Right. It was just ashes.
And that's a small one.
That's a little baby, little.
Oh yeah, that's nothing.
Little cough. We can't even wrap our head around a fucking super volcano. You know? Or there's a gigantic shelf in the Canary Islands, and it's going to fall off into the ocean. It will happen eventually. They don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. And when it does, there's a fucking tsunami that's going to hit the East Coast and come 6-7 miles in.
Ooh,
6-7 miles in with water.
I think my house might take a hit on Long Island.
I live in the sky, though. We'll be all right, Jimmy.
Oh, and
we live in the sky.
You know what that would be like?
Cloud City.
I hope you have a fucking life raft in your apartment.
You just look out your window and it's underwater.
Yeah, meanwhile, you might not be okay. It might be that high. You know, I mean, they have had 1,000-foot waves before.
The video you sent of the solar system, that was about a year ago.
Oh, that's a great
how
one.
small we actually are.
It's ridiculous, right?
What the fuck?
It's ridiculous when you see how small the Earth is in comparison to some stars that we found.
And it just got bigger
and
bigger and bigger. Yeah. Most of us have seen the video by now. We all tweeted it. It was all because of Joe Rogan. That was unbelievable.
All that shit is very hard. It's impossible really to put into context, because in our little temporary worlds and our temporary life, you know, we don't have the ability to see that. Our life is about moving forward and using the 2 eyes in the front of our head to find food to stuff in our fucking mouth and find someplace to put our dick so we can make more people. That's what we're here for. But we're evolving into something else, and we're in the process of it. You know, you and I and all of us, and especially, you know, through the medium like satellite radio and the internet and your phones, and, you know, all that stuff is causing us to evolve. You know, and it's happening incredibly rapidly, so fast that we can't even imagine.
You think when you die, you just shut off, or is there some kind of crazy thing?
You might live this whole fucking thing over and over and over and over again. And not only that, you might not really even die. You might shut off, and you might just just wake right back up in some other state and not even know. I mean, like the idea of parallel dimensions and parallel universes, there's a bunch of different theories about that, but if parallel dimensions exist, they exist simultaneously. They coincide with us all around us all the time. And it's like changing radio dials or like anything else that we don't really quite, that we can't really
Imagine if you died 3 times already.
Yeah, well, you might die every fucking day, man. Who knows? Every time you go to bed, you might be dying. In some world, we might have lost Anthony, and then, in our world, Anthony's up in the morning.
Pop up.
In some world, Patrice is making people laugh right now.
We're talking to an in-shape Jim Norton. Or
let's not get crazy.
Joe Rogan.
Calm down. Let's not get nutty. Yeah.
Let's keep it.
The idea is
real.
that every decision that you make and every possible alternative and every chance and every, all the variables, that all these open up doors for completely different universes.
Yeah.
Not only that, but that your own consciousness is somehow involved in creating this universe. And whether or not it's involved in the actual manifestation of physical things, like you invent something and create it, and then it exists where it didn't exist before. Not just that, but that your ideas and your mind actually shape the events that happen around you. There's some people that say, oh, bad things always happen to me. Well, it very might be that you're making bad things happen to you. We don't understand the amount of control that people actually have over reality. No, you ever heard about double-slit, when they do subatomic particle things, and, when they show that the observer actually changes the reaction of the particles? You've seen these things, right?
Wow, no.
You've never seen these things? Pull that up, because that'll fucking blow your head. If you look up Dr. Quantum double-slit experiment. You're gonna shit your pants when you see this, because I can't believe you've never seen this before. But when they get into quantum theory, that's when the universe really falls apart. Because quantum theory is real science, but it's real magic too. In quantum theory, particles can exist in a superstate, a superposition, which means that they can be moving and still at the same time. Not only that, they blink in and out of existence. And the latest experiments at CERN, CERN is the Large Hadron Collider, right. The latest experiments have shown that particles can travel faster than the speed of light. They've recreated this already. And there's a lot of people that are speculating this doesn't make sense. But the particles don't make sense anyway.
They put their data online,
actually.
They put their data online because they thought we might have made a mistake. And they never do that. But I think they did like 15,000 tests on it. And
So what are we about to see?
Particles are actually affected by you watching them. It's not just a matter of you see something happen, but when you watch things happen, you change actual physical particles. Just check this out. This will blow your head. This will blow your mind. Turn it so these guys can see this.
Here we are.
Crank that shit up.
Daddy of all quantum weirdness. The infamous double-slit experiment.
And this is explained as simply as possible.
Of course.
It would take an hour for a genius. We can get Michio Kaku on here, and we'll I don't know what he just said.
We randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen. We see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now, there is an interference pattern on the back wall.
Holy shit.
Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing.
This is the beginning of the mind fuck.
When we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this. Two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum.
This guy's crazy.
An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, a single band.
Right.
So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands.
What?
What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. And we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense.
No.
But physicists are clever. They thought
This is where it
maybe
gets
those
really
little
weird.
balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So
That's what I
they
thought.
decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like a particle.
That's crazy.
But mathematically, it's even stranger. It goes through both slits, and it goes through neither. And it goes through just one, and it goes through just the other. All of these possibilities are in superposition with each other. But physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through.
This is the mindfuck.
They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of two bands, not an interference pattern of many.
Just by watching it.
The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched.
That's fucked up right there.
And it was here
Beyond-
that physicists
beyond strange.
stepped forever into the strange, never world of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer.
Cartoon send-up.
That's where it's impossible to wrap your head around. Your mind and your focus and your intent and the human mind may very well change things. May change reality.
My theory is they put the camera too close to the thing and it was just bouncing off it. They probably They probably put it in front of the thing.
Could be, Jim.
We unfortunately we got to take a break because we have a million fucking live reads.
By the way, Dr. Kaku would not explain that. Like, he would explain that too simply. Like, and I think he's a genius, but he oversimplifies it, and he would have it like, it's like two Lego people are rolling bowling ball. It's like, we know that. To tell us as a physicist.
Well, it must be so hard for a guy like that to try to break things down to monkeys like us.
Yeah.
You know? I remember, like, we had him on the phone that one time. We were talking to him. I was like, how do I not offend this guy's mind with my stupid fucking questions?
Yeah. He tries to put it in layman's terms, and he's just like, because he started talking cartoons. Yeah. It is like when Bugs Bunny goes into his hole. Is this what you really got to do? You look at us and just think,
meanwhile,
I better talk cartoons.
He's seeing a giant chalkboard filled with numbers and symbols that we don't even understand and hieroglyphs.
He looks at us like we look at ants to be just hit with raid.
We should have him explain that now. It would be completely different.
Oh, very exciting.
Yeah, don't you guys have a hotline where you can call him up?
Oh, yeah, we call him up all the time.
We should actually ask him about that split.
The observer, quantum observer.
We do have to take a break.
Let's do it.
Yeah, what time we got to get you out of here, Joe?
I don't know.
7:30?
Fucking Today Show, man. Wow.
Ah, kidding.
Today's Show.
They're just going to ask you Fear Factor questions, which we're all excited about.
Because it's only a few minutes away.
Anthony Bourdain is here later.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
I'll do that. You know him.
You love him, right?
My podcast.
5:15. NBC is a block away, so you could do this if you want to. But Fear Factor starts
I think I'll leave
Monday.
at 8:30.
From here?
Shit. I should fucking just bail on it. I should just hang out here. And
What
time was I supposed to be there?
Bail on NBC for
I thought it was
us.
supposed to be at 10:30.
That's pretty sweet.
Oh, I just said it on the radio. Too late.
Yeah, right. All right, quick break. More with Joe Rogan.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. What is going on? This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
I'm in a bad mood. I was just telling Joe Rogan. I fucking hate Twitter because people like turn me on to shit I don't want to know about. And someone just retweeted a tweet from Kim Kardashian. She had a life-changing experience in New York City. The life-changing experience was a reading from that fucking hack John Edwards.
Oh, really?
You don't believe John Edwards, please, Joe.
No, I don't. The only psychic phenomenon I believe in is the ones that we can't control, or the rare instances where someone knows something's going to happen right before it happens.
I believe in some psychic fucking abilities, but John Edwards is a hack that's just making money off. Off
Anthony?
people.
I don't know. I'd like to.
There's no evidence. That's unfortunate.
I know. That's just it. No evidence with all these people. I'd like to be able to, move a matchstick or something like that.
We've talked
about mind. We're so cool. Bend that spoon.
We've talked about John Edwards a lot on this show.
Not a spoon.
And we've had people on. It's
There's no spoon.
He's got fucking microphones. He's using all the tricks in the.
Yeah.
Oh, Penn Jillette.
Yeah. He torches that guy.
Him on our show, explaining how it's done.
Well,
because you want to believe, so you lead the person on. Like, I'm thinking of this relative, and you give up the answers for the person.
There is psychic shit that they can measure, like whether or not someone knowing that someone's looking at them. That's actually measurable. They've actually proven that people can statistically that there's numbers that show that people can actually tell when people are looking at them.
Right. That is a weird feeling that you get.
Yeah. What the fuck is that?
That's an instinct in nature. So you're going to get attacked by something. You can feel you're being looked at.
Right. Yeah, but how's that even happening?
Yeah, where is that?
The reason there's a guy. What is it? Sheldrake, Robert Sheldrake? No, I forget his name. Shit, I forget his full name.
You got everything else right.
He's got a theory called the morphic resonance field, and the idea is that there's some sort of a field that connects everyone together, and that's why dogs know when their owners are coming home. Rupert Sheldrake. And that's how dogs know, like, in advance. Like, that's also provable. Like, you could put, like, cameras on dogs, and, like, the owner will be like,
freak out, yeah.
At weird times in the day, the owner will be on his way home, and the dog will, like, perk up,
Could it be chemical more so than electrical,
It could be all the above.
Like, even somebody looking at you, perhaps, there's some kind of a chemical reaction that your body picks up without smelling it. Or
twins always say, all twins say this, that they can sense when their twin is in danger, and then they know when their twin is hurt. How the fuck do they do that? What is that?
Yeah, that is
and maybe
weird.
that's just a more extreme version of some sort of a connection that we all share.
Right.
That's probably something that's evolving. If you think about human language doesn't exist in the form that we can communicate in, as far as we know that dolphins have ways of communicating and orcas do. But we can't see the evidence of how far they can take it because they're not able to manipulate their environment and change their world visibly like we can. They don't have thumbs and shit. But what we can do is, a fairly recent discovery. It's only been around for about 40 or 50,000 years. And the idea that we can do this is a fairly new thing. It's a new beast. The idea that we can communicate with our mouths, and essentially we're reading each other's minds. You're able to relay all your thoughts, about anything. That's why
vibrating air.
Yeah, through air. Well, how do we not know that there are a bunch of other senses that are slowly coming out of the amoebic form? They're slowly coming out of the embryonic form, and that they're going to eventually become a part of our everyday life. These senses and these abilities to communicate.
Yeah, maybe what picks up the other senses can pick up other things. Our ears right now they're made for sound.
Yeah.
You pick it up, but perhaps they can do another thing that we don't quite know of yet or haven't really developed
there's all
yet.
sorts of weird shit. Like appendixes. This used to be a fucking thing there to process certain types of foods that we don't eat anymore. There was an organ, it slowly shrank away.
What did it process? Drying up.
I thought it was raw meat, but then I've been told that that's not true, that it's actually like certain plants and fibrous plants, like before we cooked plants, that people had to be able to eat some, break down some shit. I haven't really looked into it. You want to look into it?
Just sits there and gets all fucked up on some people.
Whatever it is, our diets evolved and changed, and we don't need that anymore.
You could take that out. You could take the spleen out, right? For the
look at our fucking bodies. At one point in time, we had to be able to exist outside in the cold and shit. You know, we were hairier. We were whatever the fuck we were. We were more monkey-like. Yeah. You know, at one point in time, right?
Yeah.
Something had to change and slowly become us. You know, it's a real mind fuck.
It really is.
It really is. You really wrap your head around it. Like, where you can imagine if you could like peer into what human life is going to be like 1 million years from now.
1 million years. Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah.
If you could just like look forward. You know, they give you a virtual reality goggles, and you pop forward 1 million years and take a quick peek. Maybe if they could figure it out on a computer, maybe a computer could extrapolate probabilities, take out natural disasters, and say, okay, with the current extent of evolution and technological innovation, where are we in 1 million years?
How about the next 100?
The next time is going to be nuts. The next year's going to be nuts, man.
That would even be cool to know.
I mean, this is the big theory is that technology increases at an exponential pace. Meaning,
Ray Kurzweil.
Ray Kurzweil. And
we had him in, by the way. What a bore.
Was he a bore?
He's got great theories, but he's a
talking
bore.
Yeah.
And his documentary was like slow as shit.
Well, it's cool because they cut in and out of him, and they have a bunch of other people and dissenting points of view.
His thoughts and his theories are fascinating.
I think his time frame is off, though. He thinks 40 years, and I think that's wishful thinking on his part
because he wants to
in
still
his
be
50s.
around.
But I think that his time frame from singularity is off.
Some people think it's even sooner than that. Right. Yeah, McKenna thought that it was going to happen so much quicker than anybody could ever imagine because of the fact
Can you explain that for the people that didn't hear the Ray Kurzweil on our show?
Well, the idea is that, it's not what it means by an exponential increase is that it's not like 1 + 1 is 2 and 2 + 2. It's every year it gets faster and faster and faster. And with every new piece of technology, more new pieces of technology, more new innovations are built forth on that foundation. Mm-hmm. And it eventually gets to a point when the way McKenna described it is a fascinating way. He said it's like, think of a funnel, and at the top of the funnel there's a large mouth, and if you spun a marble around the funnel, at the top of the funnel it will take a long time for the funnel to go in a full circle, but as it gets to the bottom it's going faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, and it will continue to do that, and the funnel will continue to get smaller to the point where more information is stored and shared in a moment than in the entire record of human history. And that's where we are now. There's some sort of a statistic about data use, and the statistic said something like up until like 1980, human beings used X amount of gigabytes of data. Well, now they use that every 2 hours.
Yeah.
Whatever people accumulated from the beginning of human language and 40,000 years of culture all the way up to like 1980, we do that every couple hours.
When you think about how much of a pain in the ass it was to not know something, and what you had to go through to then learn it, it sucked. You either needed encyclopedias in your house that had the answer to what you were looking for, or you had to go to a library, or like it just wasn't right at your fingertips. Or God forbid you couldn't remember an actor's name. You'd be there like for hours just going, God, it's right there at the tip of my tongue. Now, boom, IMDb, bam, you're there.
You don't have to type
you got
it.
the
You
name.
just talk it in your phone
now you just talk it into Siri or something.
Or Google Voice.
Google Voice.
The Google
and eventually we'll just
microphone button on the Google thing.
Yeah, it's just like
it's incredible.
Question.
But it sucked back then. You just went around not knowing shit.
And people could bullshit you. Remember the goddamn conversations you'd get in? Do you where the Illuminati is set up? The Fort Knox is underneath the White House. There's 9 million pounds of gold. Like, what?
That's hilarious. Yeah,
Remember those stories?
People could bullshit you, and you really had no recourse. You're just like, I think you're lying, yeah?
Well, that's how, like, all the best, theories and conspiracy theories got forth, like, with UFOs and fucking Roswell. Yeah. They were basically like Bible stories. They were just told, they were passed on in verbal form over the years before anybody ever put it on Wikipedia. It took a long time before anybody wrote down all that information.
I got Charles in Santa Cruz with something for you, Joe. Charles, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, look what happened to Hitler. He brainwashed all those guys without the information. Anyway, there was this kid in the 20s that was deaf, and they started noticing that he was able to react to them like 10 years later. So finally the kid died. So they opened up his head, and they found out that he was growing a little piece of bone in the back of his head that was picking up the vibration. So he was adapting somehow to hear. And that was a trip. I was like, what the hell? So
Is this true, Joe? Where can we look this shit up? You're not going to bullshit us today.
In the
It's not
20s?
the 80s.
What? Yeah, what do you think?
How do we look this up?
Look it up.
Look it up. Hey, Google it.
Google it. Google it. So what? He was growing a fucking bone in his brain to hear?
Yeah, he was oh,
I've never heard this before.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. But how would a bone make you hear?
Yeah.
Picture the vibrations.
Yeah, Charles.
Yeah.
And now he hung
Floats. Guy panicked.
Freaked
Yeah,
out.
he's beating off right now.
Freaked out.
The guy probably could hear all along. He was just faking this.
He just panicked.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's odd shit. Odd shit.
Just the ability to hear is odd in itself. You know, the fact that sound waves, you know, when you hear something like, I have 1.5-year-old's my youngest daughter, and I watch her, wander around the house, and like a noise will come, and she hasn't really figured out where noises are coming from yet. And, I've observed that. Like, I'll say, I go, Rosie! And she like looks around, and
Like,
she
where's that
kind of
come
eventually tunes into where they're, but when they're 1.5, they have these giant fucking heads, and they can barely run. They run, they have to slow down because their head's too big. And when you yell at them, they don't, like my 3-year-old, I go, what are you doing over there? And she turns around and looks right at me. She knows exactly where the sound is coming from. She's pinpointed it. But it's kind of a fascinating thing that we can pinpoint sound.
Yeah.
And you're really fucking good at it,
Two ears.
Like you hear like a rat in your walls or something, like, shut the fuck up, shut up, shut up.
Yeah.
This motherfucker, where is he?
And you kind of turn your head around a little bit and look. And the thought that, you're using your both ears
shit.
and it's invisible. And then it's got to work its magic in your fucking goopy gray stuff that's your brain to let you know that it's coming from that direction and then move the muscles toward that direction. Like it's just a whole cavalcade of weirdness going on.
Yeah.
Processes and things that just... And that's just one small thing. Sight is another thing that's just fucked up.
Yeah,
When
crazy.
you think about eyeballs and optic nerves. How the fuck are you changing a picture into some fucking thing that can then go into my goopy brain thing and I could then see it?
And you see it so well that you could be on the highway switching lanes at 80 miles an hour, just dodging bumpers left and right like an asshole. I mean, think
so
about the trust that you have in your ability, the refracting lenses and light and distance, and you're fucking stomping on the gas.
Yep.
You know,
I was thinking of this too. You ever try to do anything in a mirror to yourself? You got to reach around, and you're all awkward. Yeah. Yet when you're driving, your mirrors are just like, all right. I
used to have a van. I used to deliver newspapers, and I had a van with no windows.
Mirrors.
It had no windows. I bought it for $500 just for delivering newspapers. And I would drive this motherfucker. I knew how to parallel park with that bitch. Everything.
Work those mirrors, man.
Two side mirrors.
Wow. I'd back a trailer into a ramp down at the water to get like my jet ski in there and stuff. And you wind up just figuring it out. Where 2 seconds
becomes
wham back in.
Because you're a gamer. And you, like myself, like the mouse and keyboard setup.
Better,
way better, way more precise. But you remember when you first started using it and you couldn't figure out where the fuck your guy was spinning?
You had to think about, if you have to think about what you're doing, you're fucked. It becomes second nature where you're walking sideways when you come by a hall and then you spin around the other way. And you're not thinking like, what keys do I have to hit to spin around? You're just...
It's becoming an extension of you.
You just, all right, back, that way, boom, 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 boom.
WASD going for forward, back, side to side.
Yeah, you're just kicking
and
ass.
And the mouse, it becomes, it really reacts to your brain, it becomes an extension of your eyes.
It's just so weird how that shit works.
It's amazing. It's just fucking amazing. It's amazing, and it's probably only the beginning. Whatever the fuck we're gonna be, 100%, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I get angry when people want to save things. So we save the Komodo dragon. No, we didn't just save anything. 90% of everything that's ever existed is fucking dead. All right, and we're gonna be dead too. And if we're not dead, then guess what? We're gonna be like this forever. We're never gonna evolve. We're gonna be this retard monkey with nuclear bombs forever. This is gonna be us. No, we're gonna have to become something better and greater than this eventually. It's if we came out of the primordial slime and we were single single-celled organisms, and we eventually became people who make rocket ships. For sure, that trend's going to keep going.
Yeah, it's not just going to stop. You got to keep evolving into
so
something.
fuck the Komodo dragon. The Komodo dragon can suck my dick. Take a picture of it, store it in a file,
and we'll get
then,
back to it.
Yeah, and then kill all those baby-making freaks.
We'll make new ones eventually.
We are just we're very
eggs.
short-sighted and we think much too much of ourselves as individuals to think like, well, we have to save the planet. It's like in the little speck of time you're here, it's nothing. You're not going to do anything to this dumbass planet, and it probably has wiped out complete civilizations and entire populations of the planet time and time again. So it's like, no, you better worry about just saving yourself, having some fun.
Well, that's what Save the Planet is. It is save ourselves. We're not caring about the planet itself. No one's trying to stop rocks from hitting the moon. It's just about we have to make the environment more livable for ourselves, because we're all concerned with things that are going to affect us. Like, no one thinks that stuff is going to fly off the earth. We're trying to make the environment more livable for us.
So really
we have a guilt issue. We have a guilt issue, like the spotted owl. Oh, we lost the owl.
Yeah.
Spotted the dodo bird is gone. Human beings, the Tasmanian tiger, wherefore art thou? Fuck them, man. They're all gonna go. And guess what? We need to be more concentrating on the fucking rainforest and the ocean. The oceans are polluted, and we're sucking all the fish out of it. And there's a giant Texas-sized patch of floating plastic in the middle of it, and it gets bigger every fucking day.
True?
Fuck yeah,
Some people
it's true.
say it's not true.
Fuck yeah, it's true.
It's gotta be true, right?
Vice.com. That guy was on my podcast on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Shane Smith said that they went out there. Fuck yeah, they do. They don't have pictures. They have video of it. They have footage.
Can we see this video?
Yeah, 100%. The garbage patch is fucking huge. It's giant. And it's not stopping. Not only that, there's several garbage patches. There's an Atlantic garbage patch. There's a Pacific garbage patch. There's a couple garbage patches all over the world.
That's fucking
Just all the shit that we have these currents, these natural currents that the water flows in. And these natural currents just automatically pool this fucking shit that we throw up. It all comes into one big pile.
I want to see the video.
Enormous. We're just so disgusting. Think about it. We go into the water, we pull all the fish out, kill the fuck out of them, and then poison whatever's left. Throw our nuclear waste in the water.
But you know what? We'll just fuck ourselves up, and then in time, the Earth will just be this pristine, nice place again.
Yeah, we'll be gone.
The thought that we could ever do permanent damage to this planet is really kind of silly.
The amazing thing, though, is how quickly we did the damage. We've done the damage through the industrial age. That's it. Before that, nothing. We didn't do fucking shit. Go back to the cowboy and Indians days. What'd you do? You made a campfire? That affecting the fucking ozone layer? No, we had no effect. So essentially in 200 years, we've completely changed the surface of the Earth and our impact on it. Like, all of a sudden, we've become toxic. It's like we were in gestation period, and we got to a certain point in time, like AIDS, all of a sudden we decided to come out, and boom!
Yeah, there was an incubation period, and then we just
for a million years, Earth is like, I got herpes, but it's no big deal. Like, I got people, but it doesn't even flare up. And then one day, the Earth's immune system got a little low. People got fucking badass. We invented nuclear weapons and garbage, and then boom! Now the Earth is sick as fuck. Now the Earth is a serious case of human herpes.
It kind of was necessary, though. I mean, I don't think we have the ability to make some of the great shit we can make without leaving a lot of waste and garbage and poison.
It's just we do it so quickly. It's what it is our rational minds haven't caught up with what we're capable of doing. We haven't really like planned it all out. We're just doing whatever we can do while we can do it.
Yeah.
I just find
it astounding that you just pull things out of the earth and manipulate them with heat and other chemicals, and then you make things that fly. To me, that's astounding.
Well, what's even more astounding is all this comes out of the imagination. We pull all this from the ether. So from the ether, this one thing has these ideas. Like the ideas are out there in the ether, and there's this thing, this animal that's like a little antenna, tunes into these ideas, and then manifests.
Now you got to
make
it work with what's around you.
Yeah, metals and rocks, and melt stuff down and creates these things, and these things build onto other things that other fucking monkeys create, and next thing you know, they got a large hadron collider that's making black holes.
It's like, hey, I want to travel like 3,000 miles an hour. Jesus. I got to build something. All right, let me take some of this rock, some water, some of this shit, and then you mix it all together, and you're fucking propelling your ass at a few times the speed of sound. It really is fucked up. Like the mind, for how fragile our bodies are that we were talking earlier. The mind is that is like an unlimited thing that we really haven't hit the wall with yet.
Not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close. And the experiments that we're having now are so far and above and beyond anything that anybody's ever done in the past. Like all the Large Hadron Collider shit, where they found that they've managed to create this quark gluon plasma that is so. I think it's 400 billion or 40 billion tons for a sugar cube of it.
Oh, shit.
A sugar cube of it, and they've managed to create particles of this stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
it's like neutron star stuff.
Yeah, no, it's more dense. It's more dense than a neutron star, and they've created it.
The E-Rock.
Yeah.
The E-Rock. We got to get Joe out of here.
I got to hang out with Al Roker in an hour.
Well, that's a little different than what we've been doing.
Great. Back to dick jokes.
Suck. I know. Back
to dick jokes.
Back to shitty shit. Fear Factor. This show should have never went away.
I guess I was happy it went away.
You needed the break.
Yeah, I wanted a break.
But now you're back.
I enjoyed it doing it again.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about having the right mixture in me when I do it.
I was going to say something. Earlier. I forgot the trailers that I've been watching for the show. It looks not so much the eating and disgusting thing, but I'm seeing people physically being fucked with in ways that like there's a person, they're right in front of you. Bah, they're 300 yards away.
Oh, you see that bungee cord thing?
Happens?
That bungee cord thing in a helicopter was one of the nuttiest ones we ever did.
Insane.
We had these people. One person was attached to a tree, and the other person had to free them. And they're connected by all these, fucking chains and shit. And when the person undoes the last thing, they get launched through the fucking air. I mean, launched like 600 feet in a matter of a couple of seconds.
It was crazy.
Yeah, and then they're suspended over this giant rock quarry. It was really nuts.
That helicopter.
Have you tried any of this shit?
No, they don't allow me to do any of those things.
You're not allowed to try it out?
No, because it would have to be, I would have to be insured for it.
Crazy. Look at these shit.
Yeah.
They're just catapulting people and the moving vehicles and the crashes.
It was way bigger and crazier this year. The best way to describe it is that if you look at the old Fear Factor, like look at that.
Oh man,
the old Fear Factor, we had an A, B, and a C stunt. So the A stunt was like the first thing, and the B was like the disgusting eating thing, and then C is like the grand finale. Well, the A stunts on the new show are way bigger than the grand finales on the old show. It's fucking way over the top. Yeah, I mean,
oh fuck that.
We went deep, dude.
You saw that?
Jerry's like, no fucking way, man.
Out of a window.
It was really weird to do, man, because like Matt Cunit said it best. It was like we went into a coma for 6 years, and then we came out and did the show again.
You're clean shaven on this too. You look different than you do for on UFC.
Yeah, they want me to shave for some reason. I don't understand
just
that.
to make it a different look.
So America
loves
you.
A gentleman.
They want America to fall in love with Joe Rogan.
This is collegiate Joe.
Yeah.
They all know me by now, I think.
Fire.
I know the explosions. This just looks great, man.
We're happy for you, Joe.
That's my buddy David Hurwitz. He's the one who got me the job in the first place. When I was first doing Fear Factor, when I came in for the audition, I was making fun of everything, and they didn't want to hire me because of that. They're like, we can't have this guy. He's going to make fun of everything on the set. We want this to be scary. And then Hurwitz was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look what we're doing. We're supposed to be making fun of this.
Yeah.
If we're not making fun of it, other people are going to be making fun of it for us.
Right.
But
wow.
it was...
What was that you're holding? A
giant thing of Madagascar hissing cockroaches.
Oh, the famous hissing cockroach. Did you find anything new to eat?
Yeah, we did. The stuff that I was telling you about?
Yeah.
We won't give that away.
We won't get into that, but wow.
Anything else, though?
No, I think it's all like along the same lines. It's just they made people do things. It wasn't just eat this. It's like, you got to play horseshoes, and then, whatever the distance is, then you do. Everything became a game. It was much better thought out, and, you got to realize that stunt technology is really advanced. And on top of that guy right there, Matt Cunitz, he's the executive producer of it. Great guy. And Matt also runs Wipeout, and he runs 101 Ways to Leave a Game show. Remember that show?
Sure.
He does that as well. So, they have so much experience with stunts and with producing and creating stunts for TV shows.
Holy shit.
It's
crazy.
It's
We're just watching the trailers.
It's so much. It's hard to remember. The other show was nuts, but this show, as nutty as the other show was for the time for 2001.
Yeah.
This is just as nutty for
Is that
2011.
how long ago that was on?
2001.
amazing?
Yeah.
Holy sh! Till when?
Till 6.
Oh my god!
And then we were off for 5.5+ years, and then all of a sudden we're back. It's very strange, man. It was like really like the first day was surreal as fuck. Like it didn't even seem real. But then the second day it was just, oh, I'm going to work again.
Yeah, it felt like you just never left. Yeah.
How long did it take you to shoot?
One episode. For 3 stunt episodes, it's 3 days, and for a 5 stunt episode, obviously, it's 5 days. Those are for the
How
the
cool
2
are helicopters?
Pretty fucking awesome.
Fuck yeah.
We have these badass helicopter pilots too that can fly side by side. So there's the wings, like one guy will go up and another guy will go below, and they'll move around like that. But if they go like this, tink,
Yeah, the
everybody
rotors
dies.
hit and everyone
Tink.
dies. Great.
Yeah, but they managed to not do that always.
That's for the camera work, right?
Yeah, and
Those
you
are
know,
great
obviously we have to be really careful and not do that anywhere near gusts of wind. And that was a big stunt. We had people drive a truck into an ammo dump. We had they were attached to helicopters by these giant cords, and they had to run and then jump into the back of a remote-controlled truck. And as the remote-controlled truck is bashing through these barriers one after another, it's headed towards this giant ammo dump. And at the last second, the helicopter pulls them out of the truck. The truck keeps going. Boom! Hits this ammo dump. And when I say the explosion was fucking intense, I mean, we were 7-8 football fields away, and my clothes moved. It went
shit.
like
Yeah.
you felt it. You felt it from like 700 fucking yards away. It was insane.
That's crazy, man.
It lit up the sky. I mean, it was just like way crazier than any shit we ever did
And
before.
we can't do eggnog drinking challenge anymore.
You guys need to just go straight internet.
Yeah,
You
no
know,
shit.
At a certain point in time.
I hear
much
you.
heading that way.
I hear you, man. Can't fucking wait,
With that,
man.
we got to get Joe out of here. He's got to talk to Al Roker.
Well, thank you, boys, for having me on.
Joe,
Always
thanks so
awesome.
much,
And it's
man.
a
Seeing you,
pleasure to
man.
have my podcast on your network. It's an honor. I really appreciate
We love
that,
it.
having
Please,
me
you're
on your
fucking great.
channel. It's cool as fuck.
Oh, Jesus, what's that smell?
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Hey, look who it is.
Henry
Winkler.
I saw you last night.
There he is.
Yeah, how you doing?
How are you?
Hello.
Hi, Henry. How are
Henry?
you? Pleasure to meet you.
How you doing?
Opie,
Good?
Anthony, Jimmy,
Yeah, you
Bert.
guys are funny.
Oh, thank
thanks,
you,
man.
sir.
Absolutely.
Do you want to sit?
Thanks.
I don't mind standing.
No. I'm so good. I'm standing. I'm having a great time.
My wife was getting burgers at the Park Meridian, ran into you and said, man, that Henry Winkler is the nicest guy ever.
But okay, listen, the burger joint. Now, to me, best burger maybe in the United States.
It's crazy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And no one knows about it
It's
until
hidden in a corner.
Everybody talks about the Shake Shack.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah.
Okay. But the burger joint at the Park Meridian used to be P.J. Clark's on 53rd and 3rd. We would stop there. We would land in New York, and before we went to the hotel, we would stop there for a burger.
Yeah.
But the burger joint is like out of control.
It really is great,
We
man.
ran into you.
Yeah.
And you couldn't have been nicer. You could have been nicer to everyone around you.
What are you promoting?
You know, I've just written a book. Well, tomorrow, one of my favorite television shows that I've ever been on, except for Happy Days, is Royal Pains.
I think you say Bert the Conqueror.
Oh, you know what? I don't know that show yet, but I'm
Don't worry,
watching
no one
it.
does.
No, I'm watching that.
Oh, thanks.
Because, do you do that show?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah.
You can't talk about your book.
No,
I'm
you
sorry.
look great, even in the studio.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So I can imagine how adorable you are on TV. What is Bert the Conqueror?
Henry, see, it's like I said, he's so nice.
What channel is it on?
The Travel Channel.
Yeah. What do you do? Okay, so the book is called I Never Met an Idiot on the River.
Bert's losing his mind.
Oh my God.
I know.
I was on the Late Show talking to him last night, and he's talking about fly fishing with Justin, and I just sat there and I was like, I can't believe it's Henry Winkler. Like it's so. I went up and they were all talking, and I go, my name's Bert. It's a pleasure to meet you. And he goes, hey, and I go, I just want to listen. And I just stood around the corner and listened to you talk.
That's not creepy at all. That's perfect.
But I met those two guys.
The Stengels.
Who are the head
The Stengels.
writers.
They're friends of ours.
Oh my God.
They're great
I
guys.
met them on Twitter because I'm a twittering fool now.
Yeah.
And I am 50 people away from 61,000 fellow Twitter people.
Boy, you'll get that.
You want to see the power of the show?
Here
What's
we
your
go.
Twitter?
Huh?
What's your Twitter?
H Winkler 4, the number 4 real.
Oh, okay. H. Winkler for real.
For real, right.
So, but anyway, I met the Stengel brothers on Twitter, and I met them first when they were twittering live from Charlie Sheen's show, and I swear to you, they were so great at it.
Funny.
It was like I was in the seat with them.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
You got every emotion, every feeling about how horrible he was doing. And the next thing I did was I tweeted with them. They were having a Seder at Passover.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
they're actually Jewish. And and I thought, oh my God, I'm no longer hungry. The food was so delish. And then I got to meet them, and I did my second comedy bit last night.
Yeah.
On the David Letterman show.
You were great.
Oh, thanks.
You killed.
Thanks.
I have a copy of your book. They gave us.
I never met an idiot on the river.
It's like you're holding a big fish. Looks like when I tell a big fish story.
Oh,
oh wow!
Here, you want to see? This is
Henry,
where they are.
It's about fly fishing, you said?
No, it's called "I Never Met an Idiot on the River."
Okay.
And it started as pictures that I took while fly fishing.
Oh wow!
On the river. And then they asked me to write, what did you learn on the river? I'm going to just, here's one. This is 8:30 at night. Here.
Beautiful.
Oh,
nice. I love a good
sunset, right?
I love the sunset.
You like a good sunset.
I sure do.
So that's what it's about. And
I tried fly fishing, I guess it's almost 2 years ago. I loved it. I thought I went as a joke because one of our friends likes doing that.
Right.
And I'm like, all right,
Where
I'll go for the joke. Up Roscoe.
Uh-huh.
And I had a ball, man. It was awesome. I didn't catch anything, but...
Well, you know what? It is not that difficult. You learn it in a half an hour.
Yeah.
You apply it to the rest of your life. Yeah. And the fact is that when you're...
What's wrong
Sorry,
with you?
no. I just thought of how many things in my life I learned in a half an hour that I still do. I was like, wow, you could say that about a lot of things I do.
Let me ask you a question. I really want to know, what is your show about? I'm going to watch just for the laugh.
Okay, that's all I do. It's laugh.
He's beat red. What's up with you,
I don't know.
Bert?
It's just bizarre that...
Yeah.
I mean, like, I know that you guys do this every single day, but I don't just hang out with Henry Winkler every single day.
No, but what is your show about?
He just wants to know.
I do. I'm a tour guide for thrills. If there's something crazy and wild in a city, I go out and do it. Like if it's a bungee jump off a bridge, if it's redneck water skiing.
So what was the most amazing thing you've ever done?
Probably jumping off the stratosphere. I was just telling Jim. It was like a life defining moment, like just overwhelming.
Right.
Getting over anxiety.
That first moment, is it so scary that you don't know what to do?
Yeah. Full blown anxiety attack, not breathing. Like I went to the bathroom in my pants a little bit.
Right.
It was
It was a little much.
Because I just did, and I have never done it.
What, have you ever done anything
I
like
went to the
that?
bathroom in my pants just listening.
Me too. I did too.
We're kind of starstruck today. We talked to a lot of celebrities, but I'm starstruck today. Bert,
Who's the most famous person you've met?
The most famous...
Like, that kind of overwhelmed you, and you're like, God, I can't do the Fonzie
It had
thing
to be
at
a
all.
U.S. president. It had to, because Fonzie's one of the most famous characters ever.
I'd like to meet our president. I would like to meet Barack Obama.
Is it weird to you that you know for a fact he knows who you are? Like that, men like that know you.
Yeah.
I don't know that he knows.
He does.
You're an
I
icon.
take that for granted
You're an iconic character.
until I look him in the eye. You know.
Who did you meet that actually blew you away?
You know, I have the hardest time meeting rock stars. I met Elton John, and I went, "Hey, John, I want to tell you." I met Mick Jagger on a plane, and I went, "Shut up!" Couldn't speak.
Did he know who you were?
Yes.
He had to.
He said, "Hi, Henry. Hi."
Popcorn.
I met Bruce Springsteen. If I ever am reincarnated, I'm coming back as Bruce.
Wow.
And I met him, and
big Bruce
I
fan.
met his wife. I kissed her hand. I shook Bruce's hand, and I kissed his hand. And I thought to myself, what did you just do?
That's
Leave
awesome.
the room now.
No, that's so crazy that it almost sounds like it's an artistic thing to do. That's so nuts. It almost
I wasn't
it works.
thinking artistic. I
Right.
was thinking embarrassing.
Yeah. No, it works.
Henry, they're saying you have to go, but we have to ask you one thing.
Yeah.
Why didn't Fonzie ever beat anyone up? We have talked about this on our show off and on for
so many
years.
times.
Everyone was
That's
scared
true.
of Fonzie, but
I'll
we're
tell
like,
you
he
why.
never beat anyone up.
I'll tell you why. Because power comes from inside. Cool is from inside. You don't need to hit somebody. You don't need to make fun of somebody. You can just be, and with that, intimidate. I just did a movie on cage fighting.
You sound like Joe Rogan when you said that.
Okay, he was in the movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So,
I saw a promo for it this morning.
I would hate to fight a cage. I'd probably get beat up or something.
You know what? You would. Because these men are Zen gentlemen, and in that ring, they will eat your heart out.
That is true. We've had a lot of them on the show, and they're the nicest guys.
Oh, my goodness.
But then you just see them in the ring, and they flip a switch.
But Boz
Rutan.
Yeah, Rutan was one of my actors in the movie. He was my corner man. And Boz, he said, I tell you something, he's from Holland. I tell you something, you know, I'm sitting in a bar and then 5 men, they come to me and I go, okay, I guess so. And I stand up and I start to walk at them and they go, no, we want your autograph. Because he can kick you twice before you ever knew you were kicked once.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Wow.
I can shake your hand. That's about it.
Yeah.
We got to push the book because we got to get.
It's called "I've Never Met an Idiot on the River," and it's a lot of photographs and things that.
Are they nice photographs?
They're really great, actually.
Thank you
they
very
are
much.
excellent. They're excellent. I like their photography and a true legend, Henry Winkler.
Oh yeah.
Oh well. Hey Jimmy, don't ruin my picture.
Oh, you guys bothering poor Henry for pictures.
Hey, thank you so much for stopping in.
Could you sign your book, Mr. Winkler, and then we'll leave you alone? Thank you
we'll
very
leave you
much.
alone.
To Jim, on the cover, 'cause I'm going to display it in my.
It's still on the air, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I think they know.
Yeah, it's Henry Winkler.
Come on, listeners.
Trumps everybody.
Hey, listeners.
I took a picture of you and I tweeted it with Jim Norton.
Do you know what? I was not supposed to be on this show.
I know.
Yeah.
This is great.
I listened to you guys. I'm so happy I was here.
Thank you very much.
I wish I had something to do with the show.
You've come up on the show so many times. It's a great time.
We get a bad reputation, but
thank you. Thanks a lot.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Wow. That was cool.
Man.
Thank you to Bert because he saw Bert here and he came in.
Fuck
and,
Bert.
Yeah, that's right. Bert turned beet red.
Do you think when? Okay, here's my question.
Hold on.
What, Kenny?
Kenny's got a news alert.
We didn't.
It wasn't because of Bert.
Oh.
He saw the Opie and Anthony logo. He says, these guys are very funny. And Roland says, why don't you go in and say hello?
How does the Fonz know our show?
Oh,
See,
my
that freaks me out a little bit.
God, am I...
That's crazy.
Not that it's about me, but look at the picture of Henry and oh, my God, it's fucking Darth Vader without the helmet. I should never...
Jimmy!
I'm just fucking ugly.
This could be one of the worst pictures of you I've ever seen. I swear.
That's a Make-A-Wish picture.
You know what's the worst thing is there's a glare on your face.
No, the worst thing is my 9 necks.
It looks like your chin has balls.
That is, because you always go, ugh, I took a horrible picture, and I look and usually go like, no, that's not bad. You look good. That is one of the worst pictures I've ever seen of you.
Because he was taking a photo with Chip. I didn't know he was going to come in.
No.
And Chip, oh wow, I've been recording this whole thing on my phone. I didn't mean to.
Look at that.
But
oh God,
Chip,
that is a horrid picture of you.
Let me just play the beginning for you. I did not know that this was going to happen.
Oh, you have some audio
from the very beginning.
Oh, okay.
What, of meeting them?
Oh, no.
Yeah, before.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Hold on. Let me see if I got it.
That's so cool. He's like.
He just kind of came in. That was great, right?
Knows the show.
Do you think? Here's my question, right? So when Fonz was the biggest thing in the world,
yeah,
and he still was Henry Winkler. He is who he is.
It was always weird to see him as Henry Winkler because you want to know him as Fonz. That he walks through life as the Fonz.
Yeah, like how weird do you think that was when people were like, "Oh shit, it's the Fonz," and he's like, "Hey,"
and he's like, "Hi, I'm Henry."
Yeah.
The actor.
I bet the studio was like, "Can you not go out much?"
Yeah, or if you do, you wear the jacket, you kind of go a lot, put your thumbs up, squee.
Oh, this is the show. Hold on.
Oh, Jimmy's taping things for the show.
This is my photo with him.
He's doing show prep.
Hold on. There was a bit of a chip bomb.
Uh-oh.
Can I ask you to sign a photo of us together?
That's meek, Jimmy.
Oh, to Jim.
Okay, this is outside the studio before you come on.
Bottom.
Oh, don't humiliate me. He said tie. Okay. Take the picture. Oh, come on.
Can I take a regular photo?
All right. I sound like I'm seducing him sexually.
It does sound like I'm listening to you guys fuck.
Oh no! Oh no! You didn't.
Hold on.
What did you do?
God,
You chipped him.
Because he mentioned his tie.
Yes, you chipped Henry Winkler.
Wait.
Can I take a regular photo with you? That one?
All right.
Thanks. I don't wear ties. I can never tie on my shoes or something.
Oh, nothing. It's just silence. Oh, how embarrassing.
Do you know how unfunny he must think I am?
I could never fight a cage.
I can fight a cage with something.
Bert, you turned beet red during the Henry Winkler's.
Yeah.
So bizarre.
It is weird.
I was starstruck. I mean,
that's like fucking.
That's a biggie right there.
Oh yeah, and
I grew up with Happy Days. What the fuck?
He is an American icon, a world icon.
Sure.
He can't go anywhere without people knowing him. Hey,
it's so true. I never understood it, but when you said no, everyone knows who he is.
Yeah.
The president does know who he is.
I said that too.
No, you don't understand. Yeah.
No, you didn't say anything.
Guy who wants credit. No, I said that.
More importantly, we learned that Henry Winkler knows who we are today.
I'm amazed
so let's
by
take that home with us.
Amazed by that.
To dig.
And you know what? The strength comes from the inside.
That's right.
I can't imagine.
We answered the question.
That was a great question.
Although,
a great answer too.
Fonzie should have punched somebody in the face.
Yeah, he should.
Early on.
Yeah.
First season when it was done on film.
Or stab somebody.
Yeah,
like prison, first day in.
You gotta just beat the crap out of, like Ralph Malph, he just bloodies his fucking face. Bam, bam. Pounded his face into the floor and just, fuck you, Malph. And then you realize why everyone's afraid of him for the next 10 years that the show's on.
Yeah, nice man. Just a nice man.
He is.
Funny though, man.
Yeah. Really, just a nice, quiet man.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show, right here on Sirius XM.
We got the Book of Mormon guys outside the studio.
Yeah, I'd say the four of the main.
Oh, and the girl. Yeah, that's right. I didn't realize she was coming today.
4 of the 5 main leads, I think, are here.
Wow. Hey, guys. Welcome to the show.
Yes.
How are you? Oh, wow.
Come on in.
How you doing? Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Josh, good to see you again, brother.
How you doing?
Someone could sit in the fun chair and the couch and just make yourself at home.
And in the studio, it's Andrew Rannells, is how you say it?
That's right.
Okay, Rannells and Rory O'Malley, Josh Gad, and Nikki M. James, who I'd say you are 4 of the 5 most important people in... without Michael Potts, I mean, I'd say that.
Well, you guys have always been obsessed with Michael Potts, though.
Yeah, I know. When I found out he was broken,
we got him in.
Did you get him in? Oh yeah. He came in after
you came in. We're like, you know what? After Josh left, we booked him.
He said he told me they got me on the guise that they wanted to talk a Book of Mormon, but they really only wanted to talk about the why.
It really was. We were like, hey, Book of Mormon's great. All right, now to the business at hand. But I'm a complete fan of all of you. It's amazing how good. I've never seen a musical before. I don't like musicals. Right. Yours is fucking incredible.
Thank you. Maybe they're all incredible musicals.
Maybe
if you've never gone before.
No, I never thought of that.
This is a pretty, I don't know. This is a very Mamma Mia is musical. Just like our show.
Mamma Mia.
Literally exactly
Mike goes, Mamma Mia, Cats, Book of Mormon are the 3 most traditional musicals.
Do you know how disappointing another musical is going to be if I go to see it and they're just fucking using proper language and no one's being fucking
edgy?
Oh, it's going to stink.
Only come and see our show then.
Yeah. Nikki, you got the Emmy, right?
That's all he's doing.
Tony.
The Tony. I'm sorry.
She won an Emmy. Are they giving those away too?
TV movie
Last night I got congratulated on winning an Oscar, and I was like, I've never even been in a movie. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on the Tony, of course.
You.
That's amazing. Anybody else get?
Weren't you all nominated?
No, we were all nominated, but it doesn't count as much.
Oh, that must be awkward.
Yeah,
although people still
we were nominated.
And what's really awkward is she always holds it up when we walk into the theater.
She's literally got it with her right now.
I carry it around. with me. I had them build a special pocket in my costume so I could wear it on stage.
Yeah, they could all look like when they're all standing behind you, they can see it.
Sure. Exactly. So we don't forget.
How did you guys not win? I can't comprehend. And again, I don't know what else is out there, but I can't comprehend how somebody got more votes. You were great, by the way. Wow. I don't watch the Tonys. I saw your. I saw your performance was fucking. It was brilliant.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, who knows? Who knows how those things.
How annoyed were you when you didn't win? I mean, I love this.
I was actually relieved because you were sitting there for like 3.5 hours and really hungry and like hot and like kind of
and they wouldn't
just
give us
getting
any
like
water.
Josh
upset.
actually
you could take water to the seat. It was very strange.
Josh brought in a plastic bag with goodies in it,
Nice.
candy, and we were all like,
You know where my
"Oh,
brain
that's
is."
so trashy, Josh." And by hour 3, I was like, "Josh, you got any more of that stuff? What you got in that bag? What you got? Give me some of them Slim Jims."
Did you really bring Slim Jims in a bag?
That would have been amazing.
I brought pretty disgusting food in there. But you know what? It was very smart of me because by the end of it, everybody really was paying with sexual favors for goods, and so it was really good for me. It worked out well.
Why would there no? How come you can't bring water to the seat at the Tonys?
Because then I think they want people, like when the camera sort of pans the crowd, you got a bunch of people like drinking. Well, I don't know.
If someone's drinking water.
That's why things like the Golden Globes are like. You watch this, they're all just like liquored up as hell.
Just hanging out at the table.
Yeah, they just sit at a table drinking booze.
Yeah.
They're all fucked up trying to get them stumbling over each other.
Well, that happened. There was the Drama Desk Awards. They tried to do like that, and they had like booze for everybody. And by the time our categories came around, I was wasted. Like they didn't really give you food, but like I think I drank like whatever they would put in front. We did shots.
Did we do a shot of tequila?
Yeah,
I think we did.
just like, and then I was like, and then there was a moment where I was like, oh fuck, if my name gets called, I'm screwed because
Hey. Could have like a Guns N' Roses MTV Music Awards moment.
Down, knocking shit over. That would not be good.
Nobody would be surprised though. That's the advantage of doing the show you do. Is if you probably curse, nobody would be surprised because the show is definitely.
I guess although
we're supposed to be filthy people.
Yeah.
We weirdly get called out for it though. Yeah, well, Josh is just.
I'm just disgusting. I'm a disgusting human.
I would think you want work, after this.
I know.
At some point also, so you can't just be a complete slob in real life.
Well, Josh has built a career on that. So.
By the way, Rory, we're obsessed on this show with your moment in Turn It Off.
Oh.
It's
we do it out of context.
No one in the audience knows why we do it, but there's nothing better to me than turn it off. There's nothing that makes me happier than that little hand across the neck, turn it off. Oh my God, is that great?
After we saw it, we're in a cab just doing it over and over again.
All we were doing with each other in a cab, which was really...
Not that the rest of you weren't great, but... It was that one moment that really got us. It was hilarious.
We're both idiots. We're going to take one moment and just talk about it. That was the moment.
Turn
it off.
She sung her ass off. Holy
people get kind of choked up watching you because the songs are really brilliant and funny, and they're some of the stuff that is so, I'm not going to say harsh in a nasty way, but language-wise, it takes you off guard.
Absolutely.
And then your stuff is just like, it kind of... Yeah, that is what's happening over there.
Yeah. It is. I mean, I get to be the sweeter side, right? Of the flip side of the coin, which is fun, which is great and fun, and I'm appreciative of it. But I sometimes wish I got to say like some body jokes and stuff, and really outlandish. It's not that easy to be the straight man when you're working with like these hilarious.
Yes, but that's why you won the Oscar, isn't it?
Yeah, it is why.
And Emmy too.
It had nothing to do with the cleavage either. I'm like, why does this girl have such low-cut dresses?
She is a sexy villager.
She's fantastic.
Absolutely.
But this is what a delusional ass I am. When Josh came in, I'm like, was she single? Like, even if you were, like, let's be honest, you're around people who are in shape. This is not the route she'd go. Is it?
I don't know. I'd have to see your wallet, too, right?
Shit. You're talking my language.
An honest girl.
At least she's direct.
Oh, God, I love
she's
that.
really acting up there when she's playing that sweetheart.
We did an interview the other day, and the first question the woman asked me was, so how difficult is it to be nice, or something like that? And I was like, are you implying that I'm not nice?
Yes, that's what
As a matter of fact.
But you are really sweet in that. You come off as very innocent, and there's a very funny moment where certain naive thoughts are revealed by other. I can't say enough about
really
the show. So you don't want to give
amazing.
away the jokes. That's why we don't play the songs on the show, because every song kind of catches you off guard.
And the problem is you can't get a ticket for this thing.
No.
Yeah.
What's going on with that? Are you guys going to extend?
That's a big problem.
How to get one, because we have trouble too. Yeah.
No, it's a problem where we sit because we're trying to tell everyone how great this show is, and then they're trying to get tickets and they're having a tough time. That's why I say it's a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good problem to have.
It's
Obviously.
a great problem. I mean, we were lucky that we sold for, I don't know technically until when, but they do
now
some,
and forever.
They do some tricky things where, like, every once in a while, like, a new block of tickets will be like discovered and released if you have like an American Express
It's like
card,
the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, there you go.
Every once in a while,
they discover new.
That's so corporate, man.
But you know, there are tickets available for 2013 if you're really interested. So.
It's probably, you know what, you're probably not far off, because you can't get tickets. The wait line for this is, I was so happy to walk past all the scum because I had a ticket.
You're
so
privileged.
nice.
I mean,
You're
I
a
walked
fancy
past
man.
the theater on my way here, and there was probably like 10 people outside waiting for tickets for
Really?
tonight. Yeah, for standing room. Because if you get to the theater early, you can wait for the standing room
It's
line.
first come, first serve, yeah.
Wow. And they do a lottery for the front row, and then there's also a cancellation line. I mean, there's people who there are ways, and if you can see it by yourself, there's that's the best way. Go online and get a single ticket.
Hopefully, you don't have friends.
I love when a show like that just really just becomes very popular, and it's pretty much by word of mouth.
Totally.
And some of these other shows that they just hype bomb.
Some of these other shows.
But it's been
some of these other shows.
It's kind of been the brilliance of the marketing team too, because as far as I know, it hasn't been done before. That the less is more approach, where people don't see anything from our show, they don't see any numbers, they don't hear any music generally, and so there is this almost mystery surrounding it.
The last show that was like that, Starlight Express.
That's right.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
Skaters.
Roller skating. It's a musical about trains. Oh, fuck? Are you kidding me? I remember as a kid watching that commercial. Even as a kid, I'm just like, what? Trains? Really?
Well, what's so great about our show is that people who have never come to see musicals are coming to see it and loving it. And that's not just good for those people. It's good for our industry to say, hey, if we try to do something different and completely original, maybe a whole new audience will show up.
That's, to me, what was amazing, just as a stand-up, watching people in their 50s and people that would find me repulsive on stage, and to see what they had constructed to get these people to laugh at. Like, if you said any of those things out of context, they would hate you.
Yeah.
But the fact is, you've almost cornered them, and now they can't do anything but laugh at it. It's fucking amazing, the things that you guys say that these people go with.
It's pretty crazy. Like, it's super confrontational, actually. And, I have of the 4 people in this room who do the show, I have the unique pleasure of being part of 2 of the most, sort of in-your-face numbers. There's the one where it's like expletive you... God, right? And then
the Welcome to Uganda.
Welcome to Uganda here in Africa. And these are the and I remember the first night doing that in front of an audience, because we didn't do an out-of-town run. We only had done invited rehearsals. I remember being totally nervous about how the audience would react. And you can feel them sort of like fall back in their seats a little bit and then look around at each other. And when they realize that it's okay, and then they go for it. Yeah. And it takes a minute. And they catch up with you, right? So at first they're like a little shocked, and then by the end of the number they're on board. But it is really confrontational, and a lot of those stuff is like direct address. So we're looking right at you and saying like, this is what we're doing. Like, either get on this train or you're going to be pretty disappointed by the end of the show.
That's exactly. You know what? Yeah. It's almost like it's so completely not apologetic, and it hits you so hard so fast. It's almost like, well, if this is exactly what it's going to be, so if you don't like it, fucking leave because it's going to get ugly.
Because there's a line outside waiting for your seat. That's why you do it.
We should have a line for walkouts. Two people walked out. You two can come in now.
Have you guys had any? I'm sure you've had, like, you probably don't notice if one or two people leave, but have you
literally
had
a handful. I mean, no more than a handful,
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, it is not, I mean, you know, I think we were all geared up for, like, it's
Protests
super
and,
shocking, and it wasn't. Although it is nice, like, you know, even yesterday we had two women sort of like in the third row, right in the center, who could not wait to get out of the theater.
Oh, really?
They were so pissed and so...
They left while we were bowing.
They left while we were bowing. And I was sort of pleased to see that, actually, because I was like, well, it turns out it is, like, you know, people were like, it's not that
Badass as we
offensive.
thought it was.
It's not that. So we feel like, I think I am sort of...
But I
starting to
love
lose.
that. I love, like, the first act where the most offensive stuff takes place. They're like, this is disgusting. You know, we'll just stay through the second act.
Yeah, but
we'll
they
come
stay.
back after intermission, but then we have to leave at the very end. What's the
We're going
point
to make
of
our
that?
statement in the last 10 seconds.
When they're bowing, that's when we'll
That's
get
when
them.
we'll go.
We'll make our statement and exit during the standing ovation. That's smart.
That's what happened.
You know what's been really uncomfortable is lately there's been like little children in the
Yeah.
front.
Yeah.
But not only little children who sing every fucking lyric in the show along with us. And it's so disturbing because you see like a 6-year-old mouthing these disgusting words
adorable.
with you. You're like, God, this is terrible.
But speaking of that, who's obsessed with toddlers and tiaras?
Oh, right.
Oh,
yeah. I have not missed an episode.
The craziest.
Despicable moms and children that I cannot get it. I laugh my ass off when they start crying, when they take headers.
Oh my God! I know when they fall off the stage, that's always best. When
It's
they just have, like,
hilarious.
a one-cutaway of, like,
That one girl that fell off the chair on her, she just face planted.
Yeah,
like this is great.
My favorite is the mother of the 15-month-old child who's like, she's really gonna have to step up her game. I'm like, she doesn't walk.
It's a blob. They're just bouncing in their arms.
She can barely control her head.
With whore makeup on. The whore makeup.
And press on nails. 15 months
Yeah.
old.
But what about
this
the
is
male
a glitz. This is a glitz pageant. So we're gonna have to really go all out
You're really a big
and
fan.
get her the fake eyelashes and everything. Oh, please. I'm a huge fan
By the way,
of that.
I think you guys watch it for a lot different reasons than he does.
Thank you, Jimmy. That has to be said. Thank you.
I like when they really have to shake it up at the glitz portion.
But what about the male contestant, Brock? He was like, he won everything because he was the only boy.
The only boy
and
there.
the contestant.
Yeah.
And actually, his mom, I was like, she's a hero because she was like, you know what? This is when he feels the most happiest and when he's the most himself, when he's dancing on that stage.
When he's on stage.
But so depressing then when they pan to that audience and it's just like an empty Holiday Inn ballroom.
It really
It's
is.
just like full light and folding chairs.
One
no one's
creep in the
there.
back.
There is a creep just
that
sitting
wandered
there.
Bathrobe. And it's just sadness, and you're like, why? It's not even like a full, like
No, because the only people in the audience are the parents of the other contestants.
Angry fathers.
Where is this? I have to watch
Angry
this.
fathers,
and some perv.
What is it?
Yeah.
It's on TLC.
Yeah, TLC.
Yeah.
You see the one with that Mackenzie girl? She's hilarious.
She's my favorite.
I want a crayon. Mom. Hey, yo.
Oh, that's the one that was crying and misbehaving?
Yeah.
I
She's
hate
crying.
Mackenzie.
I need my Nene. She's screaming.
Nene is a hard-working lady.
She's hilarious. Yeah, she sounds like she's 90 years old.
She's
I don't know. There is something about that show that is both horrific and so entertaining at the same time.
I love all things reality TV, though.
Hoarders,
so.
we also really enjoy.
Hoarders is
huge
great.
fans of
The
Hoarders.
rat
I
hoarder.
Oh,
Did you see
God.
that rat
Yeah.
hoarder? I'll never.
We were a little
stop having
bummed out
nightmares
by
about
that episode because we were wishing it was going to be like city rats. Not the pet store rats.
Yeah.
But besides that, it was a sick episode.
I like the
Yeah.
disgusting. I like disgusting shit more than just clutter.
Yeah.
Like I like that when they open up the fridge and there's a piece of pork in there from the 70s.
What about the woman who was storing her urine in jars?
Yeah, in jars.
That was
Or
disgusting
the
enough for me.
staircase full of shit.
Yeah,
In bags.
It's just in
adult
bags,
diapers.
adult diapers.
Oh.
And all I can say, we've had some of the counselors on the show,
Really? Oh.
and we say, why don't you just smack them in the face? You give them 10 minutes to grab their shit and then burn the house down. and she actually got a reasonable answer. She said, you know what? everyone in their life is telling them that that's what they want to do and that's what they should do. Because we're just taking another approach because that never works.
Tough.
But I'd be like, all right, look, we're going to let the crew set up. Let's go out to lunch. And take them out to lunch and come back to just a smoldering pile.
See, I say you set the place on fire and make them get out.
Crawling over their own shit.
It could be a new game show.
Try to get out. Old fat ass couldn't make it out. That's a shame.
Sorry, Mary. You guys aren't sympathetic to those people, are you? You're not sympathetic to them, right?
No. To the people who hoard?
Yeah.
No, I actually, like, I think being a New Yorker, and when you have such a limited amount of space where you live, you take that space to be so precious, and to see people have these houses and just fill it up like a landfill.
Giant houses with just
ridiculous
shit everywhere.
For plastic spoons.
I mean, I could move in the middle of the night.
I do.
Do you?
Yeah. I'm like, I guess I'm too empathetic. But I'm just like, what happened in her life that makes her feel like she needs, I get like that.
Well, I can't stand when they're trying to clean the house out. They know that, like, either the kids are being taken away or the house is going to be taken away, and they're looking at one little thing going, oh, I have to make a decision. and it amounts to 1/1 of what's in this house, and they're taking much too much time to decide on it.
State will take your
Throw it away.
You watch Obsessed? Obsessed?
Oh, yeah.
They've only done
How
it.
do you have time to watch all that? I'm really
DVR.
DVR.
We got DVR.
We don't have a
everything.
child.
I know.
That Intervention's another one.
I love it.
Love watching that.
Shows.
Although at this point, it's like, who the hell is walking into that hotel room not knowing what's going on?
Exactly.
Who believes they're making a documentary about addiction?
Yeah.
You're gonna, like,
That doesn't end that way.
Yeah.
Well,
That's not like, here's some more drugs.
Maybe they're giving them
They must be on some great
Or
drugs.
maybe they just like don't
Still
pay
believe
their
that
cable
shit.
bill.
Yeah, so they can't watch. Yeah, obviously they wouldn't have cable because they're spending all the money on drugs.
intervention.
Someone's thinking.
Yeah, we're assuming a dope shooter is up on all the local programs.
Hello, Files, could you come?
We just learned something today. We learned why
we did learn.
What time do you have to get up? Because I watch you guys and I'm like, what time do you go to? I'm an insomniac. Like, I literally haven't slept in probably 2. I just can't sleep. What time do you go to bed to get up in the morning?
I mean, if we don't have it, we were just talking about this. If we don't have a matinee, like yesterday we did a matinee. I mean,
even if we do a matinee,
we'll sleep until, I mean, what were we saying? Like
10.
I got up in
10,
time
11.
to watch.
What time do you guys go to bed?
2.
Yeah. You can't shut down. After you do, especially after you do 2 shows, you're exhausted in between shows, but then there's like the sick cosmic joke where after the second show when you should be able to sleep, it's like, all right, now I'm ready to start a 3rd show. Like there's no reason for it.
That's when we
You're all
drink.
wound up.
Yeah, that's how you wind down.
That's
pills.
Too soon.
Last time you were in, I said we were talking about Chevy Chase. I sat right behind him at one of the shows.
Oh yeah,
wow.
And so I was at Comic-Con doing, this is what a self-centered phony ass I am. I was at Comic-Con interviewing Joel McHale, and the whole cast of Community was in the room. So Chevy walks by, and I grab him, and I go, hey, we interviewed Josh Gad from the Book of Mormon, and those guys were so happy you were there. And he didn't want to stop and talk to me because he goes, "Oh, I love that show," and he's talking about how great it was. He goes, "Yeah, I went back," and I was like, "Oh, good. Can I take a picture with you?" And he just deflated because he realized the whole discussion had been a ruse to get a photo. So I used your success to get a photo.
That's it for the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Well, gentlemen, another show. Well done.
I knew what to expect. A douche chill moment. And boy, did you deliver.
Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Sirius XM.